up, everybody? Saturday night, welcome to the pub. Got my guitar. Hopefully I have the sound settings proper for this last dance. Is that clear or is that coming in funky? Good, thank you, man. Let's play a little bit of a quick jam and then we'll get this baby rolling. Start off in the center pickup position. A little reverb on there. Name that last song in the comments if you could hear it. I don't know, sometimes when I turn the distortion on it gets a little wacky, so here we go. Good evening, Last Dance. And I see you down there, RW. How you doing, man? Good to see you. That last song was Fly By Night by Rush. And it's a banger. And hi to your boys. Ooh, looks like we're having some rice and beans. Enjoy. Hopefully you guys all had a good week. Mine was busy, as usual. Oh, you don't have to shut your thing off there, buddy. It's just kidding around. I had a good week, as I said. Very busy. Lots of things going on for me at work. So I had to do a lot of crap this week of various different things. So it's always nice when you have different projects going on. You're not focusing on the same thing over and over again, which some jobs you can have a finite task or subject to do over and over again, and others you can, like mine, it's almost infinite. Various different things that I have to do, so that's good, but you just have to compartmentalize everything to be able to do things in the appropriate order, obviously, because that's, in my line of work, that's everything. Looks like we have a little bit of a quiet start, which is cool. We got 4 people here. Usually things open up a little bit later. So I'm going to have a couple of beers and a little bit of, as my name says, I'm going to have a little bit of smoke. So fair warning there. There are, just so you know, if it might be something that's objectionable, um, it's just tobacco. As they say. Hey, Backstage Boxing, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Um, cool. Yeah, backstage, in and out, pops in, shows up, says hi, comes back sometimes. Right on. Good to see you backstage. Always welcome. Also, we had boxing fan who changed his name to Foxing Band, who is also a boxing guy. I wonder if you guys are know each other or if you're the same person. Possible, but kind of cool. We have a couple boxing fans that are irregulars, I guess you could call them. They're not really regular, but welcome. I'm gonna change my sound settings because I'm gonna have the exhaust fan on here momentarily, so I gotta make sure I account for that. Yeah, okay, let's give that a try. Hopefully that works. Yeah, I love that stuff. I learned probably first about that sort of thing through the actor Michael Caine. That Cockney type of speak, rhyming. Yeah, totally. It's an unusual way of talking, and it's certainly a code. You have to kind of be in on the code to know what the hell they're saying, because some of it is not even remotely attached to what they're actually trying to say. So it's like you have to know. You really have to know what the hell they're talking about. You have to speak Cockney, I guess. That type of accent. I guess it's an accent or style of speech. I don't know. Those. I guess those people have some sort of a reputation, right? I don't know. I'm not a pro. Hey, how you doing, Kendra and Drone Tech? Good to see you guys. Right on. It's hot as hell up here right now. I mean, it was 81 in the house today, so that's pretty warm for inside. Hopefully, you can get those kids cooled down, man. Drone, you're probably going to be. I'd like to set the kids' room like a blast chiller, and then give them extra blankets so they can really, it's cold, they snuggle up. I think that helps with sleeping. Nothing worse than sleeping in a hot room. You want to. I think you want to be cool to sleep. Let me know if that sounds okay. If that fan's audible, I can. All good, Last Dance? Did the thing work? Hopefully. Yeah, no, the camera's cold. Yeah. Fan is silent. Good, thank you. Right on. Thanks, Kendra. Yeah, I guess shortly before I came on here, I was making a pizza upstairs with my little one. She chops up all the veggies and helps cook and stuff. She's really good with her knife skills are fabulous. And I just happened to open up YouTube, and yeah, there was a mass shooting today. So rest in peace to all the victims of that terrible shooting in Jacksonville. I think so. Last Dance. So yeah, sucks, and it was appeared to be motivated by racism, which is really any Mass shooting is terrible. So it's just, somewhat regular for us Americans. We'll have spells of a couple of weeks, a month without it. But yeah, I wish there was a way to fix it. Unfortunately, it's an incredibly complex problem, and it's not a single thing that's going to change it or stop it. That there is not one single thing. So it wasn't in my state. I am in Massachusetts. The mass shooting was in Jacksonville, Florida. So I think, right? Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, sucks. It was at a Dollar General store. Probably people are, not people who have a lot of money or are comfortable with money generally don't shop at dollar stores. So it's usually people that are trying to make a dollar go as far as they can. So they're not, I don't know. It's just, the whole thing just sucks. So, anyways, rest in peace to those people. And I did catch it on an interesting YouTube channel. If you want to check it out sometime, not now because I only have 11 people here, so I want to keep it in double digits, y'all. But it's called Agenda Free News. Now, I've mentioned this before, you guys. It is not agenda free, and the mods are a total pain in the ass in the chat. But the guy gives a good report of what's going on in the larger newsscape. Oh, I don't know if I saw that one. Maybe I did. Was that the guy who shot the police officer's cup of tea? I did see that one, and that was a good one. Donut operator does. The first way you had it was close. Just add a U on the second O, so it's DONUT. Donut, which is probably closer to do nut, but I think I did see that one. Honestly, I heard today there was a 31 times. Yeah, the angle of the shooting, the guy's ass was he was on his side, sort of in the fetal position, facing away from the cop, and the cop just shot him a bunch of times in the rear end, and then the cop did a nice flanking move around the car, which he could have gotten shot in the legs or the feet when he was doing that, but still, he flanked the guy, came around the front of it to the head and upper torso portion of the man, and then finished them off with a couple upper torso and headshot to the murderer. It critically injured another and pretty severely injured a third. So he was trying to kill those three cops, man. And that fourth cop, he knocked him down with a pistol volley, and the guy had a rifle, semi-automatic rifle. So he was outgunned. And I believe when I saw it, you see the cop get out of the car. He's in such a rush. He grabs, not obviously, what he should have grabbed was his AR-15, which I believe you can see briefly in the cop car. But maybe things were happening so quickly, he jumped out and used his pistol, and he dropped the guy. He got him pretty good. And then he worked his way around the vehicle. He shot him a bunch more times, got him around the vehicle, finished him off. And yeah, you're right. That extra 2 seconds, I suppose, it would have taken to get that AR out might have been another cop's life. So agreed, Last Dance, agreed. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to talk about seconds counting, and the dude is unloading on your fellow officers, you literally have to at least get some cover fire going, distract the dude, get him to punch down. Even better, this cop hit him and hit him pretty damn well. AR, what up, Nil? I was talking about the cops AR, because I believe cops actually carry ARs. But yeah, interesting, heavy story, and the video was good. And there's another cool guy to follow on YouTube, Donut Operator. He's putting out good stuff all the time, and he's made a ton of money doing it, and he donates, takes care of like the two officers who survived. He's going to give them like a bunch of gift packs, gift cards, probably some nice, really nice pistols. And the cop who's the hero who saved them. Good, Neil. Good to see you, man. Mel, great. Good to see you, man. And the cop who was the hero there, he's going to, give him an awesome care package of all kinds of interesting, cool stuff. So, and I would imagine in private, if there's family that needs help of the officer who's fallen, he'll probably give them a sizable donation. But I don't think he talks about that. Yeah, Nil, I know you're a busy dude these days, so I appreciate you stopping by, man. I don't see much over on drones either, and so I know you're slammed, dude. So cool. Saturday night, hopefully you can relax, have a couple, maybe. I think you used to like some drinks back when we used to chill online a little more. Hey, look, it's my wife. Hi, Smokesteve wife. That's my actual wife. So, FYI. And thank you for putting that on the screen. Last Dance explanation. Last Dance has access to the channel, so he can put up banners and whatnot when people jump on here. And he did that for my wife. So there's my wife, not his. Yeah. Hopefully we can discuss a little bit of the Republican debates. Cool. Appreciate that. It was an interesting spectacle. I don't know if it gave me much faith in the system there, the way that they I don't know, man. It's all screwed up. You read the indictment. All right, cool. We can definitely get into that. So we had the debates. We had the Trump interview with Tucker Carlson during the debates. And then I believe the indictment was the next day, right? Was that right? It was Thursday. The debates were Wednesday. I think I'm getting that order correct. So indictment was before, then the debates. Okay. Right. Indictment was earlier in the week. I can imagine. What's the view count, I wonder, up to on Twitter now, or X, for the interview? It's got to be pretty darn high. And Fox is doing some weird things with the debate, like only putting. I couldn't really find a full version of the debate online. Maybe it's somewhere. I didn't really look that hard. 700K on Twitter? No. Much more. Let's have a look-see. I hate when people say that. Have a look-see. All right, come on. I'm eating up the Wi-Fi here. So it's going to take my phone a second. That's 823,000 likes. Where's the view count? I think the view. Oh, holy shit! 260 million views. Oh, Mamma Mia! Damn. Is that right? Do I need my glasses for that? Wow. Yeah, that is right. 260 million views. 822,000 likes. Mamma mia. Yeah, 260 million. That night it had 8 or 9 million, so I'm really yeah, 260 million. A little bit less. Just a tad outside of that number, just a little lower. Stands factors. I made it through about 25 minutes of the Trump interview, maybe halfway. It wasn't earth-shattering or groundbreaking or anything like that for me. It was somewhat entertaining, I'll say that much. I think that there is a level of showmanship with him. I know people who don't like him don't want to hear that, but he does have a certain level of showmanship for sure. And he showed it the first time around at the debates in 2016. No, not the. Yeah, that would have been the first time. So yeah. Nice, McGrandy. But good to see you, McGrand. Incontinence. Does that mean he was constantly urinating himself? Is that? Not sure. Possibly. It's incontinent. But it was, Trump being Trump, Tucker basically sitting back and letting Trump steer the ship. Obviously, Tucker knew that he was not there to guide anything. He fed Trump some basic stuff and let Trump roll with it. Thanks, Drone Tech. I always forget to do that. I always forget to do that like and subscribe thing. So go for it. There's what does it look like on YouTube? A bell and a thumbs up. Hit those two babies. And please make a comment underneath. I don't know. I'm such a bad YouTuber. I just am not like Mr. YouTube. Unlike Mr. Drone, who, wow, look at that. I did it on the wrong side, but go like that. It's on the comment side. No, you're pretty good. You actually have sponsors, Drone, which is pretty darn cool. And the one you have now, I won't name because I don't want you to get in any trouble for it or whatever, but it's pretty cool that you have sponsors, and that's awesome. Put work into it. I, on the other hand, really don't. As you can see by the mishmash that's behind my right shoulder, put a little work in here with some drawings that my kid made, and Elmo at the top, and my war club right there, which I'm very proud of. Kiln dried maple with some steel drilled into the end to add some skull crushing weight to it, but not too much steel because you want to be able to swing it quickly. And tight quarters, there's a lot to be said for a weapon like that when you need something quick, And you're welcome. I've also heard sneaky good tight quarters weapon, not sneaky, I mean, obviously, Bruce Willis grabbed a samurai sword in Pulp Fiction. So another great close quarters weapon. Seriously. And the Mythbusters, if you guys have ever seen that show, they did a test. And this was just Adam and the other guy. One of them had a rubber knife. The other one had a pistol with blanks or caps or something. And the distance to consistently get somebody disabled quickly with a knife was true that nil. I've seen people break out somebody's teeth with one of these babies, so heck yeah, man. 21 feet. Somebody at a full charge with a knife, they can cover about 21 feet before you can get a pistol out. That is, if your pistol is readily accessible. If you're lifting up, untucking your shirt, and it's tucked behind a belt or something like that, you're probably going to want to go do that as well as getting into a defensive posture, because you're going to probably take one to the arm. Yeah, at a concert. Right. So, yeah, knife, scary shit, man. And cops shoot people with knives over here. It's a fairly common thing. It is a deadly weapon. I suppose that thing would probably be considered deadly. Yeah, it definitely would. I know that for a fact. Interesting stuff, though, man. I can imagine, dude. Elmo? I don't know. Maybe if I offered them the bowl, throw the bowl at their head. I don't know, man. Elmo? Yeah, no, probably not deadly. Although there is an extreme pillow fighting league now. I'm not kidding. That actually exists. It's a thing. Strangle me, Elmo. Well played. Well played. Points. An adult toy. Yeah, I've seen some funny shit. I've seen it. I think it was on Instagram. There was a dog running around with an adult toy. I'm sure it was given to the dog by the owner and then used as a fake Instagram story, like 90% of that crap is. But still a pretty damn funny visual, I gotta say. Fake or not. I'm not suspension of disbelief on Instagram. Probably go for it. Yeah, a lot of that crap is totally just staged, more or less. Some of it you can tell isn't. The really funny stuff isn't, but most of it is. I'm thinking you meant to write Elmo, not Elon. Because it would be really funny if everyone called you Elon. I'm pretty sure Nil meant Elmo on that. That note. You guys are ready. I'll go ahead and buzz you in here. Hey, Last Dance, how are you?
All right. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you, my man. And there he is, RW. How are you?
I'm pretty good, man. Excited to be here.
Good to see you, RW.
Good, Last Dance. Good to see you, man.
Pretty mellow day for you there, RW.
I'm having a
not really. My parents are ill, and I was covering for the property again, so I'm happy to have nothing to do right now.
Mhm. I hear you, man. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Last dance, you just said you're having a Guinness.
That's right.
Is that your drink of choice tonight?
It is.
Cool.
I'm
Anything
drinking
for you?
alcohol-free vodka.
Water. Nice. Good. Stay hydrated.
I'll do it for the group.
Good man. Sobriety, that's good. Kendra's saying hello. Do you recognize Kendra? Is she from the Discord?
Not based on that name
Okay, cool.
that I know of. Drone shows that he knows her, but
Yeah, right. So you're right. Everyone's got different names on different places. So totally hear you. What did you guys think? Firstly, you read the indictment. You said Last Dance. What did you think?
It's interesting. It's like 98 pages.
that's a good read.
There are 41 counts, and the first count of the indictment is the racketeering RICO count,
Mhm.
and it takes up like 2/3 or more of the document, and then the other 40 counts take up the rest.
Can you put RICO into layman terms for me? Because that's over my head.
I'm not sure I entirely understand it exactly, but it is. It involves. You're required to participate in a conspiracy with two or more people in order to be eligible to be charged under the.
And I do that every day.
Yeah,
A criminal conspiracy.
a criminal conspiracy, correct.
I gotta up my
That's-
game.
And it's a little entertaining and bizarre to read the alleged acts in furtherance of that conspiracy, of which they are enumerated.
Did they seem
And
plausible? Sorry.
Most of them seem perfectly legal, and if not totally protected by the First Amendment. Like there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 separate acts consisting of nothing but Trump's tweets.
Mhm.
Trump tweeted this, which is, they claim, an act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
His tweets are all right. We're going to go back to that. So, Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act is
Right.
RICO.
Yeah.
Now, if you look up the definition of racketeering, it's a type of organized crime, which directly refers to offering protection for money, that sort of thing. Like racketeering, isn't that like directly related to the mafia only?
I was gonna say it sounds like protecting a store.
I thought racketeering derives from the word racket, like protection rackets and that sort of thing, which I only thought of in terms of the mob, like you say.
Otherwise coordinated scheme or operation, in parentheses, quote unquote, a racket or consistently to collect profit.
So not to be confused with a tennis racket.
Right,
No.
Exactly. Same spelling. But so then you go back to the definition and it says Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. So would he be falling under the corrupt organizations?
You're asking for minutia, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, and I do not know how exactly the definitions are finagled, but overall I see a lot of things, particularly in count one, that I would find objectionable, and I think a fair-minded person would also see some things in there that are alarming, especially all these things that are protected speech, like going on TV and claiming that I won the election. Well, when he did that, that was added as another act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
It means
Now,
a
of
lot
course,
to me that you're saying this because I know that you do not like Trump as an individual.
no, I don't like, and I should say that there's a lot more to this conspiracy than just these individual acts. And even if you were to throw away all the acts that I would consider to be protected First Amendment speech, there's still a lot left. But here's the gist that I think is true behind most of it. That is the controversial, difficult thing. A lot of the claims made in virtually every count are that he made false and misleading claims in furtherance of these conspiracies. And it comes up over and over again. And although I certainly believe they're false, and I suspect he believed they were false when he said them, that is really hard to prove. How do you prove that his claim that there was fraud in the election is false? How do you prove it was false? You could argue that he couldn't come up with any evidence, which is what I would argue, but that's not the same thing as saying it's false.
They're probably going to get Johnny Depp lawyers for this case.
What kind of lawyers?
Johnny Depp's lawyers.
Oh, well, I don't know the minutia of how to defend against these charges. I'm not sure what constitutes false in law.
Well, there is Nil alluded to it before. There is a free speech aspect to this. He is allowed to call. Was it Raffensperger? Was that the election official's name? Or
yeah, it's one of them, and the governor, Brian Kemp.
So he is allowed to call them and question the election, and question. He is, though, as long as he's not trying to intimidate or change it. He's not. Go ahead.
I could perhaps find them, but some of these counts or acts include calling Brad Raffensperger and asking him for more information.
I thought it was for asking for more votes.
There's that too. It's all in there in different parts.
Right.
The more serious charges, particularly which occur in later counts, are they go something like attempting to influence a public official to violate his oath of office. That comes up over and over again in multiple counts.
Now, is this the indictment did you read the indictment that came out on the internet the day before, or is this the indictment that came out from the judge?
This is the indictment from the grand jury that the grand jury published.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Are you saying there's more than one indictment floating around?
Well, there's the whole stink about the indictment hitting the internet. That's an exact replica of the one that was released by the grand jury, but it was released before the grand jury released it. So that there's a stink about that.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not aware of that. This copy I got through NPR's website.
Okay. I appreciate NPR. I can respect that.
Yeah, yesterday they had a story in Morning Edition. I didn't catch it because I wanted to listen to sports talk. It didn't mean that much to me, but the description was, next we're going to look into the most popular song in the country and how it hints to conspiracy theories and right-wing extremism. I was like, I know the song. I know it's that guy with the beard.
Oliver Anthony.
You're welcome,
yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, I like the song. I didn't realize it was this right wing thing. I thought it was just a cool singer, but
Why is it right wing? Because his mind is conservative?
I guess so.
Is there no conservative people on the left side of the eagle?
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand why they took it that way, to tell you the truth. But I do generally like NPR for a lot of stuff.
You mind if I show one or two examples of these instances that I think are protected speech?
Sure.
Okay.
Good evening, all, by the way.
Oh,
How you doing, Welshman?
Yeah, I just like to agree with Last Dance, where he's talking about one of their big things, I believe, and Last Dance can correct me if I'm not there, because what he was saying was that Trump was saying things like he had won, but they've got to prove that he didn't believe. And that, like my last answer is, it's so hard for them to prove that he knew he was lying.
You'd have to admit it.
Yeah, and it's sort of a lot of it falls apart on that point. Is that correct, Last Dance?
well, I'm not sure. I mean, that seems to me to be an important element that they have to prove that he
Yeah.
knew it was false, and I don't know how. First of all, I'm not sure that they'd have to prove that because I'm not sure about the legal details.
That's how I've heard it from my pundits.
But
That's how
it does seem to me that they have to prove that he not only do they have to prove that he knew it was false, they have to prove it was false too. So you look at the first act in furtherance of the conspiracy. It says he made a speech falsely declaring victory, and about 4 days earlier, he discussed a speech with somebody else that falsely declared victory and falsely claimed voter fraud. That the speech was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. I'm skeptical.
It's question that. Well,
And
I mean, like I said, even the liberals out there are now saying that this is basically a witch hunt, and
well,
I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point.
I'm pointing out the things that I think are problematic. Either other parts that I think are less problematic. I think that all of it, or almost all of it, it has that element in it where he needs to believe that he almost needs to confess that he knew he had lost.
Yeah.
I got to get my glasses. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay.
And I believe that he thinks he won from his advisors as well. From that early stage.
See, I don't believe that. I believe he just wanted. He just wanted to be president. But good luck proving that he knew it.
Yeah.
So, which is worse, if he knew it, if he knew he lost and continued to take this line of action, or if he thought he won?
Yeah,
well, they've got to prove
good question.
Yeah, what's worse?
I think it's worse to. It's slightly worse, or significantly worse, to have known he lost and engaged in this effort to overturn the election.
I still find it quite hard to believe that he had 12 million more votes than Obama did when he won. I mean, it's fucking.
You're talking about Biden or Trump?
Yeah. The guy that couldn't get like even 50 people at an election rally.
Yeah. Well,
somehow he's got 12 million.
It was a case of people voting for the other.
Yeah, but I just thought that they would have had more sort of enthusiasm, to be stunning and brave and get the mixed race gentleman Obama in, but they want to get a dead person in instead.
But so here's, I don't know what his defense is going to be, but I'm going to suggest, this thought experiment. Suppose his defense is that not only did he think then that he had won the election and that he was defrauded out of it, but he still believes it.
Yeah.
Now how would the prosecution?
Will they say that's another case? Will they say that's another charge?
Right. I mean, how would they counter that? I mean, it seems like it's a hard thing to prove that there wasn't fraud. It's one of these proving a negatives that's very hard to prove.
Do we know when he's meant to be at court?
I assume it'll be years before this actually gets to a jury.
So it's still the case that there's no court case before the presidential election.
Oh, they'll sort that out. Don't worry.
I don't.
On a couple
I
of these
would.
cases.
Well, I don't know. Let's put it this way: if one side wants to run out the clock, I think they could probably do it until the 2024. Until November of 2024.
Right.
Because, like I said, it's 98 pages. It's an incredibly vast 98 pages, 41 criminal counts, and dozens of people. It is a very large and complex indictment. So,
Well,
yeah.
I seen an NPCC clip earlier, and I can never say
Well
it,
done,
so
man.
I just go to NPC. And one of their pundits, one of their sort of moderate pundits said, "Well, I'm really annoyed. Um, it looks like he's getting more popular as the indictments go on, and unless we can stop him from being able to run for a re-election, it's in a this is a huge problem in our democracy. I'm going, yeah, you're literally saying we have to do this. We have to fucking stop him, because if we don't stop him, he's a danger to our democracy. I'm thinking, you're the fucking danger, you weirdos.
And
You know
Interesting.
what I mean?
if I were to point out what I think are the least defensible and most problematic parts of the indictment, it's the parts where he's conspiring to develop alternate slates of electors for Georgia, and he's trying this with Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and he made a phone call to Michigan as well. Um, I think
This
those are
involved with the people who actually went and broke in.
there are. You mean like stole the voting machines or something like that?
Yeah, those people are involved in this too, aren't they?
Those are separate counts, and yeah, there's a lot of people involved in.
Okay.
It's not. It's I skimmed most of the other counts if they didn't have Trump's name in them, but I basically focused on the ones for which Trump was in charge, because the others, that's all just smoke and mirrors. If every one of them were to agree to roll over on Trump, they would all be, they could all plead guilty and not serve a day in prison.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that one of they're charging one of Trump's solicitors for literally just doing his job.
Several lawyers of Trump's lawyers are charged in this indictment.
And when you hear the case they've got against them, it'd be completely normal lawyer behavior, wouldn't it?
No, some of it is, but no, not all of it. It is. It really is a very large indictment. So I could point to things that are normal lawyer behavior. That I don't see them indicting things for things that are attorney-client discussions. I see them indicting for things where the lawyer called, somebody in the Georgia Secretary of State's office, or the lawyer called somebody who was arranging an alternate slate of electors. And the other guy who comes out as like a hero is Mike Pence, who he really withstood a lot of pressure from Trump.
Mr. Charisma.
Well, he stood his ground and said, "I'm supporting the Constitution. I can't do the things you say I can do, and I'm not even contemplating doing them." Wow, we traded McGran for RW.
That was just timing. Had my finger on the trigger to get you on here for 30 seconds. I was just waiting for the right moment.
It was actually conscious for Last Dance, because I am your guardian angel and I know all your sins there, buddy.
Oh, you don't know all my sins.
Anyway, thank you. Good to see you guys.
No, I mean,
good to see you too, man.
He's back. He's back.
Yeah, I'll be back again. Something's wrong.
It's okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when Last Stand said he's read the indictment, I literally was trying to get on the panel. Of course, you go mute for about a minute, but yeah, I'm glad you read it and you've given it your own sort of a take on it for what you've read. Because it's sort of similar to what I've been getting told, but it's the serious bits. I know there's a load of junk in there, but it's this, it's like the more serious bits, might catch him
Well,
out in the end.
hold off on that one until we see who it is, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a
All
shot
right.
face. Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, I know a lot of lawyers and judges, they reason by using previous examples in past cases and try and extend the reasoning to new cases. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know anything like this has ever happened before.
Right.
So I'm totally at a loss as to what precedents there are.
Well,
So
it's because of Donald Trump's stature. He's being given every leeway possible in his defense.
name one leeway? What's one leeway?
I'm saying he's being given every leeway possible. Well, one leeway is it was 30 minutes at the going into jail, getting booked in and getting bonded out. That's pretty nice, right? 30 minutes.
Wow.
That's
Last
special
dance.
treatment, right?
Doesn't seem like much of a leeway that they got him processed quickly.
Well, I'm just saying that due process is a painful thing, as you know, based Welshman. By the way, how was it in the clinker there? Did you do okay?
I'll bet he didn't. You didn't go into jail at all, did you?
No, just the police station.
All right. Anyway, I saw that you have my admiration for your resistance and your trespassing and whatever else that might have
you
been.
had my admiration
Nonetheless,
too.
you're out there, buddy. You're out there. So
Absolutely.
I'm not going to fault you for that.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, I can't talk about it, so
All right, don't talk about it.
Understood.
But anyway, even though I know you're a lunatic and you're a fucking right-wing Nazi goosewalker, I got to tell you anyway.
He says that lovingly, though, based.
I do.
I could tell by his tone.
Lee here. How you doing, Lee? In the chat. Let's see, Lee. Why does the system hate Trump so much, though? Asks Cup. The system, he's asking.
That's the boogeyman. That's like the aliens or those guys.
I'll entertain a very simple, straightforward answer. To the extent that it does, and I'm not saying that it does, to the extent that it does, it's because he hates the system.
No. It's because Donald Trump is a dick.
Because he's a threat.
Everybody knows it. The way he treats other people, the way he conducts business, he's a dick. If you ever ran into him in business, you would be saying, that guy's a dick.
Oh, you want to know who's a dick in business? Bill Gates. That's who's a dick in business.
Well, at least he's not trying to be president.
But I'm not saying this in a conspiracy-minded way. It's Trump does threaten the status quo in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
And the status quo fights back.
And I'm a grande, just like to say, when he mentioned Bill Gates and your response was, at least he's not trying to be president. Do you know anything about Bill Gates at all?
No,
in the
I
last
don't.
couple of years?
I will
let me narrow it down for you. Let me narrow it down for you. He's an old guy. Let me narrow this down for you, right?
You're the master of Bill Gates.
Right, let's look at the last 3 years. What's Bill Gates been trying to do for the last 3 years?
I don't know. I'm gonna bail on this one, buddy.
You're a fucking fruitcake, you are.
I'm not a fruitcake.
What's happening?
It's the usual. It's the Itchy and Scratchy show with
Hey,
McGrandy and Based.
You're out of prison, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out. He can't get too much into the weeds of it, but he did say.
Evidently, parts of it are still pending.
Yeah, basically, I got bail conditions.
Nice barbecue, man.
Well, welcome back anyway, Welsh.
Cheers, man.
Well, anyway, good evening to you, Drone Tech.
Well, I mean, it's not good to hear that you have to go through that, but I'm glad you're out at least.
Yeah.
Basically, they're doing me Drone Tech for just being on social media. They've nicked loads of us down there. Both four reporters or citizen reporters they've nicked.
They could try that here, but they would get lit up for it. Like, what's going on? Is anybody like bringing attention to it? Maybe I should.
No, there
Well,
weren't any secondary cameras there.
it's a little village of like. I can't talk.
Yeah,
So
don't even say it.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, man. That's
Sorry.
crap. You guys don't really
Exactly.
have like. Do you have the same like free speech rights and everything there? What was it like trespassing or you can't say? All right, never mind.
Yeah.
They do have free speech rights, but
Right,
it's
but
not.
I know, like
It's
here
not. It's not a constitutional amendment, so it's.
Right, I understand that, but like here in America, like you have certain rights on public property and that kind of thing. I don't know if he was on private or public.
No. Drone Tech, they did a Google search on him and they found out he was looking at Molotov cocktails.
No, that's not true.
Stop that, McGran. That's not funny.
It's a joke. I'm only kidding.
It's not a good joke.
I'm
Yeah,
only
I'm
kidding.
like, what?
I'm only kidding.
Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that at an airport, and don't say that on the stream either.
It's the liberal
I'm
way,
only
calling
kidding.
people Nazis and then trying to kill everyone. It's the
It's-
liberal way.
It's not a liberal way. It's
People are
me
calling me
saying
Nazis
that
right
you
now
are
on
a
Twitter.
victim. You are being targeted. Just your charges are just as outrageous as my comment. It's ridiculous. You are an innocent man, based.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You have an ally here.
Okay. You
Even
could
though I might
probably.
punch you in the nose if I ever met you.
What have you been drinking tonight, McGrande?
Lemonade.
It's green.
Nice. Extra sugar.
Yeah, quite a bit of sugar in there.
We have
Nice.
a lot of lemonade here in the South as well.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, but
Did you ever
more
see when Trump just a real quick memory I just had?
No.
It was
Go
When
ahead.
Trump-
Sorry.
Trump was going up against Hillary in a debate, and he just started mentioning she's been here for 30 years. She wants to stop this. She wants to stop that. She wants to clean up this. She hasn't done it in 30 years. I was like, ooh, damn. It was a great debate moment when he turned that.
I mean,
Yeah,
whatever
any-
you think,
Any
whatever you think
career
of Donald
politician,
Trump,
frankly.
She was Secretary of State under Obama, and she was married to the president before that. What the hell kind of power did she have to clean anything up?
well, she had loads of power. McGrande, don't you just miss Trump though for these sort of quips and these little comebacks and these roasts he does? I mean,
yeah.
surely.
Me?
I mean, he's so good at the roast.
No,
He's
See, that's
fucking
something
brilliant.
That's something that's kind of missing from the Republican Party is the ability to like come back and like stand up for what you believe in. Like too many
Yeah.
Republicans are afraid.
Donald Trump doesn't
And they
believe
can't
in
do it
you,
with it.
Drone Tech.
That's
He doesn't
why
believe
people.
in you, buddy.
That's why people like Ramaswamy a lot because he's really good at doing that. You know.
Yeah. He had an interaction with an LGBT person the other day, and I've got to say it. He answered it in such a way. He didn't back down, but he's so well to the way he articulated himself. It was very neutral,
Who's that?
but he had his core beliefs that
Who's
Vivek,
that? Who are you talking about?
that Vivek guy.
Ramaswamy.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know who he is. I apologize,
And
guys.
yeah, that trans person was respectful too in the end, and it sort of it was a really hard question to answer, and not like fuck it up for some parts, but he give it what he's So yeah, I think he's definitely VP sort of territory, isn't he? Let's be honest about it. Be a good combo.
You talking about Ramaswamy?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, totally. That's what he's going for, I think.
yeah.
He'll
He
be
said
Trump.
he would.
So look.
He said if elected, he
becomes
would
Trump's
immediately
VP.
pardon
Trump gets
Go ahead.
in prison. Trump makes gives Ramaswamy like any powers he needs to pardon Trump. Case closed. Or no, I'm sorry. Since
Trump
Trump's
could pardon
in prison-
himself if he's elected.
Look. Since Trump was in prison, Ramaswamy would just take over at that point, right? Because Trump's in prison, and if you go down the chain of command, it'd be him, obviously.
Does
Then he
prison
pardons
take
Trump,
his chain of
and
command?
Trump comes back.
Being in prison doesn't make you not the president.
No, I know, but I'm saying like they could just say like Ramaswamy's taking over because Trump's in prison, and then Ramaswamy just immediately pardons Trump.
That's
and then
not
Trump's
a
out.
that's not a constitutional reason for the vice president to take over. He would have to
It's not?
resign. No,
How do you know that?
there's no. It's not in the Constitution. If the president, first of all, the president can,
Well,
as far as anybody knows, the president can pardon himself.
no.
For federal
okay,
crimes.
well that too, but like if the president's unable to carry out his duties because he's in prison, would that
There
not
are, yeah, there's the 25th Amendment, I think, has procedures for when that's the case.
right
When
so
the president is unable to, but
Right, so
that's
I'm
a
saying
bizarre
that'd be a good plan.
situation.
That'd be a good plan.
Yeah, but I think they would literally have Secret Service in
Hey.
prison protecting him.
Hello.
Hi, buddy.
How you
We
doing?
got big mosquitoes flying around us right now.
Uh,
I keep trying to like blow them away.
That's funny, man. Cute little guy.
all right.
He's my little buddy. The other ones are out here camping for the night.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
I hope those are good bug nets.
Oh man, look at that. You ready?
Oh man.
Hey, can,
They're
can,
playing Switch.
can I ask?
Oh, come
can I ask
on,
you, is,
man.
is the weather starting to change up there?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's a nice, cool night. It's
starting
like
to change down here.
low 70s tonight. Yeah.
It's starting to change down here. I got to tell you guys up north, it's starting to change down here.
It feels good. I like.
Yeah, it's
First
global
bug
boiling.
out
Global
today.
boiling, is it?
No, it's calming down. I got to tell you,
Oh,
Base, this
it's
is
the
a hot
weather's getting
summer.
better, McGrand, but the hurricanes are waking up.
No, it's not. You know what? We got El Nino. We got El Nino. Don't worry about it. We got. You know what that means? We
Child.
got,
She's your maid.
Nine.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about natural? Are you talking about natural climate cycles?
Yes,
Yes.
Ah,
El Nino's been a
was
thing.
I
extraordinary.
thought
It's
it
an
was all
anomaly.
human. I
Shut
thought it was
the
all
fuck
human
up,
made.
Base. Let me explain. So what happens is this happens every like 3 or 4 years. So right
I know,
now,
mate. I
that's
know.
what counts.
I'm being ironic.
That
I'm
right
being
now,
ironic.
what's going on is we've got an active El Nino, very powerful. That means Australia's screwed. They got droughts and shit like that. But guess what we get? We get water, except for us. And on the southeast coast of Florida, we got winds that prevailing winds that just fuck up those hurricanes coming across.
Cool. Yeah, and speaking of droughts that you just mentioned, for the first time in a very long time, most of California is out of drought.
Yep,
which
yep.
is incredible. And
I said
but
this a long
boiling
time
again.
ago. Every drought that I've ever been in Florida has ended with a tropical event.
So in
Hurricane,
Australia,
tropical storm, whatever.
yeah, but in Australia a couple of years ago there was wildfires in Australia again,
Yeah.
and it
Oh
is
yeah, I was there when it was tearing it up.
Yeah, I mean it was horrific. There was loads of Australians caught out to
Yeah.
the speed of it, etc. Anyway, and it was horrific, obviously, but it was a natural event. The year later, there was floods. There was flooding, and the flooding was fucking off the scale.
They
You know
called
what
out
that
that
also-
fire as a natural event. I thought they
Yeah.
called out arson.
Sorry.
I thought they
It
called out
may-
arson for that fire. Sorry.
it may have been triggered by arson, some of them.
Yeah.
But I do believe that one thing, this was one of the, an early version of don't say that, say this, is I remember hearing these interviews with Australians, and they were saying, there's so much overgrown crap and brush in the outback right now. It's insane. Like, they never burned it properly. Like,
the
they
locals know. The locals know,
Right.
don't they?
They're like,
Yeah.
of course,
No.
this eventually is going to happen. Look at this. It's fucking crazy how much underbrush there was. But no, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You know, like, don't.
I mean, the
no.
locals are saying we were overdue a big fire. We thought we were going to win like last year or the year before, but now it's come this year or whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't believe that at all, Based. I think
Don't
you're
you?
making that up.
No, mate. What Steve just said, right, is 100% true. I've seen similar interviews with Australians at that time, and they were saying this was going to happen because it's a build-up of dead trees and just
So
natural,
So who is responsible for taking care of nature. I mean, you're the naturalist. Your
Well,
emphasis
of
was
all
all
accounts,
this global warming and all these fires are a natural process. And
Well,
you're saying that these guys knew there was a bunch of dead wood out there, and what were they supposed to do?
controlled burns.
yeah, it's,
Right.
and,
They didn't do that.
Not
and
enough
it's the same in California as well. There's been a lot where they haven't controlled burned them. I mean,
what's up?
and they've done this for decades. They've got to do it. You know, they know what they've got to do. So if you don't do it,
Who was
eventually,
they?
2-3 years down the road, the
The
forestry, the
forests,
people,
yeah.
the forestry people and stuff.
Okay.
But you
I-
also have to consider the trees in Australia because it's mostly all eucalyptus, which is highly flammable even when it's green.
Hawaii,
That's
you mean?
very different as well.
Yeah, eucalyptus. Okay.
Were you
I've
talking
been
about
to the
Hawaii?
eucalyptus forest in
No, we're talking about Australia here.
Francisco.
Like, remember?
San Francisco has a eucalyptus forest, man. You got to check that place out. You can drive through it. You can smell it. Holy shit!
I mean,
it's like
I-
cough drops.
I mean, in Greece, there was loads of fires, right? And I believe, I'll try and check and find out, there were 75 people arrested as arsonists. 75.
Oh, please.
I'll check it now. I'll check it now.
When were the fires in Greece?
This week.
Oh wow, okay.
So if you went back like a week to 2 weeks, you'll see the headlines now.
Let's look at it.
What-
It's the
what's
end of
Lee-
August, almost September.
What's
For
Lee
the most
saying?
part, it's dry everywhere, right?
Last dance.
I don't understand it. I mean, it worked for everybody else. So if he's talking about the StreamYard link, it's everybody else used it.
Yeah, I used it.
I used the shit out of it.
Here, I'll do it again.
Thanks for putting on the bed, babe.
Thanks, babe.
I'm gonna
Teamwork.
Yep.
Out in the bed. I didn't have to deal
I'm
with
gonna
it.
doctor my lemonade here.
But I'm gonna be the one to stay up because these kids are going to come in the middle of the night. So that'll
You think
probably
it'll take that
Fine.
long? How long do the batteries last on the Switch?
Oh,
My
they have
Switch
power out there. They have
about
power.
5
Like,
hours my batteries last.
lighting and everything. It's like full amenities in that tent.
Air conditioning.
Not that. That's the only thing they don't have.
I don't want to
I
bore
can probably
everybody.
hook it up in there though. If there's some sort of like plug-in AC unit, I can get it in there.
Lee, type this into YouTube. Type what into YouTube? Oh, President Ronald Reagan's best to me. I think he wants us to post the link to this.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Just to give Magrande the heads up here. This was on the Oh, he's not there, is he? It was on the BBC yesterday. 79 arrests in Greece. I was a bit under when I said 75. There we go.
79
It's 79 arrests. You can bring it up. Bring it up if you want to, Steve.
for arson.
Yep.
That's a lot of arson.
Does it look
Oh,
like
great.
targeting or was it random?
Well, it was obviously targeted. If it was 79 people lighting fires across the country, yeah. If you bring it up if you want to, it's the BBC for Magrande, you know, trusted source.
So what you're suggesting is there's an organization of recent immigrants in Greece that are running around starting fires throughout the country
Did he just say
in a
immigrants?
coordinated manner.
He did.
Did
You
he
caught that? That was an interesting insert.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, go to the headline. The headline shows it. 79.
Wow.
That was yesterday.
I mean, I can't imagine who these sick bastards are.
Wait,
Oh
You
yeah,
guys are gonna
just
go with me to go get some beer.
all
Yeah,
those
no
green,
problem, buddy.
all those green people in it.
Man,
All those green
I
people.
feel
Well,
for you there.
it's clearly coordinated. Obviously, there isn't 79 random fucking people. There's
Exactly.
79. You know,
Lunatics, yeah, random lunatics as well. Do you know what I mean?
there's probably some that hopped on, but there's definitely some coordination, at least among a good majority of those people. You gotta
Yeah.
think.
Do you think anybody had like motorcycles and sidecars and long leather coats that were driving around
Well,
the countryside with
I think it was a
petrol?
flash mob.
Should we say they were liberals? Should we say they were liberals? A bit left
No.
wing?
I think it's a bunch of
No,
partisans.
no.
Sounds
There was
like
those
partisans.
Nazis, was it? Was it the Nazis
No,
lighting
it's
fires in Greece?
It's not the Nazis, it's the communists. The partisans and their sidecars are out there fighting the Nazis. It's in Greece, right?
Three at a
That's
time.
right there, man. That's like
Climate change is real.
well, Greece is the battleground between like Yugoslavia and Europe and
You want to pull that up?
communists. Greece has always been fluid.
Is there actually a real difference between Based and McGrandy on climate change? Are you guys just like picking on each other? Or do you both have differing? Actually, have
Oh yeah,
differing-
they're opposites, man.
Yeah.
okay.
Wait, RW, you can speak to me directly.
Somebody on a rocket ship?
I was asking the whole group at the same time to get a consensus. I'm not trying to say that you wouldn't give an answer. I was just trying to get a consensus.
Oh, okay. Well, their consensus may be inaccurate.
Is it accurate?
It's possible.
What's going on there with that
What
noise?
the fuck is that?
He's going to get beer.
It's drone tech driving.
It's drone.
Where
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
Joe,
just muted
stay
him.
on mute if you're not talking,
Get
man.
me a beer, goddammit.
He's already muted.
Oh, there he goes.
Let me
Right.
unmute him, and can I adjust his mic settings?
I
I think I can.
If you want
give it a
background
try.
noise-
There's not much
just-
you can do to somebody else.
if
Not
you
much
want
I can do to
background-
somebody else.
Yeah, but
We
if you
should,
want
time
background
stamp
noise,
when he
why
runs.
didn't he just stick his fan on
Steve,
again? If he sticks
I
his fan
actually
on,
think
it'll annoy everyone.
You should not let him incriminate himself.
Steve, you've got a new mic, haven't you, now, which cuts out your fan noise, which is
No.
crazy. Isn't it?
It's a new app. I think it's somebody pointed out. It's probably
You got
what is
there
that?
Fast.
What's that thing
I think
called?
it's called-
Reality?
Only
Voice
fan.
meter?
Only
Whatever
fans.
reality it is. Virtual reality,
Like right next to my
VR.
house.
So they have a VR thing now to cancel sound based
That
Welshman.
works. That works.
Wow.
Do an interview in there, Drone Tech.
Is it a drive-through beer store? It might be. They have those.
Holy
I haven't
shit.
seen that since Australia, man.
Well,
They
where does
have
he
them-
live? Ohio, I think he lives in.
Yeah, he said that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they have drive-through beer in Ohio. Maybe
They
in
don't have it in North
Texas.
Carolina.
In Texas, or one of the states, they have drive-through cocktails.
We got drive-through down here.
Drive-through
Really?
cocktails. They'll spin you up a drink, and you take it with a lid. As long as you don't put that straw through the lid, it's a closed container, and you're fine. Once the straw punches through, blue lights, baby. They're waiting for it.
Once that straw goes through, you broke the law.
Right.
We got drive-through beer down here.
I'm sure somebody's figured out some sort of a device where you can put it down in your cup holder, and there's some sort of a spike that'll go into it that you can like drink, but the cop won't see you. There's got to be a way, and I'm sure
You
they
can't
watch it.
crack the lid.
I got to tell you guys that before I got my just after I got my driver's license, it was not illegal in the state of Florida to have an open container in your car. You could not be drunk, but it was not illegal to have an open container in your car. Those
And
are
it
the
would-
good old
I
days,
mean-
man.
They've definitely cracked down in Australia. It's definitely
It's because the horses drove, not you, back when you were.
wow. Amish pride, brother.
No, I had a Roadrunner, man.
I'm like 5 years younger than he is, so.
But look how young and virile I look.
That's true. I have to give you that much credit.
When was the wildfires in Canada? Was it mid-July?
It's still
They're-
now.
I think
They're still
so.
going,
I don't
think
know.
so. That's
but
fine.
I think
What
they
was the name
started
of
in
that place?
mid-July. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they've made 10 arrests in Canada.
Cool. He's
Yeah.
ordering it up.
Did I see the words Bud Light at background there?
Might be. It looked blue.
Ultra.
Yeah, I saw Ultra.
That's got to be
It's-
Michelob Ultra, right?
Yeah, it's Miller Lite.
Michelob water.
Yeah, all those jocks. You ever guys know any pro athletes? They all love like that stuff.
What's
Well,
the?
I mean, they're after low carb, but the
Right.
taste.
Yeah, they're all
Trash.
doing the low carb shit, and it's like, whoa, man, that was.
But what's the
fast.
point if you're going to drink 12 of them? I mean, you're still drinking a shit ton of carbs.
Exactly. You're better off with like Budweiser or Beck's or something that's at least 5%.
I
Gotta
think
go for that 5% drone tech.
the new thing is no carbs at all in the beverage. So the only sugar you're going to get or carbs is after your body metabolizes the alcohol and turns it into sugar,
Well,
basically.
Steve, we all understand that. The Vikings and the Pilgrims, they all needed beer because it was food.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Real beer.
And we all know we've gone through food replacement for the sake of drinking our beers, man. So you got to keep that shit jimmied up. The higher the alcohol content, the more the oats and
during the Black Death in England, in London,
Yeah.
obviously specifically.
Fleas.
Well, what it was that they found out that alcoholics were surviving, and it was because they were getting infected from the water. So there was people there that just drunk permanently because the alcohol killed the germs. But obviously, the people that were drinking the water,
fleas wouldn't bite the drunks because they stunk so bad. But maybe that's not the reason.
That's what it was.
It was to do with it got in the process it cleared the germs that was causing the Black Death.
Yeah, sterilizing the water.
It's bubonic plague,
sterilizing.
Man. That's a bacterial infection. It can't clear the germs. That had to be a different reason. They weren't getting sick for some reason.
I'm just telling you what the score is.
All right. I'll accept that.
Yeah, my understanding is that it was spread through fleas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They carried
People
the
thought it
bacterial
was.
infection.
People had the misconception that it was rats, but in
No,
actuality, it was
Rats were carriers.
It was the fleas that were on the rats.
Well, the rats carried it, and the fleas transferred it from the rats.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until you got the cats that the shit started to change.
What was the actual pathogen? I know the Black Plague as a name, but what was the actual pathogen?
It's bubonic plague. It's still prevalent today.
It's a bacteria.
Yeah, I'll have to take that back. So what was the alcohol bit about then? Sterilizing. What was that?
That would be more for people that were getting like diarrhea and stuff from the water. It's like like third world countries. It's sometimes safer to drink out of beer or than water.
There are two separate things going on here, and what you're talking about is absolutely correct. The alcohol, like in Spain and even in Latin America, people drink alcohol because it was the only safe liquid, because everything was fucked up. Nobody knew about bacteria, so nobody knew how to boil water or any of that crap. And so fermented alcoholic beverages generally are not going to kill you with bacteria.
It'd be quite tempting, like if you were clued up to realise that actually, if you just drink alcohol, you're gonna have an easier life. You're not gonna get as ill as often.
You know what?
But you're gonna be pissed all the time.
Twist my arm on that one. Yeah.
I think, Base, you can see the timeline there, the little hidden timeline, way before us and way after us. There's going to be people that are going to be adhering to that philosophy.
Yeah, I remember seeing
going, buddy. They're going to keep.
I remember seeing a program where this is how it's coming back. That there was a problem because there was a lot of people just pissed all the time. Because they did realize after a while that it was sort of protecting them, I suppose, and they were just pissed.
That reminds me of an old movie, guys. I don't know if you ever remember this. It was called Cold Turkey.
Yes.
It was the comedy. It was a
With
story about a whole
Dick Van
town.
Dyke.
I think so. It was a whole town.
We're on YouTube last dance. You got to be careful.
Okay.
It was going to be
Dyke Van Dyck.
It was going to be a whole town that was going to get paid big money if they quit smoking.
Quit smoking. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it in the theaters. That's how old it was.
I know. Me too. I did too.
And Dick Van Dyke, was he like a priest in the town or a minister that was trying to lead them on?
I don't know, but all I can remember is everybody coughing up. The whole start of the movie was fantastic because it starts like a quiet little town. And
you know what I remember from that movie? The only thing
in the morning, and the old ladies are going out on the back porch hawking it up, man, coughing up all that mucus. The whole town were smokers. It was fucking hilarious.
The thing I remember about that movie, it's the only scene I remember, is somebody kicks a small dog because they're so jittery and angry at having to quit smoking. and the dog, is theatrically launched through the air like a football for 100 yards. That
Sounds like
wouldn't,
Monty Python.
wouldn't pass muster these days.
Cold Turkey. Try and find it, fellas.
Don't bother. It wasn't a good movie.
Oh no, that was
I
They
prefer
did a play on that joke, and there's something about Mary when he shocked the dog, and they threw it out the window or whatever the hell happened there.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember the
real
dog
quick,
scene at all. I just
Real
remember
quick,
the hollering in the morning.
back to the water thing. Like in equatorial regions of the world, they figured out like if you bottle water and lay it out on like sheet metal in the middle of the day for a couple of hours, it tests for zero life after a certain amount of time in the sun.
Dude, I saw that on Dual Survival. It's something that happens with the molecules. They create free radicals in the water as long as it's exposed to ultraviolet light.
Ultraviolet, right?
Yeah.
Free radicals are never
and within like a period of 5 or 6 hours, it's supposed to be completely safe to drink. Which I don't know if I would do it, but I saw that on Dual Survivor. Discovery.
Did they use plastic bottles?
Oh yeah.
They used plastic bag.
Oh
yeah. I saw it on like
bag. And yeah, he was reluctant after a couple out. Well, they're out in the booties,
I saw it on like a nature show, like a good GBH, we call it. That's our local PBS channel. But yeah, it just showed these people lining up like 100 plastic bottles that they would reuse until they started leaking. So yeah, I know what you're getting at, RW. Yeah. That plastic is breaking down like crazy.
Yeah, you can't.
I mean, dude, it's gross. I've had plastic.
You're free radicaling, but you're getting toxins.
Well,
I guess that's
a survival scenario. So it's.
No, I'm not. Trust me, I would drink the water. I'm just thinking out loud.
I know you are, and you're correct, because guess what? You're getting all those lifetime products in your bloodstream anyway. So
Biscuit looks like the Godfather there.
Yeah, what is
I got an offer you can't refuse.
I'll be like Luca Brasi when he's like, I hope your son is a masculine son. That guy is so awkward. And then, of course, Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes. And it's a stretch, but our boy Duke, I think that's what he took his name from. Duke
really?
Brasi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's a huge movie guy, and that's his humor. He's going to take the name of the guy that sleeps with the fishes, Brasi.
Right, I'm out of here, lads. Sorry, man. I'm just dropping off. I'll be in the chat anyway, listening in.
Well, it was good talking to you, Based. Good luck with your case.
All the best.
Yeah, cheers, pal.
Hey, see you later, Base. Good talking to you, buddy.
Cheers, Ryan.
I'm gonna get refreshed again. Be right back.
Go for it.
I'm thinking hot dogs. I'm enjoying the conversation, but a little bit. Hot dog, delicious.
Nice.
Did you take them out of the wrapper first?
Oh,
yeah, it just adds flavor. You're good.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I've seen that with those the ones that are individually wrapped, like whatever brand that is. You ever see those?
Oh yeah,
individual ones. No.
You get them from the deli. They have a thin layer of plastic on each dog. If you're not careful, you gotta like.
Have you guys ever gone to like? Have you guys ever gone to like any place and gotten like actual hot dogs? Not from the store, but from like what do you call that? The butcher market, meat marketplace.
A butcher? You mean like something they make?
Or like a farm or something? A farm. That's the best ones I ever had. From a farm, yeah. They were like these long, skinny, like hot dogs. They were freaking. Yeah, from the butcher. My wife said. Yeah.
So you're saying that they're making those things there? They're not just reselling them, right?
Oh no, they're making the hot dogs there, and they are like the best hot dogs I've ever had. They're so
is it
good.
the same texture, like paste, or is it more of a sausage?
It's sort of, what would you say, Bay? Like a sausage? It's kind of in between. Yeah, it's a hot dog. I mean,
Yeah, hot dog. So it's
yeah, it's
worked
just a hot
fat.
dog. I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah. The closest I would say to that, even though it is like a processed hot dog, would be like Nathan's hot dogs. Have you guys had those?
Okay. Of course.
They're pretty good,
So,
but they're
so
not really like
drone
these.
drone tech,
They're,
forgive me. What part of the country are you from?
I'm in Ohio.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
But yeah, there's these farms you can go to, and they're slaughtering the animals right there.
Yeah, are they Mennonites or Amish?
No, not even Amish, just regular folks out there with farms. Yeah, yeah,
Nice. That's basically an American sausage.
yeah. It's freaking great, dude. It's the best hot dogs I've ever had. My wife's parents get them, and they're really good. I love them.
Cool. Good deal.
I think it's the skin that you like.
Yeah, the skin's good too. Yeah,
Something they're using.
yeah, for sure.
The snap. I don't.
It's
I
like
don't
an
know.
intestine
I
or
don't know.
something.
I'm not a hot dog expert, but I'm thinking I like sausages though.
Oh yeah, I like
So,
sausages.
and you know what? We're talking about the old shit with the bubonic plague and all that crap, and the wine and sausage is like a major survival. They smoke it. They take all their scraps and pack it in there, and they smoke it, and it's like they're preserving meat, you know,
Oh yeah.
Totally.
and without salt or with
yeah.
salt.
Where we moved from, they have a living farm there that you can go to at one of the state parks. It used to be really close to where we lived, but you go there and they have people living like they would have like 100, 200 years or 150 years ago.
Awesome.
100, yeah, in the 1800s, and they have this house where they're smoking meat, like actually smoking meat inside of it. Or it's not, yeah.
like biscuits smoking over there.
Vaping.
Looking good. You're in the
Biscuit bait.
you're outdoors. Yeah, dude. Get some air, Biscuit. Get some
That's
air.
it. Yeah.
So, Biscuit, what's the temperature over there?
Probably about 11 degrees C.
If I can pick this up.
11 degrees. So what's that, like
Just like
45 degrees or something?
Yeah, it's not that.
Dang it.
Oh,
Sorry.
shit. Good for you, man. Fucking cooking
Some nice
here.
fresh air.
I envy you because we're sizzling over here. What about you, Drone Tech? You feeling the heat?
That's pretty cool tonight, actually. It's low
nice.
70s, like I would say
Wow.
like 70 maybe or 68, something like that.
How about you, RW?
It was super humid out there and muggy, so it was probably around 80 something.
What part of the country? Just give me a quarter.
That's the foothills of North Carolina, so a bit of elevation.
North Carolina, really? East of the mountains?
Yeah, east of the
Okay.
foothills.
Oh, you got the easterly breeze today too. Me too. You got a storm coming up there, buddy. By the way.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. We need the rain though.
Yep, you'll get the rain too.
I was going to ask. We were talking about tobacco and stuff. Is in your states, is cigarettes more popular or chewing tobacco? Because in North Carolina, it's definitely chewing tobacco.
It's cigarettes down here.
Is it? Does Florida?
Nobody chews in the urban areas. So that means you're right on the foothills. That's your thing. You just gave yourself away. Because if you were like 50 miles east of there, you wouldn't have any of that chewers anyway.
Yeah.
But you know why? Because North Carolina is beautiful, man. Especially right there in the foothills on the east side. That's where all the tobacco is grown. You're driving down the road, you see those family farms, tobacco everywhere.
I can get it right now, man.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It just needs topping up.
End of the summer. End of the summer is when the crop comes
What
in.
is that?
Lettuce. The water's empty.
It looks like tobacco there, Biscuit Bates, by the way.
Does it? It's romaine lettuce, but it's a bit wilty because it's got no water left.
Well, tobacco's a little bit longer, but it looks like that from the roadside.
It's a noxious weed, man. If it ever is allowed to get out, it's a noxious weed.
Yeah, it sucks everything out of the soil too.
So here, RW in Yankee, Massachusetts, it's all smoking. And vaping is all but illegal here. Tobacco vaping.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. You have to get the E-liquid, the shit that's the liquid by itself, and then you like load up a proper vaping device with this liquid, like the thing Biscuit does. So you go and buy a flavor, a bottle, and it's mostly vegetable glycerin with nicotine and what they call terpenes, which are just flavonoids. And
flavonoids.
You know what a terpene is, right?
No, I don't. But flavonoids makes me think of cannabinoids. So
right, there you go. But yeah, you can't get like any of the little quick and easy vapes here like you could back in the day when people were trying to quit smoking. You could get them, but now in some towns, some of the less than savory business owners took to selling the vapes to every fucking teenager that came in and asked for it. All the moms and dads in these towns found out who owned these stores. They outed them all, but then that also did create a massive nicotine addiction problem in like high schoolers. Like the correction by the people in the big white, house on the hill was, we're going to ban all vaping. So then now all the people who were smokers who were like, oh shit, that was helping me quit, are now screwed, and they have only cigarettes, or they have to learn this the intricate art of e-liquids or electronic vaping. Like
that's why you got to stay pure with your addictions. You got to
that right there.
In North Carolina, I'm pretty sure that you can buy the glycerin and flavors, but it doesn't come with nicotine. So I believe they have to somehow mix their own.
Okay.
So it's like a weird.
What could go wrong?
The only problem with nicotine is if you let it get any sunlight to it, it's destroyed in hours.
Wow. Okay. So
also extremely toxic in concentration.
You buy it there ready to go. Like, what's your flavor right now, Biscuit?
This one is peach raspberry.
And how do you know how much nicotine you're getting or is in there? Like,
it's 2%. So it's like the bottle states how much is in.
Is that high, middle, or low? Like, what are
it's the highest? It's the highest we're allowed here in the UK.
But how does that relate to an actual cigarette? Like, if you smoke
well, it's 20 milligram, which is about 16 less than most cigarettes.
For the whole cartridge?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, per milligram.
Okay. It's definitely a science I don't understand. Do you worry about popcorn lung at all?
Absolutely not, because that's never. It's not even an issue. Popcorn lung was only a issue with diacetyl, which was related to buttery flavors, and they actually banned it from e-liquids. Not the government, but the e-liquid. Like the people who make the e-liquids, they decided to band together and say no diacetyl in any liquids because it's not good for our business.
They don't like paying out insurance policies.
Well, the thing is, popcorn lung was never actually a thing in e-liquid. They just related it to one incident that happened in a popcorn factory, and we're like, yeah, we don't want that. But the funny fact is,
I guess there's some misinformation out there then.
Oh yeah, the funny fact is, there's more diacetyl in a cigarette than there is in any historic e-liquid.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. There's a whole industry with that here that's constantly changing. And it does suck that they.
But diacetyl itself is not dangerous when it's in food form. When it's already infused into your popcorn, it's perfectly safe. It's only when it's in the air in large quantities.
Sublimed.
Right.
Yes. Thanks for that cup of tea.
Aftermarket. Right. That's what I was going to say. The vapes that were coming from overseas, the illegal
the marijuana ones.
Yeah, dude. Those were bad. Because I know a guy who was sort of a, player, and he had gotten all of these, and he was trying to move them or whatever. And he was like, these were like 1 grammers, which would go for like $100 if you were buying them at the legal dispensary. And this dude was selling them for like $20 to $30. it was like, dude, these things are fucking gonna kill somebody, you know. But
The upped the amount of liquid by adding vitamin E acetate, which was the deadly substance.
to raise the volume,
Yeah.
that
To
makes
raise the thickness volume because it's like an oil.
Strange
But
how
that oil went straight to people's lungs and caused emphysema, and they just couldn't breathe and they died.
terrible. And that right around that time when all these things were flooding the illicit market is when people developed all these problems that you're talking about. And
Yeah.
that's when they started explaining, like, you're not
I
just
think it was called dank vapes or something. The most prolific one that was the one that was selling illegally.
yeah. I don't recognize the name. I never liked vaping at all. I'm always a cannabis flower guy, as they say, or buds or weed, Yeska, Mota, little Mary Jane.
what is ruling on cannabis over in across the pond there?
Over here in UK,
Yeah.
I think they're thinking about legalizing it for medical use, but at the minute it's illegal.
What is the populist vote? Is everybody pretty much not caring about it?
There are some small factions that are like woke and don't want it, but I'd say most people don't care.
Not want it. Wouldn't the woke want it? That's a strange comment to me.
No, like I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like they're just like the Karens of the of the world is what I'm trying to say.
That term makes more sense in context.
Yeah.
Indeed. But from what I've heard, it's extremely common and popular over there.
Oh yeah.
It's a huge culture for it.
My brother smokes it. My friends smoke it. Pretty much 30% of this street smokes it.
And plenty of grows going on here and there, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
It's not hard with the technology these days to bang out whatever, a little closet, and people can do pretty well for themselves.
Yep.
In an illicit market with a little group of people like you're saying right there. It's cash crop, baby.
Yeah. Talking about vaping oil?
I guess
we're just talking about weed.
Just weed.
There's really two questions. One is the legality, but the other is enforcement.
CBD is perfectly legal, but THC is not.
Do cops seek out marijuana users and?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But
THC is not legal?
THC is not legal, no, but CBD is.
Well, what a farce. That means you guys are all sleepy with big red eyes.
I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, I would say if you were to able to synthesize or remove 100% of the nicotine from a cigarette and put it directly into your bloodstream, you're going to be fucked up. That's for damn sure. Die? Who knows?
We don't recommend that here.
No, I mean, supposedly they say Motley Crue used to mainline booze. I mean, you want to talk about a burn? God almighty.
I've heard of going in the other end with booze, but not shooting it up. Jeez.
Right. Those guys had it tough in the old days. They would buy a pack of bologna, and they have bologna and heroin. So that
I got a comment.
When heroin ran out, you had some bologna.
I got to give you guys some perspective on biscuits. Last comment there. There was a story. It was actually, I think it was a British family, man. They were lost at sea in the Pacific, and the mother was she was a nurse. She was an RN, and she actually administered the fluids via the enema because there was greater retention.
Well, it gets to the bloodstream, doesn't it? Straight up the rectum.
Yeah, and it was greater retention, and which is a weird little thing.
Filtering out the salt in the same process.
Yeah, and this
No, it wasn't salt water. It was fresh water. They collected the fresh water. from
Okay.
I
rainfall
just
and
heard,
everything else. And she chose to administer to her children the fresh water that way. And
Okay, I misheard that story then.
yeah, on the morning radio show I choose to listen to other than NPR. This is why I like it, more fun. They featured a news story about these people now who are putting booze into their butt. Yeah, like you guys were just saying, but this is now resurging again. Like,
People have
Wow.
died.
you can die. You can go from 0.0 to like 0.30 in like 5 minutes for
yeah, the
alcohol.
absorption is higher rate.
It's
Yeah,
insane.
but if you do it down south, what do you know when they do the breathalyzer? Will it come up?
Oh yeah.
Well, they just
Absolutely.
stick a breathalyzer in
Once
your
it's in the
ass.
bloodstream,
They ask you to fart, and then
Yeah, but what I mean is you've not ingested it. That you're not getting it coming through your breath, are you? Surely.
Well, Biscuit, let's put it this way. You probably have a greater timeline before it'll show up on the test, and between the time you consumed it and the test results prove it.
It'll show up on a breathalyzer if you.
I was gonna
will,
say, I think
because
that's how
it's
it works
bloodstream.
because it's in your bloodstream. That's
Yeah,
why
you
it's
might have an
Exactly.
extra half an hour, maybe. Who knows?
also,
Maybe
if
an
the
hour.
cop asks you, "Have you had anything to drink?"
Yeah, say no.
Nope.
Haven't.
just a bottle.
I've had a very large enema, but that's beside the point.
If you're
Yeah,
at
that's
0.3, you
why I
wouldn't
have
be
a
driving anyway.
5-gallon bucket in the back seat.
Right.
My nose is freezing.
Wow. I envy you, dude. It's so fucking hot here. It's
I
been
can't believe
baking.
you said it was what 11 over there.
About 11 degrees C. Yeah.
And did we come up with the?
It was like 31, our side.
No, warmer than that.
Okay, 45.
That sounds better.
Damn.
51.8.
Wow.
Man, I wish.
Me too.
Awesome.
Me too.
Yeah,
I mean-
11 degrees C.
I'm at 770 Fahrenheit right here, and that
Good
is a
for you
pretty damn
guys.
nice temperature.
Good for you.
Well, I'm at 80, so I'm not too clappy.
It's
Oh,
like I
70's
said,
good.
this is the hottest summer I've ever been through down here, man. It's starting to come around.
It's been a cool summer here, relatively speaking.
Oh, shit. Dude, I'm telling you, it's baking. It's
I'm a bit higher up north, though. I think on the on latitude.
than me for
So,
sure.
Can I
You're like
jump
New
in real
York,
quick?
dude.
Of course. What's up?
I know
buddy?
we're talking about the weather and all, but
All right.
I kind of missed. I know that Last Dance had talked a lot about the legal, like when he thought about the legal case against Trump. So, what are you saying that? Do you have legal background, Last Dance?
I do not. I have an interest, but no
Okay,
no
I'm just
particular
wondering,
knowledge.
You think there? It seems like there might be some legitimacy to it, or
I honestly, I mean, there are parts of it that I think seem wrong in terms of that, that they shouldn't be in there.
Yeah.
Like I said, the funny thing is, it's so much of it seems to hinge on the claim. Its claim is repeated 1,000 times in the indictment, in all the counts and in all the acts, that Trump made knowingly false claims.
right?
And what if he thinks they're true?
Right. I know. It's like you have to be psychic. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to be psychic to know that.
So you are endorsing his naivety as a defense?
Well, you don't have to endorse it. You just have to prove that it's wrong. That
No,
it's
you don't
proven.
have to prove it. The state has to prove that he is not naive.
No.
I don't
That's-
even. Here's another thing. I think the state has to prove that it's false. What if he's?
Well, the state
Right.
has. Well, no.
Let me ask you this, McGran. How do you prove that the election was not fraudulent?
Well, thank God we have the benefit of the emails, the texts between him and his fellow
Right.
conspirators.
No, hold on. Stop. Can we just stop on that real quick? Okay, so
Well, you're
yes, and
missing.
no.
my-
No, well, hold on, because you're gonna go into like
I'm
rigged.
stopping.
You're gonna go into like
Stopping.
you're gonna go into stolen election stuff. I want to know about the rigged election stuff. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to like take this off course, but like they definitely rigged the election. We know for a fact that the government lied. The media went along with it. Big tech went along with it. They suppressed and censored real news, right? That could have swayed the
all
election.
respect, my friend. You're not providing us any evidence or anything. This is a canned response that's been going on for 2 years.
No, it's not canned. It's not canned. I know all about it, dude, front and back.
Well, provide us with a 3-minute argument. We'll be happy to sit back.
Right. So the Hunter Biden laptop story was real. All the stuff on that was real. It's legitimate. But yet the media, instead of acknowledging that, Joe Biden and Blinken hatched that whole plan of getting these intelligence officials to say it was Russian disinformation. And so, like, when that story broke from the New York Post, they disseminated that. The media went along with it. Then big tech censored not just the story, but the New York Post also. They banned them on Twitter. At least they got banned. And so that story, there's polls out there that show that if people had known about that story, it would have swayed their vote. And so by casting that story as like Russian disinformation, and the media and everybody else being like, "Oh yeah, it is definitely, yeah."
Well, it's not the vote itself though that was fraudulent, though, was it? What you're saying there is that.
Wait, Biscuit, hold on, Biscuit, stop.
You go for it. You saw it. You hit it.
Yeah. So Biscuit, wait, you saw? Is that what you all agree with him?
I just wanted to say this. You're talking about 2016.
A little riddle.
We're talking about 2023.
I'm talking
right
about
now,
2020.
what's going on? This man's been indicted on several charges, and that's what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about all that other spin.
No, I'm talking about the 2020 election.
I'm talking about 2020. Yeah, I'm talking about 2020.
Okay.
Right. That's the media, the government, and big tech colluded to interfere in the 2020 election. They rigged it in Biden's favor.
That's not what you. That's the evidence you said.
I just gave you an example of how they did that.
That wasn't evidence, though. That was evidence that that was evidence that they lied to the public about.
They interfered in the election, which we were.
No, they lied to the public. They lied to the public about things that the public might have thought would have swayed their opinion, but it had nothing to do with them signing the piece of paper and then changing the votes on the system.
The beautiful thing is those people who lied are now being tried in court because they were public officials, they were attorneys, and they were carrying out a travesty, and it was a RICO. I'm going to have a cigarette. I'll be right back. Carry on, boys.
That's not what we're talking about right now, though. We're talking about the election being rigged, but that's not rigging the election.
That's so crazy that you put that in quotes because
that's running on false pretenses. That's not rigging an election.
Just 1 second. We went from 2016 to 2020. Or I'm sorry, 2017 really to 2020, being told that the election was illegitimate and the president was illegitimate because Russia somehow interfered in the election.
Yeah.
Now you're telling me that's the fact that we know our government, our media, and big tech colluded and did lie to interfere in the election. That means nothing.
Come on, Aphid Lip.
Yeah, but that's a different scenario of rigging an election to giving out a false statement to people to make an opinion on false facts.
You said the thing, all right?
They make opinions on false facts, but what Trump's trying to say is that all the votes were illegal votes and they don't count.
Okay. All right. Well, the same thing happened in 2000, 2005, and then in 2016.
At the end of the day, if you make a vote on misinformation, whose fault's that? You need to figure things out for yourself rather than just listening to what people say.
Okay. Well, let's apply the same standard to Trump then.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So he's innocent. Let's let him out. Stop fucking with wait.
Now they're
fucking with the 2023 election.
Right. So they're making statements. They're making statements, and they are indicting Donald Trump on something that they factually believe.
Look, it's not at this point. It's not even about Donald Trump because Biscuit, you live across the pond, so maybe you don't have this insight. But like, what our country's moving towards is basically an authoritarian state, not unlike the CCP, where there's one party, uniparty or whatever, and opposition to the state is
nobody's saying that. Most people aren't saying they don't want a Republican person. They don't want Donald Trump.
Okay,
But
that's not. But that's not how democracy works. The sitting president and the ruling party don't get to arrest and imprison their main opponent.
Oh my God!
And you know what? It's not going to stop with that. It's not going to stop with Trump. It's going
to. Let's get something straight, John Tech. Do you think Donald Trump's an innocent man and he's never done a single thing wrong in his life?
No, but I also think if we applied the same, so basically what I think is happening to Trump is they're doing things and stretching things where they could do it with the Democrats if they wanted, but they're not. They're doing it to Trump because they got to get rid of him and they can get away with it because they're all in on it. And
well, maybe
people are with it. So it's like tyranny and anti-democracy, like communist shit is cool as long as the majority is all right with it.
Well, let's not forget what he's charged with. He's charged with conspiring to try and establish alternate slates of electors from Georgia and Arizona and Pennsylvania.
With electors? Do you remember what happened in 2016 with electors?
So I have your point. That the same rules have to be applied to everybody. I agree with that.
Do you remember what happened in 2016 with electors, though?
Yes, I do.
Where the media, Democrats, Hollywood, were all like pushing electors
to not
vote for who the state won.
I think that's a
not only that, but like they were coming out and saying, "Hey, we'll pay your legal fees."
Here's what I'll agree with you.
I think
the same rules have to apply to everybody.
We're going to end up in a civil war in this country if this keeps going this way.
No, that's the kind of rhetoric. That's the damage right there, Joe.
Do you think that
in my opinion,
the kind of damage that
in my opinion,
and pointing fingers.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm
really?
pointing the
so
finger.
the media for the last how many years now has been saying that basically Republicans are a domestic terrorist threat. They're a threat to democracy, and basically anybody that stands against us are basically monsters that
I think January 6th is a hell of an indicator, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Do you know about the December 2020 riot against the White House or the 2000 riot at Bush's inauguration where they attacked his motorcade? Or do you know?
Yeah, but is there any evidence saying that
at Trump's inauguration where 60 Secret Service agents got injured? Do you know about that?
Is there any evidence though that those rioters were egged on by the other person?
Absolutely, they were egged on by Democrat media rhetoric because this country is engulfed.
That's democratic media rhetoric, not from a sitting fucking president.
Yes, from the
egged on is not a crime.
No, Hillary Clinton was out there saying she lost, but she was out there saying Trump was illegitimate. Yes. They were saying
I can see you're not a lawyer last time.
They were saying Russia stole the election. Nancy Pelosi said that Russia hacked and changed votes.
As we say in the law, egged on.
This is a coming to Jesus moment. I really love this.
In my opinion, what they're doing to Donald Trump is within the law. But yes, they should be doing the same thing to the others.
Nobody had done that. Nancy Pelosi did it.
No, I never said that though, did I? I wasn't saying that. I never said that any of the other people were innocent.
No. You said that you were like, tell me somebody else who was in power that told people that the election was stolen. Nancy Pelosi said Russia.
No, I didn't. No, that's not what I said. You misconstruing what I said. I said that the rioters were egged on by a sitting person in power.
Trump egg on the rioters?
Because in the I think it was a few hours before he was still on a podium and said, "Let's all march down to the
peacefully to the Capitol."
He never said the word peacefully. He never said the word. No, he didn't.
Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt. Just 1 second. I'll take a second. He's not been indicted. He has not been indicted for telling people that they should march on the Capitol.
No, that's just my opinion. Why I think
no, he hasn't. That's the First Amendment right there.
Biscuit, you're just wrong. You don't think
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but it's my opinion. It's my opinion. I'm allowed to speak it. I don't care if it's wrong. I don't care if it's wrong. It's my opinion.
It's actually wrong.
Wait. But
well, at least it's exact.
Can I throw this out there also?
Just like Donald Trump does, because he thought his lawyers were telling him the truth. It's the same.
Listen,
same
there were
logic.
120,000, over 120,000 people that marched down there. Okay, out of that, around 300 got into scuffles with the riot police. The other like 1,000 people or whatever, they all just like
Wow.
sauntered in afterwards, and that's all trespassing. So it was
Wow.
only around 300 out of 120,000. What do we call that? Mostly peaceful? Is that what we call that?
But-
You know, there was actually media outlets calling it that early on, like super early on.
But-
Like I remember seeing it, like at ABC.
All right.
or something.
Who's Riddle? Can he come
He's
on?
a good dude. I know Riddle.
He's a buddy.
Huh?
Good vouch.
He's chill.
Who
man.
is he? It's a riddle. Nobody knows.
All right,
Yeah.
but he should come on.
Biscuit, what do you say to that though?
Well, he said I was old guard.
Biscuit, let me
So
point
we-
this out to you as well.
Which
Can I
point?
point one other fact out to you?
I'm trying to.
Why wasn't the Capitol closed off? Why was it that when Trump inauguration was going on and thousands of Democrats rioted, and they were all dressed like ISIS, by the way, like they were they were dressed like. Look it up. Google it. The video.
Well, I
Those
never,
guys-
I never actually.
Listen. Hold on.
Wait.
They closed.
Aphid
off-
lip.
Hey,
Aphid lip.
Hey,
Aphid
anyway,
lip.
They
before
closed off the
A
Capitol.
new leader for a new
I can't
America.
hear anything.
Whatever.
Mujahideen.
No, I'm talking to
Can't answer
everyone
it.
else
You're gonna
talking.
shout
I'm
me
trying
down.
to, I'm trying to reason with you and
Yeah.
find out what
Reason
the
with
facts
me. You're
are.
wrong.
No,
You're wrong,
listen.
Vincent. I'm trying to reason
Drone
with you.
Tech, stop being so aggressive.
No, you're wrong.
No,
telling you.
stop. I like to get all the information from everyone and make up my own mind. And from what I've seen, Donald Trump's in the wrong.
No, about what? Tell me what he's in the wrong about.
What the fuck's going on with Aphid's camera? Jesus Christ.
It's important to know that Biscuit's not saying he committed a crime. He's
No,
saying he's in the
if we-
wrong.
If we
Yeah.
apply Trump standard, it's just another of this trend where Democrats.
Thank you for clarifying, last chance. That's what I was trying
Not
to say.
Only
Democrats.
their opponents are held to those
Honest
standards. They are
Americans.
never held to them.
Well, instead of saying
I'm not
Democrats, we
talking.
say honest
I'm not
Americans.
talking lawfully. I'm talking morally.
Okay, morally, fine, whatever. I'll go with you on that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Not lawfully, and so
No,
lawfully,
because
our law system
I could never. I could never
criminalize
speak.
opposition to Democrats.
I could never speak to lawfully because I don't live in your country and I don't know your actual laws. So
Look,
I
have you
live here
seen
and
the
I couldn't
video?
do that.
Have you seen the video of Democrats like inciting violence for? 10, there's like a 10-minute long video where they're
No,
saying all
it was-
way
it
more
was-
stuff than what Trump said.
those particular things weren't televised, or I weren't paying.
it was different when
Or
they did it.
no, listen.
Right,
Or
Biscuit, you guys rely on this
listen.
for some reason.
No, listen.
You
Listen.
rely on this idea that when
I'm not
people
relying
do
on
it,
anything. Will you just listen to one
when
second?
people who do
I
things that you agree
wasn't
with
paying
do it.
attention because there wasn't any big drama about it at the time.
Right. Who creates the drama?
You do.
Donald Trump being so
Donald Trump, not the
outspoken.
media. Not the media.
No.
Well, he
government.
makes a spectacle, which makes it easy to
Tell
for the
me,
broadcasters
tell
to
me,
make money.
Biscuit, explain to me this. Why?
Yeah.
Why was the attack on the White House in 2020 not a big deal? We're 60 service.
I don't know.
In
I
fact,
didn't.
not
I don't
only
have
was
the
it not-
information on that story,
Of
so I
course
can't
you don't.
comment.
This is what I run into debating these things because y'all don't know anything because the media
But-
keeps it from you.
We
The
don't
media
know
keeps it from you.
Whether that's the truth or not,
Is that
it,
from the-
it doesn't change the
Now
fact.
show
Is-
pictures. Hold on.
Is that
January
is that
6th.
from the is that the day he's
Listen,
talking about?
listen.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's
Are
January.
those a bunch of
4th.
liberals?
No, that's
Yeah, they
January.
were.
That's
Liberals.
January 6th.
Those
That's
damn
January
liberals.
But
Now-
those were just rock climbers. That has nothing to do with it.
Just bouldering club, man. Calm down.
Exactly.
Listen,
Didn't you see
now,
the pads?
now show December 2020 when they attacked the
Wait,
White House.
show me your
They were-
hands, Drone Tech.
Trump-
Show me
look,
your hands. Show
Trump-
me your hands. De-escalate. Show me your
Listen.
hands.
Trump,
Okay.
that Trump was sent to the bunker of the White House. It was that serious. And the media, do you think they made a big deal of it? No, they made fun of Trump. They said he was bunker boy. So I'm just saying that's the situation
No,
we're
that
in.
wasn't the same time. That was like
No, it was the same.
that was like
time.
no, that was 4 weeks earlier when they were protesting outside of the White
Yes,
House.
I just said December in 2020.
Okay, I apologize.
Did these protesters even get past the White
They
House?
were
gates?
protesters and they
No.
were left-wing Democrats, and that makes it okay. Don't you?
But did they get?
Don't
Did
you
they?
understand that they were
Oh, my
Democrats?
God.
And that they were protesting?
Did
It was
did
legitimate?
they? Did
Don't
they
you
breach
know it
the
was different
gates?
when they did it?
Oh God, this is so
Did
weird.
they breach the gates?
No, this guy, that's what he just said. He's like, don't you know that they were protesting? It was Democrats.
I'm asking a question. Did they breach the gates?
Fucking priceless, man. But this is
They
priceless.
breached the gates. I don't know.
No, they never breached the gates.
They
had
didn't, but
extra
they injured
fucking gates
60
around
church-
the fucking
They almost
gates.
burned down a church. That was a historic
Oh
church. They almost
no!
burned it down.
Oh no!
Do you remember what the controversy was
Yes,
about all that?
that's when they went out there with Millie went out there with the and they cleared the streets.
Yes.
So he could stand up with his Bible.
No, that's a lie. Google
I'm in
it.
control.
No, that's not true. That was
No, it's
fake
the
news.
same time.
Google it. There was an
So he didn't stand
investigation.
outside the Bible after
There
the
was an
streets got
IG
cleared.
investigation. They found that was bullshit. So you're wrong.
Well,
And then
I
you're
saw,
just proving my point.
I saw
You're
a
just
picture
proving
of him
my
I
holding a
saw
Bible
that.
outside the church
You saw the
moments
tear
after
gas.
rioters
You saw
got
the
moved on.
Y'all are just
bullets.
proving my point. You
They
can't hang.
cleared the friggin'
But
place,
wait.
man.
Y'all can't hang. Sorry.
Isn't there video of the police clearing with tear
Yeah.
gas? I'm
No,
pretty
they
sure I
are.
remember that.
But they did it because they were rioting.
They weren't rioting. They were peaceful.
Read the IG. There's an
fucking
IG report of this,
protesters.
folks. This is all been factually laid out. They were rioting. That's why
All right.
they got
I can't get
They were
on
attacking
on
the
board
freaking
with what
White
you're
House.
saying there.
House.
They
Bill.
were
I'll give you a
attacking
fact.
Secret Service agents.
Donald
You
Trump
guys see how
wears
this
diapers.
changes? You see how it changes? January 6th. Oh my God, democracy under attack.
There was far more
Democrats do it.
evidence than
Democrats do it.
visual.
Protest. It
This
was
is
for
so
All right,
cool. I have to
let
stop
me
in a
ask
minute.
you this. Let
I'll
me
be
ask you
back,
this,
Adrian. I want
John.
to ask
Let's
you about the strep throat.
let me ask the two incidents. Were they equal?
I would say they're very similar. Very similar.
Were they equal in,
And I would
in
not
gravity?
equal. I would say not equal, but the reaction from the media is almost like they say, like the state stomping on your face over and over. The response from the media is like that compared to January 6th. And also, like I said, the Democrats have denied every election result that they have lost since 2000, and there was violence at the inauguration of both Bush and Trump, and it was always downplayed or not reported at all. They actually attacked Bush's motorcade in 2000.
So you're saying there was a disproportionate reaction to the two events, but you are admitting that the January 6th one was more serious.
I don't know about more serious. I mean, you might be able to say that it was an escalation, but I would always point to the fact that Democrats started this trend, for one, and two, it wasn't nearly as bad as the propaganda makes it out to be. And we're finding out more and more that is very, very, very likely that the FBI, government agents of some kind, were in there inciting shit. Ray Epps is the best example of that.
Do you think that you don't believe that Ray Epps was just a jag, as they say?
No,
just
there's no way. How could you possibly believe that? There's no way to believe that.
You don't think he was just an idiot? Just an idiot saying?
No. Here, I'll tell you why. One,
go ahead.
One, the media turned him into a victim, defended him, when anything else associated with January 6th, even if it was a grandma with cancer who was dying and put in prison because she was inside walking around and trespassing, but yet this guy who's on video for multiple days, literally telling people to enter the Capitol, that's odd to me. Like, especially when they're all making this hardcore argument that Trump incited it, even though he told people to march peacefully, and that's what the vast majority of people did. This guy that's on video for multiple days, literally telling people to enter the Capitol, literally saying that we'll be arrested for it. Like, he's a victim. The FBI doesn't charge him. They remove him from the wanted list. That's very.
So you're saying you think he was some sort of a paid civilian informant, but this would be incredibly secretive. Like, nobody would really.
Well, yeah, he was doing something for the government, and the chief of police.
How do you? Let's break that part down.
Can I throw this in real quick before you say anything? The chief of the Capitol Police, okay? The chief of the Capitol Police interviewed with Tucker Carlson and told him that the crowd was swarming with federal agents that were inciting stuff. He said it. He's been out there whistleblowing. So, yeah.
Let's just say we do have an individual that's just a civilian, and they're on video, and they're inciting violence, and the government lets them off the hook, but doesn't let other people off the hook. That's an interesting occurrence for that one individual.
Right.
Are you talking about Epstein?
Right. That's a good point, actually.
Yes.
The attack on the White House in 2020 I was telling you about. Hold on. The attack on the White House in 2020. What do you think happened to those people who injured 60 Secret Service agents? Not only do you not know about these agents that they injured, who they, like the Capitol Police paraded around TV, like these heroic figures, right? Not only do you not know about the Secret Service agents, but the people who injured them, all charges dropped. No charges.
Were they identified? or was
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
it
they're all
a problem
identified.
with
No charges.
identification? No.
No charges.
They were arrested. That's how they were identified.
What?
Okay.
Can you prepare
And
Fair
the,
enough.
and the charges were dropped.
interesting. That's
No
interesting.
charges. Google it.
Yeah.
So what should I Google? Federal agents?
Just Google
charges.
2020 White House
Drone
attack.
Tech, what
riot
is
Federal
your,
agents
is your main
I'll tell you what to search.
is your main
2020
issue?
White House attack charges.
Yeah. So what
Wait,
is your
what did
main
you say?
issue
White
that
House. White
that-
House. So you're talking about that event where he cleared the plaza?
No,
We're
no,
not talking
before
about
that, the
January
night before
6th.
that. The night before that happened. He did not clear the plaza.
Oh, he
Google,
did.
there's an IG report on this. What you're saying, what you're repeating to me is fake fucking news that came from our mainstream press. Propaganda.
It's whoa,
There's an IG report.
It's from the room where it happened. John Bolton.
There's an IG report
It's
on
in
this.
there.
Google, folks, just Google 2020 tear gas IG report. Just Google it.
I have a question about the populace and these different events that we're talking about right now. If there was 120,000 at January 6th,
And I hate John Bolton.
how many
too.
people were in the different, the other events that you're talking about when there was rioting and such?
Where at?
So for when he, cleared the plaza or whatever you'd call it,
Yeah.
that event, for all these different things, or the one where they hurt the six people got arrested and let go for hurting the Secret Service agents. These different events you're talking about that aren't really covered as much. How many people were in the crowd in those events? Do you have any recollection?
It was in the hundreds. I think at times it was in the thousands, multiple thousands, tens of thousands even. During the day, but at night it was down to like multiple hundreds.
So think about this. For the January 6th, you have 120,000 people there that are pissed off. 120,000 people. Let's just say that are pissed off and they're coming after it because they're pissed off. In the other events, you have 100 people that are pissed off, but they're causing, a decent amount of damage also. It's just interesting. It's interesting to see.
Well, plus nobody's defending those 100 douchebags that were doing whatever the hell they were doing.
Oh, I think his point is that there's a very disparate treatment of them.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Nobody
Yeah,
threw the book at them for years and years in federal prison.
But isn't
and then
that
it's
the
used as,
problem?
Yeah, I get
like
that, and I think everybody agrees with that.
Well,
No.
Yeah.
And then it's used as justification for how they should
Maybe
be
because
treated.
the chief of staff.
But isn't the problem that the people that did the crime should be also arrested and treated exactly the same as the January 6
Exactly, but that's
people?
not happening in our country.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be letting the people off for January 6 and for all the other crimes.
Letting them off.
All
I agree.
crimes,
If they follow the police,
all crimes should be treated equal.
Hey, Biscuit,
And-
did you know this?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I know you're saying that, but do
Yeah.
you realize that riots that happened between 2015 and then through the Trump years, and
Yeah.
most of these riots were based on police shootings where the media misled the public about what actually happened. It turned out the shootings were justified, like Michael Brown or Jacob Blake. And they basically incited riots with misinformation. All those years, those charges were dropped.
They
against
killed
those
Jacob Blake.
Wait,
Those charges were dropped. Google it. Those rioters involved in the Jacob
well,
Blake
that-
Kenosha riots.
Drone Tech, why aren't you arguing that point rather than Donald Trump and January 6 people are being arrested?
Exactly. I mean,
but I'm
it's
saying-
using the one to
Biscuit,
I
you're not-
think-
one to discredit the other. I
think that the January 6 people were massively overcharged. I think the lesser charges are the right way to go. The things that were done for the people that injured the Secret Service and all those other rights. I favor a lighter treatment, not the heavy sentence.
Everyone getting what they deserve when they commit crimes.
But that's not happening, Biscuit. That's
I think the difference.
Yeah,
I
well,
think the difference
that's
in
what
the
you should be arguing, not Donald Trump.
That is what I'm arguing. That is what. Well, I'm also arguing in defense of Trump because while not only is the law not being equally applied, it's also being propagandized on the other side to the point where you have a picture that's not accurate.
Wow.
I think the seriousness of the one versus the other is very distinctive, and I feel
of
like
course.
you do not.
It's different.
You do.
It's different.
You act like they're the same thing, but they're not. They're
Oh, it's
you
different
have
when we
one
do it.
group
I
of
know.
people
I
that
know.
there was. I know, but see, you won't even stop to listen to anybody
It's an
else's point of view
escalation. I know
because
what
you're
you're
so
gonna say.
ass
I already know what
struck in
you're
your
gonna say.
own
Go ahead.
thing
Good.
that you got bars up, and you can't even listen to anybody else.
Go ahead. I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
The fact that this was an election and they were trying to disrupt and stop the confirmation of the election. That's not what was going on when, there was a bunch of people mad that the police are cruel to black people. It's just a little bit different.
Right.
It's a little bit
really
different.
Cruel to black people. They're actually cruel to everybody. It's not just a black thing.
I didn't say what I agreed with or who I was on side with. I'm just telling you why they were there. Those are the two things that the people were there for.
He wasn't saying that for himself.
Even
He was saying that for what they were there for.
Actually, I disagree with Aphid. Look.
All right, why don't you come at me? Come at me. It's me and you.
Come on, man. Come on.
Those angry
You'll hit me with your skateboard.
Those angry people believed that they were being discriminated. That's why they were angry.
Okay. So
Here's what I say. I say the most serious charges.
So it's okay for the January 6 people now.
No,
right?
I didn't say that, did I?
No,
I didn't say that.
Now the
I'm not saying. I never said that they are in the right. They're in. No, I just said that maybe that's why they did it, but it doesn't make it right. They should have been incriminated. I agree, 100%. But so should the January 6 people. So should Donald Trump. So should Rudy Giuliani and everyone else.
For what?
Fair trial.
Let me ask you
fair,
this. You think if Donald
trial.
Trump was president and Giuliani was his vice president and they were doing this to their main opponent just before an election, you think you're arguing in their favor?
I think if someone is found to have done something wrong, even if they haven't,
and his garage.
Yeah, I know that. We've been through this. And I'm telling you that all things should be investigated and tried.
But they are not.
Exactly. So argue that instead of arguing that Trump's innocent, because he's not.
Court of law.
I'm going to bring on this dude. I know him. I know he doesn't have the ability to turn his camera on, but
I'll have my finger on the trigger in case.
I think it's him, but honestly, anybody can impersonate anybody these days, so we could get burned. But Riddle, how you doing? Can you say hi?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, it's Riddle.
How you doing?
Don't worry. I'm not gonna burn anyone.
Oh, you're
Plus,
good.
if he shows video of somebody shitting, we won't be able to see it because he's got his camera off.
Takes a genius to know that.
Sorry, Aphid.
Right.
So
also, how is everyone doing?
Just a quick question on the same topic. Sorry. The amount of numbers of people I brought up for January 6th, 120,000, and the smaller numbers for the other events on the Black Lives Matter side, Black Lives Matter things, those events. What stands out to me is the amount of people that are gathering behind Trump for all his rallies and everything that's happening. There's a lot of people that are coming out to this stuff. And then when Joe Biden or the Democratic side has an event, it seems like there's 12 people there. I mean, that's
right.
That's not the right number, but it's interesting. That means something to me.
Close enough.
The scale is massively different, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that scale that's massively different. I believe they're going to have a lot of trouble spinning that when it's time to pick the next president.
So I wanted to kind of explore where I disagree with Aphid on this. And we've talked about this before. But I think the most serious crimes of January 6th were the violence, the assaultive crimes.
Yeah, of course.
When policemen were injured. Not entering the chamber, which is not something that I'm willing to say is not an issue. But it's not nearly as serious of a crime as assaulting a police officer, which occurred repeatedly. And that's what should have been. That's what should have been the punishment.
I 100% agree.
Entering the chamber is not an act of treason. It's not even. It should be a misdemeanor.
I mean,
shouldn't even be jailed for that.
You could argue that the possible intent, could have been an act of treason.
I just can't buy that.
Yeah, but you can't. I know you can't prove it, but
you don't feel the outrage. You don't feel the outrage.
Conspiracy to assassinate the vice president.
I don't think. Yeah,
There's nothing sacred about it at all. It's not sacred.
McGrande, let me explain to you what he's basically saying. Okay, you had people towards the end of the entering the Capitol that were taking selfies and it was like older couples that like strolled in, and they're looking around, and you could see it in the video. They were awestruck by what was going on. And then you got people that are, like slamming. The one guy's head was stuck between the doors or something like that. And the people, we've seen the people beating the police and spraying stuff on them and stuff. He's just saying that those people by law should be punished worse than the couple that was strolling in there later on. And
basically the non-violent not protesters, but were they protesting, or were they just there just to say don't do this?
well, I mean, I've been in, probably a lot of us have been in crowds where there's like people do stuff that because everybody else is doing. Whose audio is
in the January 6th, there was only a small majority that of the 120,000 that were being violent and
Right.
wanted bad things.
I think those first people that were breaking the windows and entering, those people should be that's pretty close to the beaters.
Those people that just entered.
Ray Epps was at charge at the front of that charge.
That's a point. That's a point.
Drone Tech. I mean, come on. There's no way you can possibly try to convince any of us that are on this panel that all those people somehow communicated with one person, Ray Epps, and that that's why they did what they did. There was hundreds of Ray Epps there that were saying exactly the same thing that Ray Epps was saying.
Who were they?
That's not to say he wasn't a catalyst with his actions.
He's on video,
but he's trying to act it like Ray Epps told them to do what they did, and that's why they were doing it.
No, I guess
majority of people never ran into Ray Epps. So your argument that those people went there because Ray Epps told them is ridiculous.
Explain to me why Democrats and the media defend Ray Epps.
I could care less what the people defend.
I can't answer that, so I could care less.
Because I watch. I see. There's never look. Drone Tech. Let me teach you something. You're never gonna be able to stop one side from criticizing. You see the same thing on Fox. You see the same thing with every right. Just stop and listen for a second. You have to talk over people, and it gets so annoying. Besides the audience of yourself.
Let them talk. Let them talk.
No, fuck that. Okay. No. Say your bullshit. Okay.
Fuck what? It's so much better when you're not, like I really enjoy your company. I think that what you do and your whatever it is important.
All right.
We need people to say and do and be against one side, because if not, if we don't, then one side's going to take over and it's going to be a horrible place that we live in.
I want to say that I didn't finish my thought, but anyway, go on.
No, finish your thought. I'd rather listen to you.
But the people that should have been given harsh sentences were the ones who committed violent assaults. But instead, the people that just wandered into the chamber received incredibly harsh sentences. The QAnon shaman, the Jacob Chancellor guy with the horns. Yeah. You know what his prison sentence was?
What was it?
41 months in prison was his sentence.
Yeah, he didn't spend that in there, though, did he? That doesn't matter.
I don't know how much, but
that to me,
he's not in there. I don't think he's in there anymore.
That to me sounds like a fair cop for it.
Goddamn right. That guy was an insurrectionist, carrying around things, swinging that shit at people.
He didn't swing it at anybody. That's just rhetoric.
Yeah.
Anyone who says something is sacred should be immediately distrusted.
Rebels. It's the same thing as the Confederates.
It's nothing to do with the Confederates.
You gotta bring them to their knees. God damn it, the revolutionaries.
So you do think like
it's not. That is extreme. That rhetoric is extreme.
Yeah.
If I would have been in charge, there would have been 100, 200 dead fuckers out there on the front lawn. They would.
That's not extreme. That's a little extreme now, isn't it?
Hey, why do you have to go so
far? Thanks for making my point for me.
No, I'm just saying. I always, because I'm not in charge, thank God, so I have the luxury of, projecting hypothetical scenarios. But
why would you sentence them all to death?
It was an amazing thing that more people didn't die. Because if it would have been down here in Fort Lauderdale with a bunch of people doing that, the cops would have been shooting people all over the place.
Oh, for God's sakes, it happened all over the country. Nobody got shot anywhere.
I'm saying it's a goddamn miracle that more people didn't die.
Why was it a miracle? What would they have died for?
Rebels charging in there.
I mean, what makes them rebels?
I don't understand what the hell you're talking about, LeBrand.
Death into a fucking Congress that had to run and hide because of a wild mob.
They weren't so wild.
Where were you?
So what they had?
That was watching the
footage. I'm sorry, McGrandy, but you sound a little bit angry about it.
Fuck, Drone's on the big boy setup now.
Little emotional.
He had to get the better audio.
All right, so Aphid Lep, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I am angry
Welcome.
about it.
Welcome back, Jerome.
Oh, I
No,
got
but
you on the headphones.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I don't understand why you said that you disagree with my point when I said what I said, though.
Well, you kind of made the same point that McGrandy did, was this notion of this sacred chamber, that violating it is like an assault on God and it requires the most extreme punishment.
Depends on which
It
God.
was a transition of government. That was
Just
the
hyperbole.
issue. That's the crime.
Not at all. But what I'm saying is like say some guy right now takes his little Cessna and flies it into some building to try to collapse it.
Okay.
It's not gonna garner the same attention that 9/11 did, even though they both did the same thing. I'm not saying one deserves more punishment than the other. I'm saying that's why there's so much more attention.
What do you
that's
think
why
was so crazy
there's
about
so
January
much
6th?
talking
What do you think
about
was
it?
actually going to occur there? Like, it's weird to me because
It doesn't matter what was
no, look,
going to occur.
They
because
let those people in there so they could just use it. Nothing was ever going to be stopped or hindered. The government was never going to be taken over.
Well, it was stopped for a few hours.
They did
wasn't
not
it?
lead them in there to use it for some kind of
lead who?
poster.
Joe Biden said you don't need your AR-15s because we have nukes and F-16s. You can't take over the government without that. So Joe Biden. So you're telling me a bunch of unarmed people with fucking flagpoles were going to do that?
That's absurd. That's.
How about pepper spray?
I never said anything like that.
Pepper spray. They were going to get the government with pepper spray.
That's right. There was going to be a coup made of pepper spray.
Dude, are you
Were
kidding?
they going to sit? Were they going to sit at the chair of the government, put their foot on the government's desk, and take it over?
Narrow fucking hallway.
Look at
They were
McGrandy.
taking cops and beating the shit out of them.
No, they weren't.
God
No, they
damn it.
weren't.
You
No,
know
they
what?
weren't.
Dude, drone tech.
Dude,
you're
McGrandy,
you're
2,000
the law
police
and order
officers
guy,
were
and
injured.
you let your people fucking break the law, and you accept it, and you make excuses for these fucking rebels.
Dude, 2,000 officers were injured between 2017 and 2020 by Democrat left-wing rioters. Do you know anything about these officers? No, because the media just like, down the memory hole, never to be spoken of again. Fuck you, dude. Like, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit about these. Well, I won't say that. I do care about the Capitol Police officers. I don't care about these Hollywood jokester, pranksters that the media uses, like what's his name, Fanone, the dude with the gangster with the tats on his neck and shit. Fuck that guy. He's a fucking liar. And a lot of these Capitol officers lied about injuries that they sustained. And the media immediately lied about an officer being beat to death with an extinguisher. And they carried that lie on. Like, to this
still
day,
going on.
They still do it. Yeah.
Well, would you admit that officers were assaulted?
Yes, but like, why
Yes,
is this?
you said yes.
Yes, they were assaulted.
Isn't there more nuance than just that, though? You want to explain?
I mean, 2,000 officers were assaulted and injured during Democrat riots. I'm like, nobody gives a shit about that. Why am I supposed to care about the other?
Yeah, you
I
know,
don't know. I heard about some.
Explain to me, like, why I'm supposed to be like, oh my God, really? But like the 60 Secret Service agents and the thousands of officers, fuck them.
No. You're saying that. I never said that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
everybody
stop
should
bringing
care
that to
about
me
all of
when
it.
like you're just glossing over the others. Like,
Yeah, but then he does raise the point. How do you explain the differential treatment?
I agree. I didn't disagree with that. My ignorance to the thing you're talking about, where the 1,000 officers were injured and 60
2,000, over 2,000. I'll post the link. I'll
Ignorance
post
to
the
that
link.
is only ignorance of the event because I'm not familiar with it.
I know,
But Drone Tech's point is the reason you're not familiar is that the media doesn't cover it at all.
Exactly.
Because they don't cover it at all.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
I disagree with that. All this,
Destiny.
I disagree with that.
He hasn't heard of this shit.
No, let me tell you. At that time, I was a lot less plugged in. I was concerned with getting my handicap down and, scoring my next bag of weed,
Those
And
are still
now,
important.
I don't play golf anymore, and I don't need to worry about herbs. So, like,
Oh shit! Look at this! Look at this!
I can follow things in real time a lot more efficiently now, and I think I would be better informed now than I was even that short time ago when that happened. If that makes sense. There's so many more great resources now than just the shit we had back then.
Well,
It was actually over 60,000, not 2,000, over 60,000.
I gotta tell you, I watched that.
During the
show
Summer of
live.
Love.
I was there, man. You can rely on my
So
opinion.
talking about John, you're talking about the Summer of Love, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, nearly 40 people died over the whole entire thing, right?
Right. People were shot just for having Trump stuff on. A black man was killed for having pro-Trump stuff on.
Did you guys hear about the mass shooting in Boston today?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
No.
Boston or Jacksonville?
It's everywhere. Of course, it's everywhere now.
Boston.
That was a family deal.
Boston had one too?
Boston, Massachusetts. 7 people were shot.
That was a
No
family thing.
fatalities. And it was at a Caribbean parade. And I will be surprised if you guys hear anything about that in the news.
Wait, are you talking about the guy who had a manifesto about killing N-words?
No, dude, different.
Oh, that was another one that happened.
Dude,
another one
That was in
happened.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, a guy wanted to kill black
It was the
people.
wife. He killed his wife and
This simultaneously in this Caribbean parade that happens every year in Boston is littered with violence, and it's not something that's talked about or.
I never even knew that there was a Caribbean parade in Boston.
Yeah, there's one in Boston. You'll recall that there's been some of these types of things in New York City over the years, and there's been some pretty dramatic incidents at them. There's a Puerto Rican Days festival that happens there. But
It's like based on racial tension or what?
I want to know what that is. Is that
No,
Jamaican? Is that
it's
violence? Is
It could be Jamaican and anything Caribbean.
it's more than likely gang violence that's interweaved into this community during this thing. And
but you're talking
What the
about
hell is that?
Caribbean-
I think it's
Caribbean gang.
Biscuitsburg wants to join the chat.
Can I ask Philip a quick question?
Sure, dude.
I'm just curious what you think about. I posted an article in private chat there. It's a Fox article, Fox News article, where it's a headline that says 60 Secret Service members injured during protests.
Do you believe anything you hear on Fox, really?
Listen, are you even listening to me, Vapes?
Yeah, but I don't understand.
No, you're not. You're not listening. You're not listening. Listen to what I just said.
I don't. If you preface it with Fox, I won't listen to that.
Exactly. You're kind of
Bird
showing
on
some
chat.
ignorance here, buddy. I like you.
I got a question.
You're showing some ignorance. So Fox News, of all places, calls something where 60 Secret Service agents were injured near the White House a protest. Now, let's imagine a bunch of right wingers get into a scuffle near the White House, a Biden White House, where 60 Secret Service agents get injured. Do you think they're going to call it a protest?
Mostly peaceful.
I don't.
Let's get Babes answer my question, please. I would like an answer.
No idea.
Oh, let me see that mug,
I have
Biscuit.
no idea. Fuck, dude. I'm not. Man, you're
and what you're saying,
It's so easy to
dishonest. So dishonest.
When you're losing your
So
argument,
dishonest.
about Fox.
dishonest?
A bunch of right wingers injure 60 Secret Service agents in an attack on the White House, and they call it a protest. I'm sorry. Like,
Did you say I was dishonest?
You're dishonest. Like the Tea Party, which was a big protest that happened against. The Tea Party.
I just lied because I believe in my head it was the truth.
All right, Amber Heard.
That's not dishonesty.
Regarding Fox, like if you're
Sorry, I'm
talking
in the
about
right mood right now.
Biscuit Vapes, like if you're talking about a panel of people like giving their opinions on Fox, that's one thing. But when Fox delivers a straight out news story about an event, it will be highly dubious and actually insane for them to completely lie about something.
I was being
Of all places, I would think Fox would call that a riot, but even they call it a protest, which all the rest of the media did too. To me, that seems like there's something going on here. There's something not quite right.
Lucia has some explaining to do.
Right, like use your critical thinking brain here. Like that makes no sense. There are not equal standards being applied here at all. And I'm telling you what that's going to lead to. America is quickly heading towards just a one-party authoritarian state, and they're going to have roaring support for it, apparently.
I don't
Because people like you, Biscuit, are going to be like, oh, it's just Nazis. They're just rounding up Nazis. Like Putin, he's just denazifying Ukraine.
I hope it doesn't depend on people like Biscuit because he's a Brit, and I think we're independent of him.
Right, but I'm saying like there's a lot of people like him here.
Well, we were in charge at one point, but Civil War, not Civil War, was it Civil War? The Civil War?
It was a Revolutionary War here. But
Yeah, the Revolutionary War. That solved that problem, didn't it? I've got no stake in this argument.
what if I want to rejoin
pretty invested.
rejoin the crown here?
Hey, it's just a fun topic to talk about.
Is it fun? It's not fun for us. Honestly, it's pretty freaking stressful, actually.
Well, I imagine it is, but it's only like the
It's
Ukraine war.
demoralizing.
That's
It's
also
a lot of things that aren't good.
So do you think that we're not heading towards an authoritarian state?
Who are we talking to?
You.
Oh, me.
Riddle.
Or anybody willing to
Actually, no. I just think that people don't like Donald Trump and they want him out.
Let me ask you this: Who do you think's more likely to make us authoritarian?
I think we've made serious and disturbing strides toward authoritarianism in these last.
From who? Which side do you think is bringing that?
Left at the moment.
It's been the Biden administration that has pushed the censorship agenda in a very disturbing way.
Looked up. It's just like
I'm just gonna say this: like you're gonna see kind of authoritarian pushes from both sides, but only one side really has the ability to carry it out, and that's the left right now. The Democrats.
Let me disagree with that because in Florida it's been DeSantis who has punished.
In what way?
He's attempted to punish Disney financially and other ways for
taking away
speaking
special
out.
Benefits.
Because the reason he did it was because they spoke out against his
they're getting
LGBT
involved in
laws.
politics, right? So, like, why should the taxpayer pay for a partisan tax break?
Yeah. Besides, they get special.
Because they were going to pay for it before, but they didn't change the rules until they spoke out, which is a protected right.
Right.
Well, they're allowed to.
No.
You can't be punished for speaking out.
No. Well, the taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for views being pumped out by a powerful entity like Disney. Why should the taxpayer who disagrees with that have to pay for it?
Well, it was okay with you if they paid for it until Disney spoke out. That's why.
No, they did. Right, they were staying unpartisan, not getting involved before, so I was okay with it. Then they decided to get involved and use their money and power to influence our culture. Then I have a problem with it. Yes,
that's called the First Amendment. And that's their right.
No, it's not. They were getting special benefits paid for by the taxpayer. Why should they get those if half the taxpayers don't agree with the message they're pumping out?
Because the First Amendment says they have to.
No, the First Amendment has no application here. This is a special benefit.
You watch.
Special
no,
tax
you can't.
break.
You can't treat them differently because of what they.
Does everybody get this special tax break that Disney gets?
The only question is, do you treat them differently because they speak out?
No.
That's the only
everybody
question.
Gets a special tax break?
That has nothing to do with the special tax. If you take it away because they spoke out, that's a violation of the First Amendment.
No, negative. It's not. It's not.
It absolutely is.
They can say whatever they want, but the taxpayer does not have to pay to amplify that message.
Disney isn't a government organization.
But they are getting tax benefits that are being paid for by the taxpayer.
But they would have gotten them, except for that they spoke out against something that disturbed.
They were
so that's a violation of the First Amendment.
Right. Out of the fray. Now that they got into it, we're not going to pay for it.
That's the First Amendment violation.
Exactly. Getting in and out of the fray has nothing to do with it.
If you take away their benefit that they got because they got in the fray, that's a First Amendment violation.
No, bullshit. That's bullshit. No. They can still say it. Nobody's stopping them from saying it. It's not First Amendment. Who's stopping them from saying what they want to say?
It's not a question of stopping them. It's a question of punishing
them. No, it is. That is the question. That is the exact question.
No, it's a question of they're being punished for saying it.
No. They're not being punished. They're not being punished. They're being relinquished a special benefit that they had before they got involved politically.
How is that hard to understand?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, this is so easy. Like, what? I don't get it. What are you having a hard time with here?
Well,
if he's saying that Disney crossed the line first.
5 minutes, we could figure.
As long as they were neutral, publicly paid for benefit. They're not neutral anymore. Half the public doesn't agree. Should not pay for this public amplification.
Yeah, I don't know what you don't understand. The First Amendment prevents the government from punishing speakers for their speech.
It prevents the government. No, that's bullshit. It prevents the government from stopping and censoring freedom of speech.
No, it does more than that. You're wrong. You're actually legally wrong. It prevents them.
What makes it a punishment? If they're getting, if you're a super special student in school and you're getting, since you're such a good student, we're going to give you special benefit, and then you do something that makes you not so special, and they're like, we're taking that benefit away. It's not a punishment.
It is a punishment if what you did was exercise your First Amendment rights. If that's the reason they take it away, then punishing you for that is a red letter First Amendment violation. And that's not what I say. That's what the courts have said too.
Why should the taxpayer have to subsidize political messages that they don't agree with?
They're not subsidizing the political message.
They are. That's what that is.
Whatever the deal they had before they spoke is whatever the benefits that gave for the government. Those are the reasons why they're being subsidized.
Who pays for that, dude?
It doesn't matter. It's no relevant.
It doesn't matter who pays for the extra special benefit perk they're getting?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is it doesn't matter what the reason was that they got their speech taken away. If it was because
they didn't get it taken away. Nobody took it away.
No, they got punished for it.
No, they didn't. The taxpayer benefits that they were getting got taken away because they got involved in politics. So
how is that not getting punished for their speech? How is that not getting punished for their speech?
Dude, no, it's not getting. Nobody's. Do we all get this? Does everybody get this benefit? If everybody got this benefit and then it got taken away from them, I would say, yeah, it's a punishment. But no, it was a perk. The perk got taken away because
they spoke out, and that is a First Amendment violation. You're pretending not to understand this, but I know you understand this.
Don't agree with that political. Why should taxpayers have to pay for cultural changes they don't agree with? Oh, I'm forced to pay for this shit that I think is destroying the country. No, it doesn't work that way.
That's not what's happening. What actually happened was they got
this. Can you give me a single example of taxpayers paying for right-wing political messaging being pumped out? Give me one example.
I don't have to, because that has nothing to do with what my point.
None.
It doesn't completely irrelevant what you're saying.
But the left, they got PBS, they got NPR, they got Disney getting special benefits.
It's a private company, right? Disney, private.
Yes, they're a private company.
They made a statement that would be their First Amendment rights, but that they are a private company.
That's correct.
And First Amendment doesn't apply to their employees, certainly.
What do you mean?
When it comes to working at Disney, you don't have the ability to have the First Amendment protection. When you're at least working for somebody, you have to abide by
First Amendment. No, the First Amendment applies to government actors.
Correct. Right. So this company, by violating that wouldn't matter. They are a private company. So I do believe it to be a perk. It is a perk. And it's nothing more than that.
It's a corporation and an individual. And that is the reason why there is no campaign finance restriction. Because a corporation could pour money into anybody because it's the freedom of they have the same rights as any individual. So, in that
I'm looking it up right now.
Let me ask Aphid, how's your?
Because I know there's lots of other examples of this where it's the same thing. And
well, if I might interrupt, I want to ask Aphid, how's that strep throat going? Because I'm a strep throat expert, man.
You got strep throat, dude? Sorry.
I did.
Yeah, I wouldn't yell at you if I knew that. Sorry.
No, I don't now. I think I'm all good. I got like two pills left in my little thing, so I think I'm
make sure you have.
Strep throat sucks.
It does, dude. I got the scarlet fever out of it, which is like it got dots all over my body.
Yep.
And I couldn't shake my temperature, and I had to just lay around.
Aphid, I gotta really. I'm into this. Did you have the swollen glands?
Well, she said I did when I went to the doctor, because I said I'm getting old now, I turned 50 a couple weeks ago.
I know.
But anyway, I take a blood pressure medicine now, which really bums me out because it's just another sign that I'm getting old, bald head ain't doing it.
Did you have swollen glands?
well, hold on, I'm getting there. Just calm down. But yeah, so I took one of those pills and it stuck in my throat. And I was telling her that day when I was in there, I was like, she's like, doesn't your throat hurt? It looks like red as hell. And I'm like, well, she didn't say hell. She's a doctor. But anyway, I was like, well, I got this pill stuck in my throat today and I was coughing, maybe, trying to get it out. And I almost kind of gagged it up. And I told her maybe that's why it's red, and she's like, no, it's red because your glands are so swollen that pill had a hard time going down your throat. Yeah. The pill's like the size of a nerd, candy nerd. It's so small.
But let me say this, and maybe you'll recognize it. 24 hours before that, you were feeling like shit. You started.
Well, what happened was I talked to Last Dance about this. I have I'm cheap. I'm not gonna lie. And those that know me know this fact about me. And so my buddy was in town for my birthday. I had this big birthday party. I had all these people. I had 30-something people come to my house, and I was sick. And anyway, the night before, we were like actually 2 nights before, we were hanging out and stuff. And I was like, oh, let's go get some steaks, dude. And we went up to get the steaks, and they were like 2-day-old, 3-day-old steaks. They had the yellow tag because they only had like they had 1 day left to sell them,
You were grabbing those babies right up.
I was so in the middle of the night, it's like 2:00 in the morning, and I wake up and I got these chest pains, or
did you cook them?
I had to basically
well done. I hope kill the worms.
No, because they were wagyu. They were wagyu steaks, so it was worth saving an extra buck on them, And anyway, so I woke up and I was in. I won't get too graphically, but I was in a bad place digestively, if you know what I mean. And I thought, because my house was filled with these people, that were staying over from out of town, and I thought it was going to be a flood of people at 2-3 in the morning going to the bathroom because we got this bad steak, and I cooked all this steak for everybody, and they're all gonna get sick. And I woke up the next day, and I had this job because I had this deadline I had to do, so I had to go do it. There was nothing I could do about it, and I felt like shit. I had a 100-degree temperature and everything, and I just powered through it because it was the beginning of this 50-year-old birthday weekend, so I had no option. I had all these people coming to my house and everything. So
should I tell you about strep throat? If you don't get it do you have your tonsils?
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. That's what saved you, buddy.
There you go, Biscuit. These wagyus, I'm not putting you down, Biscuit, but these wagyus looked a lot better than that does.
All right.
This is cheap £4 worth of rump steak.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at with
better cook it real slow, buddy.
And the progression of the disease, because I've had it a couple of times, man. And it's funny because I got it once at Gitmo and I had no symptoms, but I had a fucking golf ball.
You got it at Gitmo?
Oh. And I went to a sick call, and the doctor's like, "Oh my God, that looks like a tumor." I said, "Dude, I did. It was a doc. He's an asshole." I'm like, "Have you ever seen a tumor develop in 24 hours?" Because it was literally, no, it was like 12 hours. That fucker was there. I go, "It's strep throat." "Oh, I have to do a throat culture." No. I go, "No, you got to give me antibiotics." So he gave me the penicillin. And funny thing, here's the funny thing. I had it in college. They gave me the shot, like the shot in the ass that nobody gets anymore. You guys all.
Oh, we got that in processing.
Yeah, but you guys now, everybody today, they have to take the pills because the doctor.
You talking about your military?
I'm talking about antibiotics, man.
I got the shot in the ass.
I'll give you one in the left and one in the right. That's what they did for my strep throat, and it fucking worked. When I was in Gitmo, I had the pills. And
Drone, you want me to show one of your old military pictures?
Do what?
Show one of your old military pictures.
Let's see it.
No,
yes or no?
No, that's okay. No, I was just saying I got a shot in the ass when I was in. They still were doing that.
No, dude, it's the way to go. The shots work, but
I never got no shot in my ass.
Oh my God. It's the only way to go, buddy.
They pair you up with a teammate because you might pass out.
Really? No kidding.
Everybody's laughing like because everybody. It was just weird because everybody's got their pants down. You're a big line.
I was on a universe. I was on
Last Dance. Use your soft fingers, for God's sake.
I either have to mute myself or not type. It's either one or the other. My keyboard's too noisy.
Mine at University of Florida I was sick the day before, and I honestly thought that I would not make it to the morning. And I went to the clinic on the campus, and I had to walk there because I couldn't park my car. And I'm telling you, it was the walk of death. I got in there, and the lady goes, "What's wrong?" I go, "I don't know, but I got to tell you that if you don't let me see a doctor in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to pass out." And it was like, wham, bam, man. Fucking gave me the shots. She goes, "We give them this same amount for people who get syphilis." And that shit worked. And then later I've had it later on with the pills. The pills are not as immediate. You suffer more when you take the pills. When you get that shot, it's like you're knocked out for maybe 2-3 days. But when you take the pills, you got to go the full 10 days, you know. Maybe you feel better after 5 days, 6 days. But and strep.
We used to say that. We used to say that as a sound check in our microphones when I played live band. We syphilis. Try to.
That's a good one.
It gets the reverb because of the S at the end and the beginning. You want to make sure you're not getting any feedback. But
Steve,
people are always like, "What is they saying? Why are they saying syphilis?"
Here's the point.
It's a sound check.
All right. Check 1, check 2. Listen.
They wanted to clap.
Here's the problem with fucking strep throat. If you don't treat it right away and you don't have fucking tonsils, it gets into your bloodstream and it goes into your heart. And half the time, there's a high event where people have to get fucking heart valve replacements because it gets stuck into the heart valve. Manifests itself there. So if you get strep, you feel like shit, get to the doctor right away, man. Especially if you have the swollen glands.
So the beginning is strep throat, the end is strep heart. Yikes! I don't want that.
Hey, Fiddlip, are they scaring you more now, or?
No, he's good. He got the antibiotics, man.
Yeah, but I don't.
I got to be honest with you though. It was until like maybe 2 days ago. It lasted 2 weeks. Like I mean, it gradually got better. But like it was like I was knocked out, man. I haven't been knocked out like that in my whole life, really.
And do me a favor, chicken soup. And relax, dude. Don't go.
Well, it's too late. It's too late. I had no time to relax. I had a party for a bunch of people, and I have to work. There's nothing I can do about it.
You fought through it, like, and your body caught up.
Can't call in sick.
Well, that's what happened. That's what I didn't know. I didn't know I had.
I just killed all those guys. You just like took everything.
I didn't know I had.
I'm going to drop out and let my phone cool down, guys. It's getting really hot.
Let your bird come on.
All right, I'm not sure what you're doing with your phone, but
it's just because it's charging and using camera and all stuff.
Okay.
Hey, if you're still up in a few minutes, jump on the big fucking computer, dude, with your giant microphone.
Yeah.
All right?
All right.
Will do.
Take it easy. Hope to see you soon, Biscuit.
Later.
Speaking of blood pressure, drone
we're
test
on the
blood
medical
pressure just
hour.
lowered by 20 points.
Yeah, we can't.
That's what the doctor ordered, Aphid.
The scales are turning.
Too much salty in his diet.
I think Biscuit was great. He's good. He's a great guy. I think he was pushing buttons tonight. Hey,
he even wrong with a button pusher.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with a button pusher.
Yeah, and he's always welcome.
Yeah.
Biscuit's always been nothing more than an absolute gentleman on this channel.
Biscuit is a reasonable man.
And let us not forget, about 4 years ago, Hayden Hewitt on the original Prohibition Pub told a totally wasted Biscuit vapes to shave his head and his eyebrows, and he did. And he's still here, okay? It's amazing.
I don't remember that.
He's a legend because of that.
By the way, Aphid,
you don't remember that last dance?
No, I don't remember that.
I don't know that event either.
That was a legendary
I'm getting so forgetful that I can watch a TV series every year because I forget. So I'm good for the rest of my life as far as Netflix goes.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, with us, you're as sharp as a tack. You remember everything. So
that explains a lot there, last year.
Thanks, McGran. You make me feel better.
I'm telling you, you need to go on Jeopardy, though.
Jeopardy?
I mean, at least get $10,000 out of it.
I'm not that good.
Did you ever see when Norm from Cheers went on Jeopardy and he couldn't get one answer?
I can only imagine.
No.
He couldn't get one fucking answer. It was so embarrassing, dude.
You know, I don't know why I never
No,
watched
wait,
that
it
show.
was Cliff. It was Cliff. Because Cliff Clavin was the one who
Cliff
had all
Clavin.
those-
Cliff Clavin.
Yeah. Had
He
all
thought he
those
was so
skills.
smart.
Drone
Yeah.
Tech, before the night's out, can you show the group your clip of DeSantis' smile that we all appreciate so much? It's
that
brutal,
was
guys. It's brutal.
Yeah, that was
Oh
amazing.
man, that guy is dropping like a stone from the
Yeah, he
Republican
really
primary.
is. He is. He was everybody's, golden child, and
Not
he's
mine.
not turning out
Is that
that
you,
way.
buddy? That's you, right? Yeah. Oh,
Who's your-
looks like
Who's your
he's not
golden
that
child,
tired.
Roger?
There he is.
Wow, you got to the
Oh.
beach hella fast.
Wow.
Biscuit Vapes went on his back deck by the overlooking the ocean.
He
At
actually
four,
went
at 3 in the
Oh, what?
morning or whatever it
like
is.
10,000 miles to get to
that-
sunlight.
Wrong way. That's me.
Oh, cool. Fishing?
Fishing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Riddle, I
Riddle,
know.
we can hear you, but it's low, Riddle. So maybe
see, that's
Smokesteve
what I
can
was-
turn
I
you
was-
up a little bit.
I was
There it
I
curious.
can.
But
I know how to
you're
do
going to
that.
ask me a
Some
question,
leftover
so I don't want to
days.
miss. I don't want to miss out on any attention. What question did you have to ask me, Riddle?
Oh no, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say, actually, your setup looks really cool.
Oh, I'm glad you said something about the setup because I spent a lot of time this past week on it, and I'm really proud of it. I changed everything below the waistline has
Yes.
been redone this last
Zoom
week.
in, Smokesteve.
Did you reorganize
You
your
wanna see?
games?
I did. They were kind of scattered everywhere, and I got all my
color now,
Wait.
or what do we
All
got
right.
this week?
So
no, all my systems are over here.
all right. Aphid,
like-
stand up so we see waistline.
As long as he has pants on. Okay.
Yeah, good. That's an important
So-
proviso.
So
Okay.
over here, let's go through. This is the Wii. This is the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, and then on this side is the new X. Well, not the new Xbox. What Xbox One, 360, and the original Xbox. And then here's all my games and records that I've organized and built new shelves for.
Are all those plugged in and functioning?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of them that aren't complete. You can take me off full screen. I get a little,
Blasphemy.
Is that a weather map to your left?
but it's been like not even 6 hours since I finished. So the games, most of them are set up to run, but not all of them yet.
Is that a live weather map? I see to your.
There's a live weather map right here that plays 24/7.
So what's going on with the Gulf of Mexico over there, man? Because there was supposed to be something happening.
I don't see anything going on
I
down
know
there.
it's a joke.
Cuba, there's a little storm over Cuba right now, but the Gulf of Mexico is looking
the,
pretty
the
clear.
big storm this year is like McGrandy said, because of the winds coming out across. It's blowing a hurricane up through this Atlantic, so it's going to create massive surf on the Atlantic side, and it's probably going to be surf's going to be firing for you probably now because of it.
It's
Guys,
it's
Charlie can't surf.
we're gonna.
Sorry, I can't.
No, you're quoting a movie.
It's actually kicking up right now.
Yeah, it should be.
Do you guys
That
follow
just
the?
That just means for me, it's going to fuck up fishing and fuck up boating because it's not pleasant.
I don't know,
in a
dude.
boat doing like that.
Sometimes that brings the fish in. You know,
It does, but it's also not fun.
But
to
also,
fish.
he's going to be sending a lot of chum over the side of the boat.
No,
That's me.
it's not that. I can handle all of it.
oh
now.
man,
I mean,
not me. I gotta confess. I'm a sailor and everything, but I puke all the time out there, man. I mean, I used to puke on. I actually
from
got
drinking, though.
seasick in a goddamn in a kayak. But
Too true.
just like Hobie cats and stuff like that.
you get over it.
You know what? The secret to me was being afraid. If you're fucking terrified of being out there, especially in a sailboat, you're like fucking in nasty weather and you're fucking scared. You don't tend to puke as much.
But why would you do it at all if you're terrified and puking? I mean, maybe you could do something else in your life.
No, because you're young and you're with your buddies and you want to be on a great adventure, man.
Okay.
And actually, you're a fucking pirate. In your
I
own
can't
mind.
disagree with that.
So, you deal with it. And that's what makes us stronger, Last Dance. That's why you and me and old guys like us are still around.
From risking your life so damn much. Well done, fellas.
Right.
Not really.
I don't know.
Well, we didn't even care is what it came down to. That because
something you
Actually,
think about after when you're
that's what
collecting.
happens when you grow up with High Chaparral, Bonanza, and Walton's Mountain.
You know, it was probably the riskiest thing I did in my life. It was probably riding a bicycle down the street in the city. Something I did all the time. That was probably the riskiest thing I ever did in my life.
Really?
Yeah, I used to get a rush.
Living on the edge there.
I used to get a rush out of bombing around downtown Crossing and Park Street in Boston on my mountain bike and like hopping on curves and jumping over like little handicap ramps.
Nice.
Because you hope there's not like a handicapped person there, and just flying around the Boston Common and all that shit. Cabs flying everywhere. This would have been the 90s, but it is fun.
You know what? At the same time you were doing that, I was windsurfing, and I would break a mast to be offshore.
See you, Riddle.
And,
See you guys. Sorry.
have to break everything up and pile
thanks
it
for
up.
hosting.
Someone's going?
Yeah,
Riddle's
I gotta
going
bounce right now. But yeah,
Oh,
thanks for
man, I hardly talked to you at all, Riddle.
Yeah, Riddle. Sorry we didn't have a chance.
Thanks for
It's all
joining,
good.
dude.
Yeah, maybe next time. It's all good.
Yeah, please, come back again.
Absolutely. Have a good weekend, guys.
See you, man.
Take it easy. Yeah, I had a hard time hearing him.
Yeah, he was soft at the beginning.
A little low.
It's funny. It was not loud, but it was clear. So I almost
Yeah,
wish...
it was. Yeah.
He was
It could
very
be like
kosher
that.
as well. He was very kosher.
I turned
is
him
he?
up all the way. I peaked
Is he
him.
circumcised?
No, I mean, well, for this chat, he was pretty laid back. I was wondering if he'd catch on to something and go after it or not, and I didn't hear that happen.
Actually, RW,
It's a
I actually agree with you. I was sort of looking forward to some sort of tango.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it'll
you know,
happen. It's bound to happen.
By sight, the seven of us are extremely intimidating.
Because we all have our console.
It's
I
like
don't
it's like
we're-
Denzel Washington and the what do they call him?
We're 7 on the way to the Dirty Dozen.
No, the the one with Yul Brenner that went down to Mexico to free the town.
Two mules for Sister Sarah.
No, I gotta.
That's actually a Clint Eastwood movie, which is
Yeah, that's
very
a good one.
Oh,
That was a good one.
Great
man.
movie.
That was
Shirley
a great
MacLaine.
movie for sure. 'Cause she was fucking so cute.
Remember when he's drunk as shit and she has him put the rifle on her shoulder to aim at the sandbags because the big plan is he's going to shoot and blow up the train bridge when he's drunk. Or then he gets drunk and he has to shoot dynamite off of her shoulder.
Yeah, that's when she's in the fort as a nun.
Man, I haven't seen that since I was so young.
I was thinking of
What kind of
Magnificent
plot are we
Seven.
talking about here? This is crazy.
I was thinking about Magnificent Seven.
It's a movie called Two Mules for Sister Sarah. It's
Yeah, great movie.
Clint Eastwood and Shirley MacLaine. And at the end, he finds out Sister Sarah
She's
ain't
not a
no
nun.
saint, baby.
Yeah.
She's a fucking prostitute. And she's
Yeah.
in like a bathtub with her foot dangling out suggestively. Classy 60s movie. And then, that's kind of how it ends up. There's no, overt nudity or sexuality, but it's enough for you to know, all right.
I don't know. It kind of ends with a rape scene in my mind. He takes that big. I don't know if it's a trunk full of gold and breaks the door down with it. He's had enough of being put off by that tease.
Oh
There
man,
was a little bit of rapiness.
Oh,
it
there's
sounds like he paid her a lot of gold.
It's been that long since I've seen it. I don't even know what you guys are talking
All I
about.
remember was the foot dangling out of the bathtub. Maybe it's a different movie. I don't
There's
know.
another Clint Eastwood movie that I haven't seen in years. Play Sister Sarah or something. What's it called?
Play Misty for me
Play Misty.
Oh
for
yeah,
Me.
that's a weird one. That's
with
about
Jessica Walter. That is awesome.
With Clint
So
Eastwood?
what are the physics
That
like? in
that
this
was,
movie?
I think, his first movie he directed, as well as
Was
starring. Yeah,
What are the
psychological thriller.
Yeah.
What is the realism of these movies? Like when he shot the dynamite off your shoulder, was there like, yeah, that's absolutely not possible ever, or did they actually make it like seem like it's possible?
It's suspension of disbelief. You're in.
Yeah, I mean,
you're in the world of Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, but you have to remember what was going on.
That's right,
during
Clinton, man.
You had a bunch of Mexican rebels going after the French in the fort because they got the French all fucked up. So that's the context. There's like they're taking over a fort, so they use her to infiltrate, and then the Mexicans are coming in to take out the French. The Maximilian.
Man, I'm amazed you can remember that much.
And the irony is, it was probably filmed
Napoleon
in Italy.
the Third or whatever. Remember Maximilian?
I hate to do this, but I need to stop everything. And Smokesteve, you need to pay attention to the chat because somebody is looking for the donation button. So you need to get that straight. Yeah. So somebody can donate. Give you some cash.
You need 1,000 subscribers for that.
I've never had one.
There is no donation button.
There's no way for somebody to give you some money.
No,
there's not.
Wait,
you've got to have 1,000 subscribers.
This is not the Costco free plate. Okay?
Oh, he's not big enough for donations apparently.
Wait,
I don't know, Mr. E.
He just got mugged by 6 dwarfs last night. So
well,
he probably don't have no money to give you anyway.
At least he didn't call them the M word. So,
hey, Aphid, we got some dumplings over here on the Costco free plate.
Oh, Costco, man! Don't get me started. That place is heaven.
What's wrong with the M word, Steve? I didn't think that was a derogatory word.
It's been canceled over here.
About little people? About little people.
Yeah.
No deal, bro.
The mid word.
And you can't say you can't say they're Oriental either.
Midwits.
Like a space mid
mid-get. Yeah, mid-get.
I'm pretty sure you can still call them sausage fingers, though. I'm not sure.
It hasn't worked with Dumping for the Amendment. I'm sure it'll get there.
Double!
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to rate. I didn't mean to do that. Come on.
You know what? It blocked that out because I must have the questionable things. Yep. Now
you must have top chat instead of live chat.
I did. Always forget.
And that tells us that the word midget is actually captured by the.
That's right.
The censor.
Last dance said it out loud.
Oh my God!
All the things you're going to get a red flag for, Steve. I never expected it to be that.
Oh, what
how
insane
bad
world
is it
we
on
live
a
in.
scale of hard art and the other words?
So maybe we can
I don't know. Is that one a
know.
problem, Last Dance? Is that one a problem?
I think so, but I really don't know the rules. Everything
Come
is.
on, mod it up, Marty. Let's go.
How about dwarfs?
I don't know. Do we do something?
I think that's the technical term, right?
Dwarfism?
Yeah.
Dwarf is fine. Dwarf. They're fucking Snow White hung with 7 of them. They must be all right. I mean, I don't know.
And it makes them sound more badass if they're dwarven.
They won't let me put sausage fingers. Won't even let me. I did it, and it won't even show up on anything.
Oh,
and
come
hatchet wound. I typed out too, just because I was curious, and it won't show up.
All right,
what the hell's that?
Hatchet wound.
All right, let's try this. On the
type hatchet wound. I'm not kidding you. It will not show up.
All right, do this.
I never even heard that phrase.
On the good.
That's what people call a women's private.
Fingers,
yeah.
On the good ship,
that one.
sausage fingers.
Wow.
It'll work.
Thanks for teaching me something I shouldn't know.
On the good
Last Hand's got to say hatchet wound. I couldn't say hatchet wound.
Oh, he's a special one.
That could be because I'm.
I am too.
Huh? You're not as.
Now
I'm more special than you are.
I must have done
some wilderness survival, so it's okay.
I'm gonna try it.
Let me see sausage fingers. Maybe something freaked out on my end.
I always thought that midget and dwarf was different.
Oh, now sausage fingers comes up.
Apparently, one is a slang.
Well,
I don't know. I think they watch this because somebody DM'd me a while ago and said they got blocked for talking about Ukraine on the pub here, which I thought was nuts, dude.
I would say I doubt it, but there was a time when I would have said impossible, and now I can't say impossible.
All right,
Anything
Like
in
wisdom,
terms
man.
of censorship, anything's possible now.
But see, I'm clear.
I always thought a midget was a short person that was in proportion, like the legs to body ratio, whereas a dwarf was someone with shorter legs to long body.
I don't think there is such a thing as a midget in proportion. That's called a child.
I'm on about a fully grown adult in the 20s to 60s.
You mean it's like a child in proportion, but with like a beard?
In contrast, Andre the Giant
exactly.
was a proportional human being.
You might be right. I mean,
because dwarves have like short legs and the
and sausage fingers.
a little bit. Yeah.
Speaking of proportion midget, me and my son ran up to the grocery store a little earlier, and we got out, and on his side, the person that was parked next to us, their seat was like past vertical, and there was pillows on the backing and on the cushion. And he's like, "Dad, who could drive a car like that?" And as we were going into the store, this lady came out, and she couldn't have been like maybe 4 foot tall. And I'm like, "There you go." he's like, "No." And sure enough, she got in that car and took off.
You know why that happened? She was a normal person until he asked that question.
No.
Then God shrunk her so that that would happen.
Here's the funny thing. That means you and your son stopped at the doorway to the grocery store and then watched her and then turned around and waited until she went to the car. Am I right?
No. It just so happened.
Person. That's what you did.
I wouldn't have wasted that time,
No, you
especially
didn't.
tonight.
How did you know
I didn't
it
have
was her
that time.
car?
Huh?
How did you know she got in that car?
Because when we got, like, it's two rows, right? We were facing, and there's other people facing us.
You weren't out of the car yet.
She was parked right here, and we walked between our car, turned to go to the front door, and some little lady, like seriously, super small, came walking out. And I was like,
around.
"There you go." And we watched her. We turned around and waited for her to go to the car.
That's my point.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant, did we like sit there and wait for whoever came out of the store?
No, it was.
We definitely waited until she got in that car because we wanted to confirm how funny it was, because we were both like cracking up.
Because you guys are scientists. You want answers.
That must be it.
Yeah, we wanted to confirm it.
I tell you, I went to high school with
we wanted to make sure it wasn't the mainstream media slanting the story.
Yeah, I went to school with a guy that was a little person, and he was like really popular too, because he was a crazy man, and he had a little car. He drove like a car, and he had blocks. He had a little, like back then, what they did, you couldn't adjust the brakes and the gas pad. They just took like a 2x4 and wire tied it to the brake pedal and the gas pedal, and then he had his seat and all that shit geared up. But that guy would drive that little fucking car like a wild man. It's funny as shit.
You gotta get around.
Hey, I noticed Drone Tech took off. I just want to say thanks for swinging by, Drone Tech. It was a pleasure to have you.
It was.
And it was a good back and forth between you and some of the guys here.
I feel like I went too hard on him. I feel bad about it.
No, he's not the kind of guy you can go too hard on.
He's free. I feel bad not because he's hard, because I just feel bad whenever I do that.
But he's not gonna sit there and think the same thing that you're thinking.
Are you kidding me?
He
gives as hard as he gets.
Come on.
I think he wants to go at it. He wants to go at it. He's a smart guy. I think he loves conflict, and he came here knowing it could be me getting shit-faced and bobbing around like an idiot, or we could actually get into some conversation tonight. Having the latter, tomorrow could be the other. So I still could do that tonight, just so you guys know.
I kind of prefer a little friendlier.
Well, I do too, but you're not going to get that with Drone Tech. He wants it.
Everything was proper. Everybody here were complete gentlemen, and guess what? We love that conflict, and the problem is we don't get a chance to talk.
First of all, Topple, get your ass on here, and secondly, Last Dance. Let's get into the weeds of it. What do you feel like you could have been nicer on, and what are you saying about
First Amendment?
I said my piece. I should have just stopped repeating myself.
Okay.
I mean, you were passionate about that belief. It was easy.
Yeah,
to
but I
see
mean,
your word.
I made my point. I didn't have to keep making the same point over and over and over again. That's what I regret.
Well,
Yeah.
I disagree there because drone tech doesn't.
It's
I
okay
don't
if he
think
gets the
drone tech
last
has
word.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about that. I don't think drone tech has the capacity to listen to other people's opinions and sides because he's
You
so
were
set in
pushing
his.
his buttons on purpose, dude.
I mean, I disagree
was.
with you, Biscuit,
I
because
agree.
I
I'm
will
part of the
say
server
that
for a reason.
I've seen
Would you
drone
say
tech.
that? Would it be possible if the information was put towards drone tech that it'd be able to change his mind? I don't think it is.
It would have to
I don't
be.
know.
I think yes, but the problem that I see a lot in communication is that people are hearing two different things. One person's saying a point, and the other person's defending a different point, and there's no communication.
Yeah.
That can happen.
Yeah, that happens a lot. I think we
Definitely.
totally understood each other, and we just disagreed.
Yep.
I'm not going to argue
There is
that.
there's some blinding, self-blinding going on occasion.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
on everybody's
on
part.
the point
Everybody.
of on the point of the Donald Trump being, and then the Democrats, isn't it, that he argues don't get the same treatment as the
Yes,
Republicans
you got
do.
it. Yep.
His
Which
argument
is a fair
is that,
argument.
It is
Yeah,
a fair
I'll
argument.
agree with
I 100% agree with that. But he goes hard on like protecting the Republicans that have done wrong, rather than going hard on the
Exactly.
opposite side, which
That's
I
true.
do, to indict the Democrats that have done wrong.
I
Which
guess
is
I just
my
don't see it
argument.
that way. I see a
It's
seeking of
distraction.
equality instead of just
Yeah,
letting
but
one side
I'm
go.
doing equality. I'm seeking equality too, but go hard on the Democrats. Don't go soft on the Republicans.
Actually, my
I guess I
only
don't see him going soft
I
on the
mean-
Republicans. Maybe I'm biased.
my
Maybe to
only
me,
objection.
This seems semantical between what you two are saying. It's what you're both saying from different sides is equal treatment.
Yes.
Fucking charge them, charge him. Let's get to the bottom of the truth. Let's not have an imbalance. Because as was said, perception is reality. If there is
But
a perceived imbalance, then there probably is an imbalance. Because there's tens of millions of people watching it, coming up with these opinions.
I think we're all
I agree
tired
with
of
that.
excuses, Steve.
That's not an excuse.
Everybody's got an excuse, especially their side.
I think one issue.
Dude, I'm not on any side. I'm
Here's the
Smokesteve.
excuse.
Okay?
Well, look at those guys. Look at
He's this
guy.
guy.
Wait. It's all excuses.
I have my own opinions, bro.
I know
Okay?
you do. Of course you do.
I think the
pick
problem
and
with-
choose.
the problem with-
I pick mine from both sides, and sometimes a little in the middle.
No,
The
I'm not
problem with
talking about
partisan-
you and
partisan-
the excuses. I'm talking about drone tech and the excuses. Everything is an excuse. Instead of dealing with the problem, you divert to what someone else.
Well, let's not
treated
get
us wrong this
specifically
way,
into him.
instead of
He's
dealing
not
with
here
the
to
real
talk
issue.
about.
He's not here to defend himself.
I don't want to like debate about what he was saying. I'm more just we're going to transition to what we think about it and what we want to defend.
Actually,
giving a nod to Drone Tech, the fact that he was here, it was a good, lively debate, and I hope we didn't fucking scare him off.
It was, but I'm not. I was curious what he thought of the indictment. I wasn't sure if he read it or not. He just kind of jumped off it and went on to other things. So maybe
I did get him to casually admit that there were
indictments,
a few things, like with January 6th that were wrong, and that January 6th may have been more serious than the other thing that he was referring to. But again, he's not here. We don't want to.
Can I give you a unique perspective? From my observation was this was a phenomenal opportunity to actually witness his Donald Trump supporters' substantive argument. I'll be kind with that.
I mean, if you add a couple beers to that statement, then I'll agree with you.
Yeah, I mean that's not
like,
theirs. That's his arguments.
I'm saying but it's the funny thing is, it's extremely similar.
Well
to the,
said,
to
Mr.
the
E.
mainstream rhetoric. And
I
out there,
agree,
that you-
Mr. E. That's a good point.
Yeah, dude. That's why we're here. I want you guys to be able to talk. I don't really agree with wholeheartedly with either side, but I do
Well,
believe.
Steve, I think it's about time you
There's-
took a side, buddy.
No, that's never how
No,
I've been.
you don't have to take a side.
No.
Well, here's my side. I believe that both sides are controlled by the same people, so I therefore pick neither.
Are you a Majestic 12 believer?
No, he's an anarchist. You're an
I'm
anarchist.
not sure what a Majestic 12 is, buddy. You, have to
You don't
explain
know
it.
what Majestic 12 is?
I don't know
my
what it
God,
is.
You don't... Really?
Never heard of it.
That sounds like some fucking Mason shit, dude.
Yes, it is Mason. It is Masons, Freemasons. It's a conspiracy that a group of 12 people was in charge and directing everything from the top. Oh, even
Like-
above the presidents.
Like Area 51? Or
No, I would say more like the
they were
more
District
like
51.
the Bilderberg group.
So RW, I'm looking at your background there. Is that the Australian
familiar
robot
with that?
story?
Short circuit is what
Oh,
it is.
Short Circuit.
No,
You
Short
rock.
circuit. My
Wally.
goodness, man, that's Wally.
I'm
Johnny
sorry.
Five? Johnny
I'm
Five?
Sorry, you're absolutely right.
I am eternally.
Wall E.
I apologize so many times over and over. Please forgive
Yeah,
me.
let's not forget
Short
that a
circuit.
white guy played
That's
an
a
Indian,
letdown. Short circuit.
a white guy played an Indian guy in Short Circuit and impersonated
looked
the
Indian to me.
He
accent.
did.
Holy shit, he was a white guy.
It wouldn't have flew today, buddy. It wouldn't have flew.
Yeah, dude, he's
It looked-
actually
it looked
a pretty
Indian.
common actor.
No shit, he did a great job in that movie. That was
It did.
great.
Could it have been Hank Azaria, the same guy that does Apu and The Simpsons, and
No, it wasn't.
will
It
no
wasn't.
longer do it?
Oh no, he
That's
wasn't that good
ridiculous.
looking.
That's
Refuse
ridiculous.
to
you.
take
Come
these
again.
$1 million paychecks every year. Get him out of my face.
Yeah, well, Hank Azaria was pretty damn good when he was playing a flaming homosexual in The Birdcage, like a Cuban housekeeper. He was like incredibly gay.
That was a weird movie, dude.
I thought it was hilarious, and it was based on a movie from like 40 or 50 years ago.
Really? Because I thought it was like ahead of its time almost when it came
I
out. It
know,
was like
crazy. You're
it
right,
didn't
dude.
fit the culture, not
Yeah.
not the acceptance of it, I should say.
I didn't. I liked it because I don't really even care about I don't look one way or another towards gay stuff. I just looked at it as a comedy, and I had some laughs, so good enough for me. But that was all I really, and that was back in the time when I actually watched movies. But that I know Hank Azaria from that, and I know Hank Azaria from The Simpsons. Is he seriously not going to do Apu anymore? Apu, the
No,
Musty
no, he's
Peddler?
never going to do that. again.
Absolutely, and The Simpsons aren't going to do it either. They're not going to replace that character.
Well, hopefully we can
Are they
still
at
see
least going
Apu
to
in
get Sideshow?
reruns.
Are they at least going to get Sideshow Bob to kill him off so that we don't have to see him anymore?
I don't know because
You should
as far
write
as
to
I-
the writers.
I don't think they're as creative as you are.
They should get a proper Indian guy who sounds like Apu to do the
It would
voice.
Work,
then
work
have
at a
have
7-Eleven and sell
spin-off-
people Slurpees.
It would still be considered offensive today, even if it was a
Have a
real Indian.
spin-off just about Apu.
Did that happen when Disney acquired the rights to 21st Century Fox? Is that the same timeline?
I don't know.
Smokesteve, are you saying that they should have like a Indian person be Apu, and Apu like is a successful, like upstanding American, and you think that's going to
Yes.
sell?
I do. I would
At
watch
least
it.
one says,
Well,
at least one season would sell.
The beauty
He's
of
going to
Apu
succeed in
is-
life after working at 7-Eleven.
The
No,
beauty
he's
of Apu
he's
was
still at 7-Eleven. That's the show.
yeah, 'cause
Squishies, Quickie Mart, dude. 50
Medical clinic in there now, and he's the doctor.
Oh
Whatever.
God.
Dentist.
It is a 1986 horror novel by American author Stephen King. It was his
Who?
27th
Echo.
and his 17th
Echo.
novel.
Who is that?
shut up. It's my Echo Dot.
We
Oh.
triggered his AI.
Oh, okay.
And clearly you put a sexy British woman on there, not a
Initiate
reason for
self-destruct.
What happened is
it was when I was ranting. It heard something I said and went off on one.
Oh, I thought Avid came up with a good business plan and
I've
Echo
got
triggered.
headphones on. I've got headphones on, Anna, so it can't hear what you're saying. It's what I said.
Okay.
Headphones? Are they made by Ed?
Headphones, yeah, that's right. Yeah. ED, not HEAD.
Right. HED by your pronunciation. How come this bastard doesn't get on here? Let's go, man. Come on. He said we're all a bunch of...
I was going to say English Bottle Cap has a good point that there's more than two sides yet.
He's been very shy for months.
He's been shy for months, goddammit.
Topple?
Yeah.
I want to see him shoving that fucking peanut butter whiskey.
When
he has been I think he's been on call a lot.
I want to see him clean his pool.
Oh, God.
His pool's probably green. That's why he's not coming on tonight.
I'm gonna go check for bears and grab 2 more beers. I'll be back in about 90 seconds.
All right. Well, we'll just keep going then. Okay, everybody don't say a word until he comes back.
Let's hear him pee.
Yeah, he muted himself.
Oh, he muted.
I made a massive order on Temu the other day. Can't wait for it to come in.
Was it your first massive? Like, how much did you spend?
£45.
Wow. Well, I wouldn't say that's massive.
Well, the quantity of products.
Although on Temu, it's going to get you a lot.
Wait, what's
I tried it out too.
It's basically like Wish, but
it's like the Chinese version of Amazon.
Yeah, it's like crap stuff.
Well, it's
for real cheap.
It's closer to Wish, to be fair.
I never heard of that either.
You can get a lot of you can get a lot of crap stuff on Amazon too.
I bought about 45 quid's worth of fishing lures and stuff.
I bought
something on Amazon
and instruments.
So you bought lingerie? Did you say?
Yeah, I was buying stuff for $1, and my wife tried it on and it looked sexy as hell. It worked great.
When you buy lingerie, does your wife buy different lingerie than you buy?
Right.
I buy it if it's like $1. I'm just like, I have to see how bad this actually is, and if the fact that it even worked out is.
Do they even have your size?
I don't actually buy it for myself. I should try see if I can get a $1 deal on free underwear or something.
Do they have a thing where you can upload your naked body and you can try the different lingerie on?
Like they're doing in Apple stuff for the new headset.
It's the CCP, so they already have my naked body.
That's right, Mr.
That's right. Please enter nothing. We know everything we need to know about you.
Exactly. So, like you're buying car insurance. So, based on your phone number here, we have all your information. Like, damn, that's kind of scary.
You know the last 4 digits of your social security number? Well, we do too, so we don't need it.
I thought, RW, maybe you were honeypotted on one of your many visits to Moscow or something.
No. Apparently, I speak Russian in my sleep, which I don't know how to speak when I'm awake. So who knows if I'm a MK Ultra or anything, but I don't think that I am.
Interesting.
So does the person that is recognizing the Russian know Russian?
No, it's my wife. That's her closest language she can relate it to.
Hoping it was your wife.
Yeah.
Hey, are we gonna talk about the
languages?
Hopefully, it's not Transylvanian.
Are we gonna talk about the shoot down of Prigozhin?
Oh my God! Tell me that wasn't coming. Come on, the communists. We got Camilo Cienfuegos. How many guys die in the airplanes, man, during these revolutions?
Well, I have a revolutionary theory about this that probably about 200 million other people think the same as me.
That's small.
He wasn't on the fucking plane.
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay.
So you're meaning to tell me that those billionaires were on the submarine?
I don't know about that, but Prigozhin was not on the plane.
There was a rumor that there was a second Wagner plane that was that took off at the same time.
There was definitely a second Wagner plane, but they were not close together, and it went back and landed, and everyone got arrested.
What's interesting is nobody is talking about the aircraft or why the plane went down.
Well, I was.
Even if they tell you that here's a dead body, this is positive identification, that's not him.
No.
If you want to find a guy with a shaved head with a tough ass, Russian face, that looks like Prigozhin, there's probably quite a few of them, and
Well,
they were probably worth quite a lot to him to
But
find
here's
people
Let,
like
let me
that.
ask you this, Smokesteve. Why'd they shoot down a plane with 10 dead people if it wasn't Prigozhin?
Well, we don't know
Because-
it was shot down, do we? It could have been an inside bomb.
No.
That's a
Maybe
good point.
Prigozhin was the
I think it was.
only one who knew that it wasn't Prigozhin on there, or that there was a small caveat of people
I
that
see.
knew that it wasn't, but that there was a Prigozhin-like person, otherwise known as an imposter or a paid imposter.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say I find it extremely unlikely because this is the FSB. They're pretty good.
All right.
Well,
let me give you.
do you know
let me
that
give
they
you three
have his
possibilities.
DNA? Can they test the DNA?
I don't know, but I would
That's
expect
the
they can.
only way, especially
Well,
after a plane crash. You know, plane
let's get-
crashes, dude. This
Steve,
guy's
Steve,
body's going to be mangled.
It's going to be and
let's get-
burned
let's-
too.
let's
Oh,
get this straight.
it's horrible. Did you guys ever see that? Was it like the 80s or maybe early 90s when that plane crashed
The Kremlin know
into the
if it's-
crowd? Oh,
But
that-
you can't
Oh
trust
yeah,
the
the
fucking things
military
they
air
say
show.
when
yeah, there's some visuals in that thing that are
Yeah.
gonna leave my brain.
Oh yeah,
Ugh.
remember that.
You can't believe a thing that Russia.
And
comes
those were
out
people on the ground that
no
got
matter
hit
what
by the
they say.
plane.
Here's
I
my
agree
two
with-
conspiracy theories. The first one is that Prigozhin was actually in Maui starting the fires. No, I'm just kidding. The first one, and the only one I have, is that it wasn't Putin that killed him. It was his own people that killed him because he didn't finish the job. That's the only reflection I've had on it. It could all be a bunch of bullshit, but that was the first reflection I ever had on the.
Why-
On that subject.
I don't
Why
think
do
that's
people?
true.
Why do people find it so hard that Putin had successfully killed Prigozhin?
I mean, it's
I
very
agree with your
possible.
last
I'm not
stance.
against that theory. It's just my crazy
it's
idea.
the most plausible.
I think we need to check the bookies in London and see what the bets were. And I guarantee you the odds were he was going to get taken out.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Well, based
But, you
on
know,
Putin's response,
wouldn't
I think
everybody
he's pretty confident that he killed him, and he's happy with the results he got.
And Putin likes that inference as well.
Wouldn't you
The thing
think
is-
that seeing that we think this, like that Prigozhin would have thought this and would have avoided that sort of a flight
Transportation.
Well,
for general safety? Wouldn't you think if
I-
as we all do think that he was like the most probable man for assassination on the planet,
no,
that he would avoid that?
Well,
I think he
shooting-
was.
The guy was naive, man.
when was the last time Russians shot down a plane with carrying someone like that for
Um,
that purpose?
about
Usually,
Last
it's,
week, probably.
well,
Maybe on
it's
Thursday.
poisoning. It was poisoning or pushing out of windows.
Right.
That's
I like last dance.
normal.
He fell from a
He did get
building
pushed out of a
a
window.
uh,
It's just that the window was at 25,000 feet when he fell out.
I think the last time was the shoot down over the Ukraine of the commercial jet.
That wasn't a political.
It was an
operation,
accident.
was it? It wasn't an accident. That they were shooting down someone in their airspace.
Well, they didn't realize it was a commercial plane. They would have never.
Yeah.
They thought it was
Oopsies.
an
They can't
AN-26
tell
or
that with their
something.
technology, though.
Oops.
That's
Oh,
kind of strange.
we can't cancel this missile. It's too late. It's on its way.
It's a missile. I mean, a radar system just gives you a blip. And the plane they thought they were shooting down was a big plane. It would have been a comparable radar return to the plane they ended up shooting down. So
But
plus
don't they have tail numbers and they can ping a tail number?
So that's a good question. I mean, I presume the plane had its transponder, and all that information would have been available. But I think it's possible that their radar system, because you don't need that when you're in a war. Every plane is assumed hostile. You make a good point. There definitely are a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I think
That never will.
that never will be.
Right. A day is a week is a year, and the further you get from it, it's fucking gone. Especially with Russia.
Right.
I mean, you're
Well,
never.
in U.S.
finding
media,
it.
we only go for about a week, maybe 3 days, and it's already buried.
Well, it depends if something else pushes it off.
Well,
Yeah,
They won't
we're
let-
all
fair enough.
trained. Like when something comes up from like a few years ago, I'll be like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, like the grease fires, or even just things 5-10 years ago.
they won't
Prior
let
to
narrative-
COVID, it's like when someone mentions something, it's like, "Oh yeah, holy shit!"
they won't
Everything's
let
almost
narratives out.
everything's broken down into narratives. One time it's hot, then it's gone, and you really have to almost really read into things and research sort of to keep it in your mind if it's something that's important to you. Because
and dig, like
yeah,
really,
we're only
because
going to
there's
see it
so much
for like 3
bullshit.
days. Yeah, like this Hawaii thing. It's winding down in the news, but I definitely
shouldn't
have a
be.
ton of questions, man.
Oh hell
A
yeah,
ton of questions.
hell yeah, dude. I hope that gets blown up. I hope that the information that's being presented comes out.
Bad
more
choice of
majorly.
words there, RW.
Yeah, yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. But I mean, I've been hearing this thing about police roadblocks now. Like
Yep.
nobody wants to talk about it
Yep.
because maybe it happened, but maybe it was at the time what officers thought they were doing. Have you guys heard about this Last Dance?
No.
They like that they were stopping people from going in certain directions because they thought they were doing the best thing, but it turned out that just letting.
In Maui, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard that, but I'm not sure I believe it. That they wouldn't let residents leave. They weren't very, the roadblocks weren't forceful, and some residents just said "F you" and drove around them, and they didn't get arrested or anything.
And some of them took a left and lived, and some of them took a right.
The people that ignored the police and went around their roadblock lived. The people that went back died. That's how that worked.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm trying
Now,
to say.
these are preliminary reports. They sound so bad that it makes me hard to believe. So I have to caveat them.
Yeah, I would like to see transparency come out, and if there is truth behind any of the things that are being said right now.
I mean, how many times have we heard stories come out in the beginning, and they're complete fabrications? It turned out.
Well, but what's strange about Maui as a world event and the amount of information that's coming out, I feel like it's more than other events. I don't know if it's just I'm biased and I'm paying more attention to it, or if it is having a lot of strange stories come out of it.
What do you mean by strange? I mean, the death toll is
Insurance
staggering.
companies dropping fire coverage after being lobbied, and then them not telling the people. Then the people's houses all get burned down, and then that same lobbying group comes in to buy the land from the people as a saving grace. Stuff like that. It's like, is it true? If it is, that's not good.
I've got a TikTok video early on from this whole thing. If you guys are interested,
I'm interested.
I mean, it's TikTok, but so it's take it as it is. But
does it have girls shaking their booty to the news?
I am absolutely.
You know what a fan I am of TikTok.
No, this is a good one. This is just a TikToker interviewing people in Maui right after it happened.
Well, put it on, baby.
You got it. Let me see if I can figure this out. It's TikTok. I don't do TikTok.
But none of them were moving. And I walked all the way from Safeway to the chart house. Not one car had moved. And I was wondering what was stopping the traffic.
Is this fish?
And I got to the end
Yes.
and I looked up north. There were no obstructions. There was no reason to keep those cars
Are
there.
you serious?
I'm serious as a heart attack. And I said, what are you doing? He goes, well, I'm under orders to keep them here. And I said, the fire is right around Safeway. It's going to hit Front Street. You know, these people got to get out of here. And he said, I'm following orders.
No way.
And so I just kept walking. And I, well, maybe he knows something I don't, you know. So, and I keep walking down the highway, and I look behind. No cars are coming out. I walked all the way to Waikuli Beach. Still no cars coming out. And I started hearing boom, boom, boom. And then I heard people screaming and stuff.
You're saying they were blockaded in by the police at the end of Front Street?
Yeah.
Like where that restaurant is.
Where the chart house.
Where the chart house was, I should
Right.
say. There was a blockade there, and they could not go any further.
Right. I walked.
What the hell?
I walked all the way from Safeway to there. Not one car had moved, and people walking in front of me. The people in the cars were saying, "Would you like a ride?" And they go, "Oh, okay." And they get in. They ask me, "No, you better get out of here." You know. But they just, well, we were told to evacuate by car. Okay. So I just kept walking, and I got all the way to, like I said, the Civic Center, and then I started hearing all the explosions, and there was no one walking behind me or on bicycles or anything.
I don't know, man. I think that's as authentic as it gets, dude.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think
But
he's lying.
is he saying that the people just stayed in their cars and the fire overtook the cars and they detonated and blew up?
I'm not sure.
That sounds like what it's saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the people would have stayed in their cars if the fire was right behind them, but all the vehicles are there.
Well, if
but he was saying that nobody followed him out on foot.
Well, if you have a cop standing there, maybe
it's possible that that's what it meant. I'm not sure in my mind if that those people.
I mean,
were
this is a strange behavior from humans. Like, I've seen it in other times of intense crisis. Like, for one example that I've always seen with mass shootings is people staying in place. Like, move, run. It's a fucking fire. It's a shooter. Like, treat them the same way. Like, why would you stay in a car? This guy probably had a 10-minute walk, like he said, to Waikiki Beach, I think. Like, I think that's one of the most famous beaches in the world, or whatever he said.
Yeah.
But you know, at least the ocean won't catch on fire. It ain't exactly like you're saved. You might drown or get smashed into coral, but like, he had the right idea. He's walking to the ocean. You know?
And Steve, people are. I've been through a couple of like hurricanes down here where they had the evacuations and people panic, man. They get in their cars and they all drive up north and they all end up getting stuck on the turnpike.
What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do, McGrand, for someone in a single family house in Florida when they're saying there's a three or four cat 3 or 4 coming through?
Well, it depends on where you are.
I mean, it's a roll of the dice. You're up. You're fucking buzzard gizzard or whatever the hell you are.
Yeah,
dude.
but here's my.
I'm off to bed. I'm off to bed, guys.
Great talking to you, Biscuit.
I'm taking off too. I'm jumping on Biscuit's trails. I gotta get out of here.
All right. Well, good talking to you.
Always good seeing you guys.
All right.
See you,
You're not quite back yet, Aphid. You're not quite.
Well, I just got stuff I gotta get taken care of before I go to bed tonight, so I need to get out.
Come on.
All right, take care, guys.
Night.
All right.
Sorry, McGrand. What's up?
We got rid of our rock stars.
So So what I was saying is that there's this herd mentality, and you have to think for yourself. For example, I analyze these things, and to answer your question, Steve, yeah, if I was faced with a cataclysmic storm and I knew I couldn't get the hell out, I'd probably prefer to stay, cover my shit with tarps, and get everything off the ground. Like what happened on the West Coast. You notice a lot of those are 2-story buildings, man. People didn't pick up the furniture and move it upstairs. So the tide was high, came up 8 feet, maybe 10 feet. You know, me personally, like if I was here, I'd be covering my shit up with a tarp. I know my windows are going to hold. Maybe my roof will go because it's above me, you know, it's a couple floors above me. I can't control that, but I know I'm not going to drown because, like you said, I'm up high.
Right. But you probably could. You could achieve higher winds with elevation, even 100 feet.
It does. It actually, yeah. It's a significant increase with altitude as well.
Right. We're not talking mountaintops. You're not that high, but even that little bit,
it makes a difference. Not only that, the contour of the buildings. For example, I have a condo across from me, so they create these valleys. You know, so you know how it is. You compress air, you increase velocity. Same thing with water pressure, right? You increase velocity. So you're absolutely right about that. But anyway, I got my new windows. They're wrapping them They wrapped them again, dude. I had them open and stuff. Now they're doing the plaster work on the columns. So pretty soon I'll be alive and well with my shit over
You'll
here.
be free of workers. So they're plastering, then it's a few days to cure. Then a
Then
light
they have to
sand.
paint. It's probably a couple of weeks.
Okay, a few days to cure, light sand, a little bit of more prep, and then you're in priming, painting, finish work, and you're done.
Do you have to run fans for mud work down in Florida because of the humidity?
No, man. They're well, actually, it's funny because I did concrete in Guantanamo, and we used to have to put retardant in the mix so it would slow down the curing process.
I don't know.
I'm sure that we're really not pouring concrete. Most of the shit they're doing here is chipping, replacing rebar, and then putting in mud. It's not like real hard.
For those who aren't familiar with your history, McGrand was a prisoner in Guantanamo Bay. They taught him a trade, and they let him go.
With his ties to the mafia, they put him into concrete work.
Yep.
That's good. That's a good system.
Anyway, I know where the prison is over there, by the way, because they made the mistake of showing pictures of it. There's some topographical landmarks that gave it away. It's on the beach. Those guys are on the beach, man.
What do you think? What do you think they should do with the guys who were left there that were serious hitters in our destruction and murder of our American citizens?
First of all,
charge him or release him.
We don't have any convictions. Some of them are bogus. And the reality is, I believe in law and order. So you either try them or let them go.
Amen.
Well, like Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, who didn't even blow up a fucking plane, he had a bomb in his shoe, is in Supermax Florence.
But he was charged and convicted.
But I guess the ambiguous nature of the people that are in Guantanamo, it's almost like the powers that be, like, think or know that they're gonna fucking go right back to it.
No.
How can you say no? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody fucking knows.
Ask Ron DeSantis. Here's what it comes down to: every friggin' person down there cannot stand trial because they were tortured. And if they're in a legal framework, and if they come stateside and they go to court, their defense attorneys can prove that they were compromised. All the evidence against them was derived through torture, which was illegal to begin with.
Brand. Let me ask you this.
And then it's still then they should be released.
Well, let me just put this in and Last Dance, you know this. There's some bad fucking dudes down there, dude. And you know that.
You know who the only one?
Okay, so
the
let
only
me
one
get
is
this
the
out of
Sheikh.
you.
It's the Sheikh Mohammed.
Last Dance, if they're bad dudes and people
KSM.
think they're bad dudes, do you think it's okay to keep them because they're just bad dudes? Like, really
I
bad?
think we should trade them for WNBA players from other countries.
That's a reasonable thing.
Nobody wants these dudes in Guantanamo.
Oh, well, then I have no suggestions.
Okay, well, at least you had one.
Like Last Dance, you think they could be like, mass murdering, blowing up, killing American types?
Anything's possible. I would actually believe that, first of all, that some of them are still convictable with evidence that wasn't derived from torture. I believe that there's some of them who are simply not threats and never were, and should never have been imprisoned in the first place.
Like guilty by association or something.
Something like that, or they were, they were with the Taliban because they were young, and that was the thing to do at the time.
Right, some dumb idiot.
Exactly.
You didn't have a choice.
A combination of that, or they were just young and they were rural, and they're in their community. There was a charismatic Taliban leader, and said that there were these invaders. These Americans were invading, which was true.
I'll tell you one guy who should be released by now, and that is the American Taliban.
Yeah.
You
I mean, I don't know if he should be released, but I'm all for reviewing all those convictions.
First of all, that guy never raised a hand against the United States.
John Walker.
Well, he should be released back into Afghanistan,
No,
and his citizenship should be revoked.
He never raised a hand against the United States. He was fighting the Taliban against the Northern Alliance.
Yeah, he declared alliance with a country we declared. Well,
after the fact,
yeah, it's semantical.
After the fact,
yeah.
We went to war against the Taliban after the fact. He was already a soldier with them.
I'll say this for you, McGrand.
McGrand?
Yeah.
American Taliban. Fucking Neil, dude.
Are you not entertained?
Sorry. You're not getting me with that one, bro. That's fucking out there.
Hail
Fuck
Caesar.
that guy. Fuck that guy.
I don't know.
Fucking American Taliban.
He's
Fuck
already
you,
been
right?
in
Come on, dude.
And you know what? He almost drowned.
I
He was shot three
honestly don't
times
know
in
these stories.
Sharif.
I don't know the information.
You
You
better
gotta
off
look him
not.
up. The American Taliban. He was shot 3 times, man.
Wasn't he involved in the
CIA
uprising that
Masai Sharif, yeah.
when the CIA guy was killed?
Yeah, Michael Mann was the
Michael
CIA
Mann, right.
guy.
Now he says that I think he says that he
was not an integral part of that.
Yeah, he says that, right?
He
Look.
was there with the other Taliban who rose up, killed Michael Mann and everybody. Nobody said his hand touched Michael Mann's, you know.
I would like to
Everything
see
rhymes with Taliban in this story.
Michael
It's
Mann.
Michael Mann, American, Taliban. It's
Yeah.
like a fucking
It's like a
rhyming
rock song.
story.
It's a
That's a big-
conspiracy.
You got how about he was drowning? You know what happened was they were in the prison. They couldn't get him out of there. They flooded the prison to drown him out. All the prisoners. That was CIA doing the job there with special forces, working for our brother and good friend General Donstrom, the great
So
warlord.
who runs Guantanamo? Is it purely the United States of America, or is it like a joint operation?
No, it's a U.S. naval base.
entirely U.S.
Okay.
Cisco actually has the contract.
No, you know who does? General Electric and
GE.
Westinghouse.
They protect the whole thing with mini
No, they
guns
run the
firing at
desalination power
6,000
plant.
rounds a minute.
That's a
on the high.
Westinghouse power plant, by the way.
See, the only thing that I even know about Guantanamo, or not even that I know that in my mind what it is, it's this dark hole that people get put into and disappear.
No,
and
it's actually a
and,
pretty
and I
cool
never
place.
get to actually hear what's actually happening. I just have like
It's-
hearsay.
It's actually a really cool place. It's
I hope to never see it.
Are you willing to be swapped out for a prisoner there?
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to explain what it's like there.
Yeah.
It's
It's
arid.
cool.
It's very
It's
arid.
dark.
No, it's not dark at all. It's
The,
arid.
the accommodations are small. Not a lot of light or fresh air. Rats, as much as you want. It's a nice place. I mean,
So
it's
wildlife, it's got a lot of.
occasionally a
You
parrot
should
might
be in
land
real
on
estate, guys. You should sell houses.
You might get a parrot on the cell bar doors.
Oh
or
man, margaritas,
You don't want to know what's in
They'll
them.
throw some stale limes into your cell.
pina coladas.
But McGrand, so you're saying that your visiting of the base is it's not dark and dank. It's like it's
It's
not.
like no, it's not. Small town USA, actually.
That's the craziest description of Guantanamo Bay that I've ever heard.
Well, it is. It's a big U.S. base.
US naval
It's
base.
not just a prison. It's a big
It's all a
base.
bunch of gringos running around, buddy. There's very few Cubans there.
No, I'm thinking
all
more
American.
like my perception
And Jamaicans.
is the prison. I know
Well,
it's a big base.
See, that's the problem. The prison is not the base. The prison is actually in an area that I actually lived around for a little while because it was in the back of an old Marine base. And it was Camp Buckley. That's the place on the coast. That's where they built the prison. But
Buckwheat?
most of it's like
Buckwheat.
like 2 miles away is where people live,
I
like
got
where
you.
the
I
big
got you.
barracks are and the PXs and the officers club and the CPO club and the bowling alley, which is of course in the high school. That's all away from the prison.
Grandy, explain this to me.
Hmm.
I think of Guantanamo Bay prison as the sort of residue of the worst excesses of the Bush years. And yet, Trump kept it there, and now Biden's kept it open. What's going on?
Yeah, it's because they're all cowards. They're all afraid.
Obama, yeah.
Obama too. They're all afraid to acknowledge the rule of law because of the boogeyman. You know,
because if they release them and something bad happens, they'll get blamed.
Well, they actually did release quite a few guys over the years, and some of them actually ended up becoming active Taliban fighters against.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. But as long as they stay in Afghanistan,
yeah,
that's totally okay.
But as far as the reasoning, I can only surmise it's because they're cowards, and nobody. I mean, just how terrible the political culture is today. Oh yeah, he's the guy that let those people go. It's like
right.
It's like everybody's saying, "Oh, Biden blew it in Afghanistan," without even understanding that Donald Trump had put that whole process into play, and actually wanted to bring the Taliban to Camp David,
which was a good thing that Trump did, and I'm glad Biden followed that up.
I'm just saying.
I've decided
we had to get the hell out of Afghanistan, man. That's the reality.
Through my deep thought and seeing so many clips about that Afghanistan pullout, and just going over it ad nauseum in my head, once you get all the information and you think about it a bunch of times over and you realize where we are now, it was the best possible outcome. It wasn't the best logistic operation. There were issues, but it had to happen. And
it was.
I can't say that I could
all over again.
I can't say whatever that somebody could have even done it better. I don't even know. Maybe it was the best way. Pull the plug, get the fuck out, rip the Band-Aid off, just go. People falling off the planes.
Steve,
fucking surreal. Can you believe that shit happened?
Yeah,
it was the same old story. Remember, it didn't happen.
But in hindsight, now I do think.
But
yes,
it didn't happen overnight. You had a succession of anti-Taliban, pro-government troops surrendering to the Taliban all along the way. Why? Because before they're soldiers, they're Afghanis, and they have that cultural thing. Well, put your gun down.
Yeah, I know. There was
put your gun down, and we won't kill you. So, and Taliban be more than willing to do that.
There's a question. Sorry.
I was just going to say the lead guy in charge over there basically surrendered immediately and took a ton of money that the U.S. gave them.
Yeah.
And he gained it as wealth. I think all of that's bullshit, but in the long run, fuck them all. Let them have their fucking shit. I don't want another American risking his life in that fucking shithole.
I agree.
Get the fuck out, dude. I want our American soldiers home. I love these guys and girls. I'm a fucking patriot, and I don't want them dying for these fucking stupid causes, man. Fucking sucks, dude.
There's a question in the chat. Mystery called out McGrand on something, but the question that I would ask the group is, where do we get our history from? And my self-reflection, I grew up in school and there was books in school, so there's that for history. But then when I was out of school, it was basically news and hearsay. And if I was going to do my own research on anything, it's usually Wikipedia, because that's the fastest source, even though I know it's argued. And that's basically it for me. That's where I get my history from. I'm curious where you guys, because you guys are much more into, and you're older than me, and you have a lot more knowledge on individual events. So I'd ask you guys how you source your historical beliefs or knowledge.
I mean, I get the history from historians,
or we lived it. Last Dance. We
lived it, but even then, we lived it, and we got our news from, in those days, CBS, NBC or ABC, and then the
newspapers, Time Magazine, Life
Time Magazine, right?
Like Vietnam War, for example, it was rare that you got anything that wasn't, apple pie. It
But
wasn't
they're
later in the year, or
Yeah,
documentaries.
when it was going on, were you hearing about soldiers getting
Dude, it was
killed and
scary.
marked?
It was
Were you
scary.
hearing
because,
about it? What were you told?
Walter
at home?
Cronkite it was 300, 400 Americans dying every week on Friday night news.
right.
Cronkite was good about that. I've heard that in historical
Everybody
references.
had, and the count today, and they would give the cumulative. So it was like, holy shit. And guess what? It was weird because for me, I mean, I was a little kid, but it was like, Johnny's older brother's over there, or, all your friends, their
Sure.
family members, or their dads in some cases. Like my first grade teacher, her son died in a helicopter crash in Vietnam. I still remember that first grade. I mean,
I worked with the woman whose brother was killed on the USS Forrestal fire.
No shit.
Now that wasn't a combat fire, but
that was John McCain's. He was there.
Was he on the Forrestal?
There's a picture of him coming out of his aircraft, walking down the nose of it, and the whole runway's on fire. He jumps off the nose and tumbles down.
Yeah.
So here's another question based on what you answered. You cited that you listened to the different news sources like ABC and stuff like that. Are you skeptical now of news sources, and were you skeptical back then, or were you not skeptical back then?
Nah, we pretty much accepted it for what
I was less skeptical then. I'm extraordinarily skeptical now.
Yeah.
And funnily, I think RW, like, if I may chime in, these guys are period guys, but I feel like there was only Walter Cronkite. He had guys in the field. There wasn't a network per se of potential deception, if you know what I mean. Like,
these
communication was fairly rudimentary. For him to get it onto the news, for them to create some deception at that time would have been,
from a journalistic standpoint, these guys carried the flavor of the World War II journalists as well. There was there was this element of, we trust them, and Wally Sherrard. Wally Sherrard was an astronaut, but he was on Walter Cronkite too. But Bob Schieffer, a lot of these guys that, the guy that did Sunday mornings, God damn, he was a big Vietnam guy. They end up evolving into other jobs later on. But
Charles Kuralt.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit of him in Vietnam, believe it or not.
No,
that's cool.
Yeah.
The thing was, back then, the people we would call journalists, did not view themselves as partisans. They viewed themselves as above politics.
Exactly.
And they were much
personal feelings.
Right. They would never have considered themselves to be
not partisan. They were not
Democrats or Republicans.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Even if they did vote one way or the other, they would definitely have regarded themselves as above all that.
I saw Dan Rather get his ass beat at the Democratic Convention, the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, on TV. Dan Rather got his ass beat. He was a young guy too. Because
was there an event that happened that you guys can remember that made you trigger something in your mind to start question the narrative?
I hate to say it, but Dan Rather himself and his Bush stories on Bush's National Guard service were.
I'm not familiar with that. You have to educate me.
But Dan Rather was kind of always suspected of being a kind of a liberal partisan, a Democratic partisan, and he really always denied it. But he ended up getting into personal fights with first George H.W. Bush, the elder, the guy who was the president in 1992, and
the mastermind.
Okay, he was Reagan's vice president, and he got elected president, and that kind of animus carried over into the family to W, the son who became president in 2000. And there were always rumors that somehow that W had shirked his duty in Vietnam by joining the Texas National Guard, which kept him stateside instead of having to go over to Vietnam. And for all I know, that is true. But so those rumors persisted, and then somebody claimed they had the smoking gun documents. And they claimed that they were in the National Guard, the Texas National Guard,
And
at
he
the
never
time.
was there.
And they had the documents, and they gave them to Dan Rather, and Dan Rather did a whole sequence of stories on how Bush somehow got into the Texas National Guard, I believe, when he shouldn't have been allowed to. And the documents, they were all fabricated. The whole thing was fabricated. And it wasn't even that hard this was one of the first triumphs of the internet, is this came out in like 2002, and the documents were on, you could see them on CBS News, and they might have even been available on the CBS News website. And this little tiny blog called Little Green Footballs picked it up, and they looked at it and said, look at the fonts. These are fonts from Microsoft Word. These are not fonts from the 1960s. This is from a word processing program.
What an obvious fucking fail on the font. Holy shit,
And,
that's hilarious. Oh, I love it.
And people people picked it up and said, oh, come on, it can't be true. And they looked at it and said, fuck, it is true. And CBS then said, no, we verified the documents. They're totally true. And more people said, you didn't verify them because this is... And then some of the experts that CBS said they went to who verified them, some of them said, don't look at me. I didn't verify them. The whole story fell apart pretty quickly. And it really was... It really was something.
We went on to liberate the world from weapons of mass destruction of Iraq and.
Yep. Well, that's the funny thing. At some point,
the Taliban from spreading terrorism, so they'll attack us again.
At some point in all this, Dan Rather basically said something to the effect that although he's not sure whether the documents are real, he knows they're true. So this led to the humorous description of the documents as, and this is mocking, fake but true. So if you ever hear someone describe something as fake but true, it's an allusion to that Dan Rather fiasco.
Okay. I appreciate that. And
Now,
I'm also
that's-
very sorry.
That's not all, but they did an investigation, CBS did, and they hired a Republican attorney general from Pennsylvania who was retired, and he said, oh yeah, they did a bad job, but he refused to even look at the issue of whether bias played a role at all. And so a lot of people kind of lost their faith in
Dan Rather.
CBS and Dan Rather. Now,
And that
You
made you
would've-
start to look at other things?
It
Or
just
you were
made-
just
it just made you mistrust it. And
This was already way past the creation of CNN, which was like early 80s, late 70s. CNN came along.
yeah,
That was like the real alternative, the first one to
that's right.
challenge the traditional three: ABC, NBC, and CBS. So, and then of course Fox came into play, and it's all history after that.
McGrand, how old were you when Waco happened, and how did that affect you? It stood out to you, so I'm curious to hear that story.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you. Let me see. I was probably maybe 30.
I don't know when Waco was. 96, 97,
Yeah, I was
93? I don't
probably
know.
like 30. And actually, here's the cool thing. I was a stockbroker, and we had a girl in the office, and she was dating an FBI guy. And she told me he was a pilot, and he would fly
93.
He would fly small aircraft, And she said to me, she said, "Oh, he's flying stuff to Texas, like from Florida, And I'm like, wow, that's weird. And I think she mentioned tear gas. Anyway, 3 weeks later, the assault on Waco. And I'm like, holy shit. It's like I almost knew that was coming. Weird. Steve, your mic is oops.
He's taking a break.
So anyway, it was sort of personal to me, Actually, I think Waco was a huge mistake. They could have arrested that guy on the road anywhere by himself. Instead, they endangered all those children. And that was under Bill Clinton. And one of my Florida girl, Jana Reno, she was the state attorney from the state of Florida. Jana Reno grew up down in Miami. And she was, that was Elian Gonzalez, that whole period where it was a Ruby Ridge time period.
Yep.
It was like federal overreach all over the place.
Yeah, I think those
Waco was a tragedy.
How is it spun to the American people from media?
Well, the funny thing is they would spin it, but we had the video. It was like you could see. I mean, when the ATF agents went up on the roof and they got fired upon when they went in through a window, and they were firing into the building and those people were firing back, Anyway, the whole thing should never have happened. They should never have even tried to assault them.
I agree.
They could have waited them out. It was just politics and pressure and bullshit.
But what was the statement that the government was making? What was the statement?
Well, they're arresting the guy for having sawed-off shotguns.
So they're saying statement was you can't have these weapons.
Well, yeah, and that was the same one with Ruby Ridge. He was acquitted on that one. But they were propped up charges of him having illegal weapons, but none of that ever came to fruition. Nobody had any evidence on that. That never happened because they were all dead. There was never a trial.
Afterwards, was there any repercussions for the family?
Here's what they said. Oh, well, they're mistreating the children. This gets that gets Americans going every time. You know what I mean?
That happened at the end for the last assault.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're mistreating the children.
Yeah, the children.
We got to save the children.
I hate to say it, but that was.
I think that was part of that. That's picked on because it was an Adventist group that became like a cult sect, and so that we're related to that, but it's not.
Really, the Branch Davidians were kind of Adventist.
That's what I remember hearing. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing.
But the fact is there was no evidence of any mistreatment or they were just their own private community in Waco,
Right, and of all places, Texas, right? Because if I think of Texas now, I'm like, yeah, they have guns. What's the point?
Exactly.
Yeah, they have sawed-off shotguns. What's the point?
It was all politics.
It was a disaster that was created by the government,
and one that they had to continue. They couldn't let it go. You know what I mean? Jana Reno couldn't say we're going to stand back.
Once they invaded, they had to double down all the way. Yeah. And
we're talking ground assault, okay? Yeah. Armored weapons, and they were using these tanks that would punch a hole in the wall and it would introduce gas, but these were pyrotechnics. They had explosions in there, okay? And these are adobe buildings, wooden roofs, okay? And they're saying, well, the tear gas didn't start the fire. Bullshit. That's what started the fire. And then there was no water and then you're under fire. Okay. So now you're inside of a building that's burning down. You're under fire from federal agents on the outside. How the hell do you even get anybody out?
Yeah. And what is the rules of engagement for the
rules
government?
of engagement, and they violated them. The rules of engagement is you have to have a visible target before you can fire if you're a police officer or a federal agent.
And you have to consider
threat. You can't.
You have to consider collateral damage too. You can't.
Yeah. If someone's shooting at you through a wall, you cannot return fire because you cannot see them. And so what's introducing tear gas into a building that's,
it should be a crime. It's not just incompetent.
And
it should have been a crime.
Time they kept saying, "Oh no, that couldn't have started the fire. It couldn't have started a fire. It was just the gas." Bullshit. Something's got to kick that gas off. You know what I mean?
Well, even tear gas canisters, when they pop, they're giving a thermite charge to a degree. So
right. It's not. It's I mean.
Anyway, it was so tragic, man.
But it was the second incident of its kind. Ruby Ridge was first.
Yeah.
And then Waco.
I don't know much about Ruby Ridge. I've heard the term called out.
Ruby Ridge was FBI murder. It was shooting kids in the back.
Kids on what premise?
Because they were
illegal modification of what. There was this guy named Randy Weaver, and he was kind of tired of the way the world was going, so he went and bought a ranch somewhere. Where was it? Where was Ruby Ridge, Montana?
I think it was Wyoming. I'm not
Wyoming. So he went and kind of decided, I'm going to check out from the world. I'm going to have this ranch, take my family, and we're going to not bother anyone. And that's what he did. But I don't know. Maybe he was involved in selling, selling guns or something to his neighbors or something. Pretty minor stuff.
Like a straw purchase type thing.
It might have been something like that. I think he was wanted for illegally modifying it. It was something to do with guns.
He sawed off a shotgun or something.
It was something like that.
They ended up shooting his wife, who was not armed. They shot her through a drape, and they shot his son in the back with his dog.
And the wife, when she was shot, was holding his baby.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that they didn't kill the baby too.
Yeah.
But and the son shot an FBI agent because they had broken into the farm. I mean, Randy Weaver was, he wasn't a peaceful man, but they just leave him alone.
Randy Weaver was not only not convicted, he wasn't even acquitted because they didn't try him, but he won a civil case against the federal government.
So wait, they killed his wife and kid, but not him?
That's correct.
I mean, what other type of punishment can you give a man?
Well, because after that, he went, wait, and went out there and surrendered, and everything happened. And then when it all came out, they didn't even try him. They never prosecuted him. And he won a civil suit, like big money.
Yeah, but dead family members.
It wasn't worth it, of course. But
why wasn't the FBI guy who shot his wife, she was not armed at the time?
He was probably promoted. That's why he was.
Why wasn't he prosecuted for murder?
All right, and we're back.
Well, we just decided the FBI has to be prosecuted.
Having some nice Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand.
Oh,
that came 13,000 miles around the world because apparently we can't grow it like 100 miles from here. So what the fuck?
Make sure you should wash it down with Fuji water or Fiji
Isn't that
water.
silly? Like I paid like $13 for this, and it's rated at 91 on the Robert Parker scale, which is pretty good for a $13 bottle. And I'm like, well, then you start thinking about it. You're like, what the fuck? Why can't they grow a Sauvignon Blanc grape in New England, let's just say? It doesn't even have to be Massachusetts where I live. And make just as good a wine. Why does it have to travel that far? It does seem insane, doesn't it?
Koala bear dung, maybe?
It's delicious. I'm not going to lie.
There's no koalas in New Zealand, my friend.
Okay. I'm trying to think of something.
RW is offended.
No,
you know what they do have? They have
That's
the
right.
magnificent bird of paradise, one of the finest birds ever to exist.
They have something called a weta. which is the scariest cricket you will ever see in your life.
I hate crickets, man.
This cricket is like this big, and it bites,
I hate crickets.
and it's
Crickets-
fierce looking. At least
Crickets
it's not poisonous. If it was in Australia, it would not only bite you, but it would be able to like poison you, and
Yeah, through
your eyeballs would fall out 1 second later, and then your head would fall off.
Yep.
Gentlemen, I'm
Crickets
going to
will
sign
eat
off.
All right,
you're out of here?
take it easy,
All right.
McG. Good talking
See
to
you,
you.
man. See you.
Thank
bud.
you. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Peace. I don't like crickets. They eat everything. They eat vegetation. They're tenacious.
They stink.
Do they smell?
Oh, if you ever raise them for animals, they're foul smelling. If you don't clean out the cage often enough, the dead bodies will create an atmosphere of gas that will kill everything in the tank.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And these ones didn't have fangs or stingers or biting pincers or anything, but
Yeah, I just don't like them. I've caught a few of them here in my lair, and they're never the most welcome pest for me. And I know my lady would like to hear this because she doesn't like them. Is spiders. I love spiders.
I thought you were going to say the neighbor, but spiders is good.
Yeah, spiders. No, I love to see them in the corners, just setting up, catching those nasty flies and shit, dude.
Jumping
that's
spiders are not only beautiful, but they're extremely intelligent.
Love them.
Yeah, man. I usually like communicate with them, like they do the little front, feeler things, and you just
Yeah.
like do it back to them, and they'll do patterns and everything.
Really?
And I'm not even high at the time.
They'll turn and face you, which is bizarre. This tiny thing, this bit bigger than this your thumb, if it's a big one, will
What I-
actually turn
what
and
I-
face you for some reason.
What
I
I
don't
think
know
is
why that is.
Acknowledgement.
what I think is
I guess
cool
so.
about them is they don't move smoothly. It's like
they're
they
jumpy.
it's like it's like 24 frames per second. Everything seems discrete, like bounce, 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 bounce. Even when they turn, they're like very robotic. It's kind of
Right.
weird and funky.
I wonder if we slowed that down to our frame rate, if all the crazy stuff we'd be seeing them doing.
Yeah, good point. Maybe they're really smooth.
Yeah, that's
if you
right.
slow it down,
Ballet dancers.
they're just totally smooth, and beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the way their legs work isn't, I guess, too different from ours, but it's basically they have a little pump that pumps blood into their muscles. It's all like an instantaneous motion. So when the blood gets pumped, it's very apparent that I think that they're jumping or moving the way that you're saying. So it's like, I think they build it up and they probably sit with it in reserve. That's why when like spiders seem to react to you, like when they see you, at least certain species. I had a big one the other day at work that was like every time I walked by it would move, but every time I would just like calmly kind of give it some space, it wouldn't move. So I knew the thing was like hyper aware of whatever I was doing. So they're very sentient beings, man. It's cool.
For the jumping spiders, I agree. For the spiders that sit on the web, I'm not sure how much they're thinking about at any given moment.
I think jumpers and wolves. Wolves are also a wanderer. A web won't support a wolf spider, although they do have web spinning ability. The web won't support their own wings. So,
I don't notice them in North Carolina. I don't know how prevalent they are in this area.
oh, they're there and they're huge.
Did you ever
You don't
see?
have much of a winter, so somewhere around you, within a couple 100 feet, I'd say there's wolf spiders that are like probably this big.
But also because we don't have very cold winters, we have more lizards and such, so the populations are knocked back more.
Right, and lizards, for spider haters, they're your best buddy. They eat the fuck out of spiders. So
All they leave is a little bit of doo-doo. Sorry, Dan,
That's-
I cut you off.
yeah, last dance. Continue, homeboy.
Oh, I wasn't gonna. I was just remembering something I saw when I was hiking last year.
Yes, yes.
I saw a wasp dragging a wolf spider along the ground, like it had killed it, and I guess it was taking it off somewhere to dine on it. But it was just the most bizarre sight. And I mean, this spider was bigger than the wasp. And
Yeah, and I'll tell you actually what that wasp was going to do with it was not dine on it. It was going to lay its eggs inside of it. Then the wasp's larvae are born, and they feed on the decrepit remains of the spider.
Like Alien vs Predator.
That is the food that allows them to become fully grown wasps. Is that spider?
I'll one up you on that story. So I was sitting on the front porch, and there was a little web in a crack on the porch, and the little paper wasp or whatever you'd call it came up to that web, took its front legs, and just tapped on the web, and it got the spider's attention to come up, and then it grabbed it, stung it, and flew away. I was like, that mofo is smart as shit. Like, I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
Cool. He lured him in on his own
I don't
trap.
stinging hornets and wasps and stuff like that. I think of everything like I don't even like them more than mosquitoes. I deal with them a lot here on the ranch, and especially like yellow jackets and stuff that you can't see until it's too late. Man, they make life suck.
Yeah, they do, but you're right. If you're sort of cerebral in your movements and you're doing everything deliberately, I find that they don't really mess with you. It's when you kind of go all cowboy on a situation, start swinging the rake all around like a maniac, that's when they get like a little uppity. I don't know. It's weird. They're very in tune with what a person's level of stress or attitude is. It almost seems like.
And I remember being stung by a yellow jacket when I was not even aware they were there. I was reading a book. This was in college, and it was just before class, and I was sitting and reading the book before class, and all of a sudden I had this agony in my hand, and there was a yellow jacket stinging me, and I was doing that. And this was in fall. They get very aggressive as their time is coming to an end. There,
when they want
temperature
sugar,
goes down, bro. When the temperature goes down, they get extremely aggressive. When it's hot, they are lethargic, just like us.
So,
speaking of insects, do you guys have to deal with any plague insects? Like we have the Chinese ladybug, the stink bug, and the Japanese beetle, and the green boring elm beetle or whatever, and soon the lantern bug. Do you guys have anything?
Bug sounds cool.
It's like a little leaf hopper, but it swarms, nothing eats it, and it kills trees.
Does it have bioluminescence?
I don't believe so. It's just got an interesting pattern.
We have a light bug up here, or what you might call a what do they call it again?
Lightning bug?
Yeah, the proper name. It's
Gloemus acimus.
It's like
so Latin too.
Yeah.
Let's just go with lightning bug. When it comes to you, you'll be like, oh yeah. We have those here. I think those are.
I'll look it up, dude. I'll look it up.
I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up.
No, now we're all looking it up.
Firefly.
I
was thinking like the Greek or something, man.
Yeah, that's the OG, dude. We had them
Lampridia
earlier this year, and they were like, it was awesome. I even put a video on our Discord last dance. Did you get them like that? Did you see that video I put up the lightning bugs?
I did, yeah.
They've diminished
like
for me
that?
in my lifetime. When I was a kid, I used to go around and hit them with like tennis rackets and stuff because they were everywhere, and I was a bad kid.
I love
but
it.
now it's
So
like I'll
good.
see 2 or 3 in a whole field. It's sad.
It's worth going out there with the bowl and just standing there for like 3 minutes and watching them. I mean, when we had the Perseus meteor showers, I happened to be lucky enough to be down on Cape Cod a few weeks ago. And I was up by myself, in a really beautiful place. And I walked over and sat in this nice beach chair, looked up for like 45 seconds. I saw the most glorious shooting star you would ever see. It was so beautiful. It actually scared me, even though it was silent. When I saw it in its brightness, I gasped.
Like,
Now,
it's a nuke.
Dude, it was literally, I don't even know. It was a subhuman, uncontrollable gasp. I couldn't control myself. It was incredible. When I see a firefly, it's not like that, but when you see a conglomeration of them, and there's like 50 of them going off at once, to me, it's like nature's shooting star. It's the coolest thing. You're just looking at the bushes, watching these things.
If I saw 50 at a time, it would be a very nostalgic experience for me.
That's how it was out here over the hot parts of the summer. It seemed like those things come in when the heat hits. It's like
I feel like something's killing them off where I live, though. The areas that I've lived, it's just
that sucks.
I don't understand why they're not around.
When I grew up in Chicago, that was a kind of a rite of passage in the summer. Was when at a certain point, I don't know when, that the fireflies would come out and we would catch them and put them in jars. And
yeah.
That was the most humane thing you did.
Yeah, we would watch them for a while. Of course, they would die because they don't belong in jars.
That's weird.
We did that in Cape Cod. The funny thing is, back then, you know what we never thought about? Ticks. We're climbing around in the brambles.
Never had a tick.
Catching fireflies, right? And I never had a tick. Then all of a sudden, along the way, they're telling us there's this thing coming out of Connecticut, Lyme disease, and all of a sudden, now if you go to the places I went on the Cape to catch fireflies in the blueberry bushes and the brambles and that low level growth, you're fucking 50 ticks on your ass, dude. You're fucked. Like, no, I know it sounds gross, but that's where ticks go.
Oh, I know.
No, I've experienced it.
It's horrible. They want warm and dark, moist places.
But where were they when I was here 30 years ago, romping through the woods? I never had a tick, never. And then one day, I don't know when it was, 15 years ago maybe, tick. And now, now it's you just go anywhere. I remember I went to a place nearby, a historic site, and I was careful to not touch any trees. I mean, I was trying don't touch a tree. And I was so proud of myself that I didn't touch anything. When I got home, I was covered with ticks.
It's from tall
big
grass
ticks, deer ticks, ticks everywhere, ticks on over my private parts.
How many? Total.
There were probably a dozen ticks on me.
Oh my God.
It ticked them off, man.
Jesus, I've been in, I found a tick here or there, and that's enough to
I don't know.
Heebie-jeebies, bro.
I'd find them
at once. What the fuck?
I'd find them over like 3 or 4 days. I don't know. Maybe they're hiding in my hair, and then they, they take turns coming down and attaching themselves. Because
they could sit on your shoes as well.
Yeah, they could be anywhere. But
what kind of ticks are you dealing with? Sitting on your shoes? Are they having a casual party down there? Hanging out on the shoes?
I mean, I saw something a while ago, like how they stand on grass and stick their arms out once they sense something. I don't know if it's heat. I don't know if they can smell, but there's
carbon
some
dioxide. Who knows? Yeah.
Up. And so if they smell your shoes and they're on your shoe, they'd probably stay there and wait for that source to come back.
Well, with last dance, that's a problem. They smell them from a half mile away. It smells like rotting corpse.
They're probably all getting on their phones and saying, "Line up, guys.
Here comes a human."
Got some old guy. He's never even going to notice us because he can't feel anything.
Go straight for his balls, everybody.
Yep.
Jesus, I had no idea. I don't get the fascination with spiders and bees and things like that. But ticks are the one thing that fucking suck and freak me out from the inside world. Literally. Like, what else? would
Mosquitoes.
really compare. Mosquitoes, if malaria was a real issue for us, I would say definitely mosquitoes. But otherwise, for us, you guys aren't dealing with malaria. It's an annoyance, but it's not like you're going to get a lifelong disease, right?
I mean, just for the annoyance, I want to argue that there's more transmissible diseases that we're not understanding with that insect, but more so a bug that has bothered me since I moved to North Carolina are chiggers. I didn't know about these things until I moved here, but basically I'll go out and weed eat, even with pants on and everything, and they're just a microscopic mite that will
I've heard
bite
of
you,
these.
and they're so toxic that it leaves this welt on your leg that itches like a mofo for like a week and a half, and you can't do anything about it really.
It's like a tiny tick, right?
It's a mite. It's a if I guess it's a tick if you on a microscopic level.
So you can't see it?
You can't see it. You just
And
experience it.
It bites and then disappears, or does it stay and die on your...
My mom was just telling me the other day that it's misconception that they stick around. It's just
Okay.
the initial bite is toxic enough that you're miserable. The itch is horrible. And you guys don't have leeches where we are. In Australia, man, leeches are quite an experience.
Oh.
Yeah, I had leeches in, funnily enough, in New Hampshire. I saw them in some lakes, which is north of Massachusetts and much colder.
Land leeches.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll track you down, and you can't feel them when they attach. And after they're done,
Land leeches.
yeah,
What the hell's going on over there?
Like an inchworm. They'll come towards you,
Jeez.
and then they'll attach. You can't feel it. Their bite you can't feel, and then all of a sudden you have this weeping wound, and for the next so many weeks it's going to itch like a really hardcore.
Oh yes.
I'd have
Sounds
to
like that old riddle. If you could, would you take $10 million for a snail that would always be tracking you down for life? The second it touches you or you touch it, you die.
$10 million.
Yeah.
How old am I? 37.
Now, yeah.
I don't know.
So
I feel like
it
there's
can-
so many ways to win that.
It can
So you-
never see. It's not enough money for it to be silly money, like foolish money, but it's a lot of money.
This day and
So-
age, I don't know. Can it float across water? Like, there's too many what ifs.
I don't know. Yeah, it's an old philosophy question. It's stupid. You're right, because I've thought about all these things. Like, what if
I
you
mean,
just
if
put
the
it?
whole point is to make you think, then it's a great question. But if there's an actual answer to it, I don't know.
I mean, if I
I don't
have to
know either.
worry about a snail, I wouldn't take the money.
Well, what if you just put a ramp in front of the safe and then and stood on the backside of the safe and like waved your arms to the snail, and then it climbed the safe. Then you ran around and slammed the door shut and locked it, and then the snail was in the safe, and you
Well,
knelt the key.
If you fly across the country, how long is his ass going to take to get to you? Like, I don't understand what the problem is. You have $10
Yeah,
million,
I know.
you can always be moving.
But what if you fall into a coma for some reason? That snail's
then-
going to be making ground, and he knows where you are in the hospital. He's going to find you.
If you're in a coma, he's your savior.
I think
We'll
at
just
best
end it.
a snail could travel a mile or two a day. I'm thinking, is that a lot of distance for a snail?
I can't believe it. It's a phenomenal distance.
A mile in a day for a snail? Let's look up snail mile per hour.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
A snail's mile per hour was 0.03.
All right.
So can
So-
someone do the math on that for 24 hours? How long he travels?
That's
Is it just 24 times
well-
0.03?
1/20th would be 0.05, so
No, he's
that's
at
close to being a mile a day.
He's 3/4 of a mile.
It's not quite, but it's almost there.
So
That's pretty good.
Oh wow, it's 0.72 after 24 hours. That's interesting.
Yeah,
That's
so
way more than I expected.
let's just say 2 days is a mile and a half. So that means four days is 3 miles. 6
I'd
days.
easily take the money. Screw it. A mile a day. That's fine. Bed and
You
breakfast for the
have
rest
to
of my life.
you have to be constantly thinking about it. But you're right. You could probably move around enough. Even if you owned a sailboat, you can sail even on a dead wind.
But
You
the thing
move
is,
as fast as a snail.
you don't know where the snail is. So how do you know how to flee from it?
GPS tracker. I don't know.
So does it only kill you though? Will it kill anyone else if it touches them?
You only. You only.
Okay, so
That's
if
the
I
only
hire
question.
somebody for so many dollars a day to just sweep it away or pick it
Yeah,
up,
you
so
only
it can't
have
go
10
anywhere.
million. You only have 10 million.
If I gave someone $1 million to take care of the snail for the rest of their life, so they never let go of it,
Now this is why I enjoy these questions, because we get the solution.
That's a good question.
Snail tender for $1 million.
I'm sure someone would tend a snail for the rest of their lives for $1 million.
I'm sure a lot of people would for $1 million.
I broke that philosopher's question, so we need a new one.
We're done with it.
All right. Here's the real original question. You get 10 million, but for the rest of your life, there is a super snail that is invincible and kills you by touching you. It follows you, trying to kill you. It can board a plane. What would you do?
So oceans are no barrier.
Snail tender.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could just camp yourself out away from airports, like 500 miles from the closest airport, and then calculate your time. Now the stress level raises. Now
I'll tell you somebody, this happened in real life. You know somebody who did this? He took that deal, and his name was Randy Weaver. And he thought he was safe there on Ruby Ridge, but it wasn't the snail that got him.
That's funny. I mean, yeah. I mean, they killed his wife, and he never got charged with anything.
He was charged, but he was.
I'm having trouble seeing
the charges were dropped.
relation. That went over my head.
Well, he was never convicted of anything.
I know that I understand, but the segue, I don't.
It was
understand the
bad.
segue. Okay,
It was
It was a horrible
I
segue.
tried, Dance. I tried for you, buddy.
But it was a
If
good
I write it,
change
I
of
can edit
subject.
it, but if I say it, I can't take it back.
If you want to go into Ruby Ridge, let's do it. That is heavy shit. That's one of the most grievous overstepping situations of our government of all time.
I was educated on it by McGee. I can't remember his name already. And Dance just a little bit ago while you were gone. So
McGrandy.
Yeah, the fact that is he still alive?
I think he passed away.
But the fact that he survived and his family was killed, even though he would have won a lawsuit afterwards. I mean, that toll, the repercussion for the toll, like money, you can't throw money at a problem and solve a problem. Like it's nice that he doesn't have to pay for groceries for the rest of his life or work for groceries, but
he died last year.
Wow.
Age of 74.
It's horrendous and scary. Then a guy who wanted to live off grid, live out in the forest, accumulate some cool weapons, do some awesome shooting, things that people like to do in America. Maybe he had some beliefs that might have not aligned exactly with the common culture, but I don't think he was anything other than
within his rights as a U.S. citizen,
an American citizen. Yeah. Do you agree with that, Last Dance?
The modifying of shotguns, it's a pastime.
Doesn't bother me at all.
It doesn't bother me in the slightest bit.
So it would piss you right off if someone related Ruby Ridge to what's happening to Trump right now.
I don't think they correlate.
I don't see how you could relate them.
Okay, because I have seen, not so much that it relates directly, but people that are very strong Trump supporters, they also talk about these same type of Ruby Ridge and Waco. It's like an overstep of a government. So
Well,
they
those
relate
two
it to the
things, those two things are vastly different, though. Ruby Ridge and Waco should never be grouped together, in my opinion.
well, you wouldn't group them together as an overstepping of the government.
Correct.
What
I saw far more concerning things at Waco than I saw at Ruby Ridge.
Okay.
More or
you
less,
don't
what
group-
I understood was, at least because I thought there was some danger for a large group of children at Waco. Now, I'm not saying that Janet, handled it correctly. It was a complete botched operation, and it was so poorly executed that I can't even comment on the U.S. government's response to that. But I think that there was maybe more infractions with Waco and with Ruby Ridge. From what I know, I didn't see anything. It seemed to me like complete bullshit. Does that make sense?
Ruby Ridge had no footage, therefore it
Not footage. Ruby Ridge had, in hindsight, I didn't think there was a case there for the government to be going and shooting at them.
Okay. And for the Waco case, them having weapons or whatever you would say, they had a reason to be
No, I
there,
didn't
even
say
though they
that.
handled it incorrectly.
They handled it vastly incorrectly. I just remember hearing things about children involved. That's all. My thing was RW. I didn't know if there was some information that they had that there was children at risk, even though it seemed like children died in the damage from it. So I guess all I'm saying is I don't know enough about Waco, but it seemed to me that Ruby Ridge is not comparable because it had nothing that those people should have been assaulted for the way that they were, or accosted, whatever word you would use.
So if I can relate what you said, in Waco's scenario, they had a reason. The government had a reason to be there. They weren't overstepping, but they handled the situation wrong. Whereas for the Ruby Ridge scenario, they had no reason to be there, so they overstepped completely.
Yeah, let's go with that to start. That sounds good. I agree with you. Yes.
So I guess when people are using these stories that are trying to relate it to Trump's situation and the government overstepping with him, I guess is how they're relating those things. Even yeah, that's a complete statement.
Well, that's not bad. Trump is a difficult subject. I don't know. To relate that to Trump from the Waco thing, it's a stretch.
Yeah, until we can reflect and look back, and if we have transparent, truthful information, maybe it's possible to relate it in the future. But for now, it's a lot of propaganda. And honestly, anything that we could talk about in current events, I'm not sure how much I actually know on the subject at any given event, because there's so much information on both sides. I lean to what makes the most sense logically.
Yeah, logic usually should dictate. I agree with you so wholeheartedly on that. And Mr. Kelsey1, if you want to jump on here for a few minutes, bro, I'm gonna grab another round. And
I'm gonna sign off. I'm pretty exhausted at this point.
This is the first time you've ever outlasted Last Dance, Steve.
Yeah, he's got energy today.
I had a good time talking to you again, buddy.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for setting it up, Smokesteve, and have a great week.
See you, buddy.
All right,
Thanks
take
for
it
being
easy.
here.
Yeah.
Peace, man. All right, let's see. What did Mr. Kelsey say? They didn't F up when they crossed the Rubicon. Was it delivered at? What is the Rubicon? I'm not sure what he's talking about. A river?
The Rubicon is the point of no return, correct?
Makes sense.
You'd have to put a complete sentence attached to the subject of what we were talking about, Mr. Kilsey, because there's too many topics happening at the same time for me to understand that also.
Well, we're gonna hit the bricks if this thing's coming. It seems like it's coming to an end. RW.
The live stream. I mean, you did a
Yeah.
good job, man. You got 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's solid.
That's good. That's good. I like it. Hey, you can always pop over to the server. See if I don't know. It seemed like Drone left Drone might have left a little pissed, but that was good. I like Drone being pissed off. That's cool. That's passion. Man's passionate.
I don't think he left, and I don't think he logged off like that.
No, not pissed off, but more like passionate, I guess, which I like.
I haven't seen him interact with this group enough. I thought this is a very interesting group that speaks here because there are so many differing opinions.
That's
and
what
so
we
it's
try to
interesting-
roll with. It's like supposed to be like a pub. Like
Right.
anyone can roll in, left, hard right, whatever. I want everybody to chill and be able to talk, you know? That's the
Right.
concept, man.
Right. I think that it's a good space for him to experience because even though he does get kickback from the people at the pub, it gives he has the opportunity to hone his communication skills because he's still given the opportunity to talk and is respected and can say what he wants to say. And as a third party, it's interesting to watch the style of communication here. When people start to just talk over each other and say the same thing over and over and over again, at that point the conversation's kind of already over.
Yeah, I dislike that. It's hard to control. I even am guilty of it myself because I'm trying to get a word in edgewise. It's really hard because there is no stick to pass around as it would have been in the old days when you have like a tribunal where there's like a talking stick or something along those lines. It would be cool if they come up with that for social media where you could pass the thing around and turn like everybody's talking in a succession, but it doesn't happen because people are trying too hard to get their point across. And there's a bit of a delay of a few seconds within everybody's server, so nobody's seeing it exactly like the way you see it. It's not how I see it. It's close enough that we communicate, but it's never exactly like synced. So it's a tough thing to manage.
If you were going to be more of a dictator, you could mute mics until people raise their hand and you start picking people out.
But I'm over here having drinks. I'm doing a tequila shot.
No, I'm not saying that's the solution.
Weed.
I'm not
it's
saying that's
impossible, bro.
It doesn't benefit in a way because people don't have the instant ability to call something out. If someone has a really valid point and their mic is muted, they're losing the ability to actually steer the direction of a conversation into a better, a more powerful conversation. So sometimes interrupting somebody isn't exactly a bad thing. It's just if you're doing it too often or not having something valid enough to say that you're actually taking away from the conversation.
Sure. It makes complete sense.
And another hard part is this is a pub, so people are drinking. So anybody that's been drinking is going to have a real hard time keeping their mouth shut. That's not how alcohol works. Not for most people.
Exactly. That was the original reason why it was started as a continuation of the pub from the Live League guys. So, I mean, yeah, it's all goes into it, and I like that. I want it to continue. So,
I'm surprised you're not more popular. The way the panel works here, out of all I've experienced so far in the last 6 months of looking out there and seeing what debate rooms there are and how they all work, this room is the most democratic and respectful. Even compared to like the major servers where everything's on lockdown and you can only speak if you have given rights and all this. It's like it doesn't have a vibe of a debate room. So you're doing good, and I hope that there's something that can bring more into it without bringing in large volumes of trolls or anything like that.
That's the thing. It's a fine balance. Let's check out Nils comment.
Sure.
I can tell you right now that I could not relate to most people you have on the panel. Aphid is the main person that I could call out. Cool. I like that, Nil. Nil, I do like you. I don't know what you think of me. I'm pretty middle of the road, Nil, but yeah, like there you go, Mr. Kelsey. We all disagree, but we are all buds. I agree with that. Being able to talk with people from both sides and not fucking getting into fights is awesome. That's what it's about. If it was more popular, it would be shut down. That's possible.
Yeah, I don't know how censorship works on all this. I think from my experience, it's calmed down a lot since the COVID event. I'm not sure if you've had any red flags or anything like that you've had to deal with, but
Never had a red flag. Nothing.
Great.
I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna bring this bad boy to an end.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and say good night to everybody. RW, you've been great. Thank you, man. Have a good evening.
Yeah.
Peace, brother. And Nil, Mr. Kelsey won, Mr. E. Who else we got over here? Pretty much you guys. I know Topple was here. Topple, you're the man. And really, Nil, I do really like you being here, man. I know you might not be totally in line with everybody here, but you're a good dude. And I like you, Nil. We've had some fun back and forths over the years, bro. And yeah, it's been years. Can you believe that shit, dude? Fucking years. It's 2023. I probably started chatting with Bill 2020, maybe 2021. Unreal, bro. And everyone else, you're great. And I love having you all here. Conservative, liberal, Republican, and Democrat. We come here, we talk. That's what people do. We're from different sides of the aisle. We don't get aggressive. We're all friends. We're not here to push any ideas. We are here to create relationships between the opposite sides of the spectrum. And I really do appreciate everybody who comes here, especially the ones who come here for that, and for some lively debate. You are all wonderful, and I thank you all very much. Have a great night. Let's all do a shot of tequila together. Smokesteve signing off. Good night.